Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 1413 to Chapter 1461. Heh, Kuroto smiled faintly. In just an instant, he had a panoramic view of everything in the field. The 5 members of the Shadow Guard did not rush up together. Instead, they let Sasuke, who had the Magatama Rinnegan and the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, launch a frontal attack. The others were scattered around, ready to support at any time. This set of tactics was in line with the norm. If they were dealing with ordinary people, there would not be any flaws, but if they were dealing with Hyojin, then their tactics would be full of mistakes. Kuroto didn't panic when he saw the cold glint of the sword in Sasuke's hand slashing towards him. He casually stretched out 2 fingers and casually pinched the blade of the sword that was cutting through the wind. Sasuke, who was holding the Kusanagi sword, looked stiff. He had expected many situations, but he never thought that he would encounter such a thing. He slashed with all his strength, but Hyojin only used 2 fingers to pinch it. However, he did not expect this slash to determine the outcome of the battle, so he immediately followed the original plan and instantly looked back at Naruto, who was not far away. He activated the space-time pupil technique Heavenly Hand Force contained in his Magatama Rinnegan, and exchanged positions with Naruto, who had just condensed the Mahajiromachi. Swish, with a sharp sound of breaking wind, the position swap was completed in an instant. At this time, the corner of Sasuke's mouth raised slightly. In his mind, he had already begun to imagine how Hyojin would react in the face of Naruto, who had suddenly replaced him and held the Mahajiromachi in his hand. Don't be distracted during the battle. Suddenly, Hyojin's calm voice came into Sasuke's ear. Sasuke was shocked and immediately turned his head. He found that although he had used the Heavenly Hand Force to exchange positions with Naruto in the distance, Hyojin had also changed positions with him for some reason. At the moment of confusion, he found that the Kusanagi sword that Hyojin was pinching had an inconspicuous technique. It looked very similar to Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique? Sasuke suddenly understood. In the short contact just now, Hyojin had quietly engraved the Flying Thunder God technique on the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Then, at the moment when he used the Heavenly Hand Force, Hyojin also used the Flying Thunder God technique and flashed over with him. Bang! Almost at the moment when Sasuke's face was filled with realization, Hyojin turned around and kicked him away. Naruto, who had pounced on nothing, was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately turned around and wanted to pounce on Hyojin again. But as soon as he turned around and looked away, Hyojin suddenly flashed back to his original position and casually punched Naruto. It turned out that when Hyojin used the Flying Thunder God technique to track Sasuke, he had also left a Flying Thunder God technique at the same place. At this moment, seeing Sasuke and Naruto being defeated in an instant, Otsutsuki Samurai, who had been waiting for an opportunity, could no longer hold back. He immediately waved the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and slashed at Hyojin. Swish! In the dazzling brilliance, the golden sword slashed down instantly. Hyojin tilted his head slightly and stretched out his left hand to meet the golden sword that was slashing at him. In his left palm, an extremely condensed chakra palm print flew out. Boom! In an instant, Otsutsuki Samurai's Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion collided with Hyojin's 80 God Void Strikes, producing a deafening roar and stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. This is my chance. Upon seeing this, Ziyuan immediately pounced forward. She opened her palms that were put together and activated the demon sealing coffin. One after another, majestic enchantment walls rose from the ground and combined into a regular square, covering the area where Suijin was located, and continued to shrink. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Hyojin's figure quickly appeared in the sealing barrier. Did he succeed? For a moment, whether it was Naruto and Sasuke who had been sent flying, Ziyuan and Otsutsuki Samurai who were fighting, or Xianxia who was watching from afar, all of them had a trace of expectation on their faces. However, just when everyone thought that the seal was successful, Hyojin in the sealing barrier suddenly smiled and turned into a purple flame. Ziyuan was immediately stunned. Just a clone? Sasuke, who had fallen to the ground in the distance, widened his eyes because he recognized the purple flame that Hyojin had displayed. It was the Kekkei Genkai developed by his teacher, Uchiha Flames, the only purple flame in the ninja world. In an instant, the demonic flame swallowed the barrier wall and broke through the seal. Ziyuan, who was staring at the demonic purple flame, suddenly had a dull look in her eyes, as if she had fallen into an illusion. Not good. Xianglin, who was watching from afar, exclaimed and immediately launched 10,000 mammoths of nature, trying to pull Ziyuan, who had fallen into the illusion, to her side, and then find a way to remove the illusion for Ziyuan. Swish, but at this moment, Hyojin's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Xianglin. So fast. Xianglin, who was casting the pupil technique, was taken aback because her Rinnegan didn't capture Hyojin's movements at all, so she subconsciously dodged and retreated. Hyojin raised his hand and instantly launched Rain Pull, sucking Xianglin into his hand and twisting her. The remaining Otsutsuki samurai didn't care too much at this time and directly rushed forward, trying to rescue Xianglin, but before he could rush over, he was trapped by a seal ring halfway. How could this be? Otsutsuki samurai looked at Ziyuan in surprise, because the person who had cast the technique to trap him was not someone else, but Ziyuan, who had fallen into Hyojin's illusion. And because Ziyuan was his companion, Otsutsuki samurai was not prepared, so he was easily trapped. There was no earth-shattering battle, nor was there a stalemate. In just a few breaths, the battle was over. The 5 shadow guards, who were full of confidence, didn't even have time to show all their moves before they were easily defeated by Hyojin one by one. After looking around at the crowd, Hyojin put down Xianglin, who was twisted in his hand, and said lightly, "Do you have any misunderstandings about bloodline entanglement?" Not only were they ashamed, but they also had a deeper understanding of the strength of bloodline entanglement, Hyojin's bloodline entanglement. Obviously, bloodline entanglement not only mastered a stronger and more terrifying technique, but also the use of ordinary techniques was more strange and unpredictable. Therefore, they needed to be extremely careful when facing bloodline entanglement, and a slight carelessness could lead to a disaster. Hyojin secretly shook his head. "I'm really too impatient to let these little guys be my sparring partners." He originally wanted to use the 5 shadow guards to train himself, but after the battle, he found that the gap between the two sides was bigger than he had imagined. The little guys of the shadow guards were still too immature compared to him. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." However, Hyojin has no other choice. Now in the shinobi world, the only ones who have the potential to be his sparring partner are these few guys from the shadow guards. After letting out a sigh, Kuroto started commenting. First, he looked at Sasuke, who fell on the ground, and said, "You are too confident, attacking alone, but if your offensive can't cause enough pressure to the enemy, then your behavior is very reckless." Sasuke nodded his head in understanding. Just now, he didn't expect Hyojin's counterattack at all, and he didn't think of a good way to deal with it. Now that he thinks about it, the tactic of attacking alone is indeed a bit too reckless. Hyojin looked at Naruto and Tanato again and said, "You two have been waiting for the right opportunity to attack, but in a battle with the strong, opportunities can't come by just waiting. You have to find ways to create opportunities, and the opportunities that you wait for are often just traps set by the enemy." Naruto scratched his head, and Tanato fell into thought. Then, Hyojin looked at Ziyuan, who has been released from the Genjutsu, and said, "Your adaptability is too poor." Ziyuan suddenly lowered her head with a guilty conscience. Just now, she actually had a bad feeling in her heart, but she felt that the purple flame was too gorgeous, so she looked at it curiously, but she didn't expect to fall into a Genjutsu. Finally, Hyojin's eyes moved to Xianglin, who was beside him. "Why is your first choice when the enemy approaches?" "You are too unconfident. With your physique, combined with the Uzumaki clan sealing technique, a head-on battle should be your advantage." Xianglin said weakly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Unlike the overconfident Sasuke, Xianglin is very unconfident in close combat, and she always subconsciously keeps a distance and uses pupillary techniques to fight. But in fact, for her, close combat should be her advantage. To her, close combat should be her advantage. Remember this, all of you. Even though you have the power of a 6 Daos level, you are still far from being a true 6 Daos level. So don't try to fight a 6 Daos level elite by yourself. Restrain your pride and learn to work together to have a chance of winning. Changing the topic, Hyojin continued, "You may encounter other Otsutsuki clan invading the shinobi world in the future, and when facing the unfamiliar Otsutsuki clan, I can give you another suggestion. Naruto quickly asked, what suggestion? Hyojin smiled. Use the shadow clone technique more often. Although the shadow clone jutsu is not a high-end technique, its effect in battle is far better than ordinary ninjutsu, especially when dealing with the Otsutsuki clan with all kinds of strange abilities. The shadow clone jutsu can often play a miraculous effect. This was demonstrated when Naruto faced Otsutsuki Kagaya. Shadow clone jutsu? The few of them lowered their heads and thought about Hyojin's suggestion. At this time, Hyojin waved his hand. Okay, you go to the side and rest. We will start the next round of special training in 20 minutes. Yes. The 5 members of the Shadow Guards bowed to Hyojin in unison, then walked to a distance and gathered together to discuss. Sensei's speed is too fast. We can't split up too much, or we won't be able to support each other in time. Someone must use high-intensity physical combat to hold Master back so that the others have a chance to attack. One person definitely won't be able to hold him back, at least 3 people. Also, be careful of the Flying Thunder God technique. Master can suppress the fluctuations of chakra and quietly inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique anywhere, so we have to be extra careful every time we come into contact. Also, be careful of the illusion. The purple flame just now is a very terrifying blood elimination, which is even better than my Amaterasu. It's not convenient for me to go into too much detail, but you just have to remember that even I don't dare to look directly at the purple flame. Under the strong pressure of Hyojin, the few youths who were not very familiar with each other quickly accepted each other, learned from each other's strengths, and seriously thought about tactics. The next few drills were still one-sided by Hyojin, but it was different from the first time. The more time passed, the more surprises the little guys gave Hyojin. And as time went on, after a week, the Shadow Guards who had been defeated countless times gradually made Hyojin recognize Shinichi a little. After another day of special training, Hyojin led the exhausted Shadow Guards back to the village. At this time, Kakashi suddenly found him and led him to an underground cell in the original root base. When Hyojin arrived, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Itachi, and the other higher-ups were already waiting outside the cell. Hyojin asked casually, is she inside? Yes. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Hyojin glanced inside through the cell door and asked immediately, what's the situation? Jiraiya explained, this evening, Conan suddenly broke into the village's prison for felons, and was then captured by the investigation team led by Itachi. Obviously, the person imprisoned in the cell was none other than the original member of the Akatsuki, one of Jiraiya's disciples, Conan. Prison for felons? Hyojin paused and asked, don't tell me she thinks we caught Nagato? Jiraiya sighed helplessly, I'm afraid so. Open the door. After instructing the Umbu on the side to open the cell door, Hyojin and a group of Mai's higher-ups walked in. In the cell, Conan was locked up by torture tools engraved with sealing techniques, but her mood seemed to be stable. Seeing Hyojin and the others come in, she looked at them. Hyojin looked at Conan up and down, then said, Nagato is not in our hands. Conan nodded. There was no doubt that after making a scene in Mai's prison, she already knew that Nagato did not fall into Mai's hands. Hyojin said, in fact, we are looking for Nagato just like you. Do you have any clues? Why do you think we caught Nagato? After hesitating for a moment, Conan took out a paper crane and handed it to Hyojin. The Umbu in charge of guarding was shocked when he saw this. He had clearly checked before and confiscated all of Conan's ninja tools and detonation talismans. He never thought that Conan would dare to hide a detonation talisman on her body. Hyojin didn't care too much. After taking the paper crane that was folded from the detonation talisman, he unfolded the detonation talisman and found that the word Mai was written on the back. Conan said, this is the last message Nagato sent me. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Mai? Hyojin frowned slightly. If he had seen this message for the first time, he would have thought that Nagato had been attacked by Mai, just like Conan. However, as Naruto, no one knew better than him that Mai had not captured Nagato. So after thinking about it, he guessed that the purpose of Nagato's message to Conan was not to let Conan come to Mai to rescue him, but to let Conan report to Mai. At this time, Jiraiya and the others also came over and saw the 2 words Mai on the back of the detonation talisman in Hyojin's hand. this is Nagato's warning? Like Hyojin, Jiraiya also reacted instantly. Tsunade wondered, then what is he trying to warn us about? Itachi on the side, supported his chin with his hand and calmly analyzed, Nagato is an expert who can fight with a six-path immortal. He left a warning message, which means that he is not sure that he can escape unscathed. He chose to warn Armai, which means that he thinks that the other party is enough to threaten Armai. No, it should be that he thinks that the other party is enough to threaten Naruto-sama, so he needs to warn us. Can threaten Kuroto? Kakashi looked surprised. He had seen Hyojin seal Otsutsuki Kagaya with his own eyes, so in his mind, Hyojin's strength had exceeded his imagination. Itachi said, maybe Nagato doesn't know the strength of Naruto-sama, but the enemy he met must have given him a lot of pressure, which made him misjudge that the other party can threaten Naruto-sama. Jiraiya added, Nagato fought with Uchiha Obsidian, so he should be very clear about the strength of a sage, so the other party is at least a six-path sage. Tsunade put her hand on her forehead and said, the matter with the Akatsuki has just been settled, how can there be such a troublesome enemy in the shinobi world? Kakashi looked at Hyojin and asked, Kuroto, what do you think? Hyojin pondered for a moment and said, if this enemy has been hiding in the shinobi world, then why didn't he make a move before? Why did he provoke me after I appeared in the shinobi world? Don't you think this is very abnormal? After a pause, Hyojin continued, and why did he attack Nagato? Jiraiya immediately understood, could it be that the enemy is targeting Nagato's eyes? Konan suddenly frowned. After Nagato was stimulated by the ground mine, the strong yang release chakra in his body has been improved again, leading to unknown mutations in his temporarily transplanted Byakugan. And the whole process, Konan, who has been by Nagato's side, experienced it personally. Therefore, Konan is very clear that the mutated Byakugan of Nagato is very powerful. In terms of insight alone, it is not inferior to the Rinnegan of Madara Uchiha. Therefore, if the enemy is targeting Nagato's eyes, Konan will not be surprised at all. Hyojin activated his Tenseigan and asked Konan, did Nagato awaken my Tenseigan? Konan stared at Hyojin's Tenseigan, then shook her head, it's not the same. Strange. After a pause, Hyojin thought, can Byakugan awaken other eyes besides Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Tenseigan? Thinking of this, Kuroto said to Konan, I'm sorry. After that, he put one hand into Konan's chest, took out Konan's memory light ball, and directly browsed the process of Nagato awakening in Konan's memory. After a while, Hyojin returned the memory light ball and sighed, it can directly see and interfere with space, this pair of eyes is not simple. Inside a different space. Brush, pieces of black pixels quickly folded, and in the blink of an eye, a deep space door was opened. Immediately afterward, Kupura, carrying a red fishing rod artifact, walked out of the space door, looked at the palace in front of him, and chuckled, hey, it's really hard to find. After walking into the palace leisurely, Kupura stopped in the hall of the palace and looked at the figure sitting on the main seat of the hall with a playful face, oh, it's really embarrassing. At this time, sitting on the main seat of the hall is a person with bright red hair and a pair of Byakugan eyes. There is no doubt that this person is not a bystander, it is Nagato, whom I and Konan are looking for everywhere, but strangely, Kupura, who just arrived in the ninja world, spoke to Nagato in a very familiar tone, as if they were old acquaintances who haven't seen each other for many years. Nagato, who was sitting on the main seat, was silent for a while, and after a long time, said, Kagaya betrayed us. Obviously, the person who is controlling Nagato's body at this time is not the real Nagato, but an Otsutsuki who knows both Kagaya and Kupura. Regarding Kagaya's betrayal, Kupura didn't seem to be surprised at all, look at you and you know it. Nagato was silent again, his face was gloomy. Kupura stepped forward and looked at Nagato with great interest, and said with a smile, but the artifact you chose this time is quite good. Nagato looked down at his hands, I just got this artifact not long ago, it is indeed a perfect artifact. Perfect? With a light snort, Okatsuki curled his lips in disdain. This kind of physical strength is just barely qualified. It is far from perfect. It seems that you have been in this corner for too long. You have even lost your basic ability to distinguish. Nagato, who was sitting on the main seat, didn't talk nonsense and directly opened his special eyes. Kupura was startled when he saw this, the arrogance and disdain on his face were swept away, and his expression gradually became dignified. Cleansing eye? Nagato said in a very experienced tone, I didn't think that there would be a rare mutation like cleansing eye here, so I took the risk to seize this artifact. TSK, you are really lucky. Kupura stared at the cleansing eye in Nagato's eye sockets and clicked his tongue in wonder. After a while, he reacted, risk? Is this artifact Kagaya's? But I didn't feel Kagaya's chakra on the planet? Is she hiding in another dimension? Nagato shook his head, no, she has been defeated and sealed. Kupura chuckled, it seems that you are not as incompetent as I thought. Nagato shook his head again, the one who sealed Kagaya was not me. Then who? After a pause, Kupura asked, did Momoshiki and the others arrive first? Nagato replied, the one who sealed Kagaya is her own descendant. First update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Okatsuki was stunned for a while, then laughed out loud, ha ha ha, she was actually sealed by her own descendant, what a joke. Nagato did not agree, his expression was still serious as he quietly looked at the laughing Okatsuki. Okatsuki stopped laughing and asked casually, since Kagaya has been sealed, what is there to worry about? What about her 10 tails? I need to replenish some chakra now. Traversing the starry sky, to the Kekiai net Otsutsuka Kupura Shiki, was a very heavy consumption. That 10 tails should be in the hands of her descendant now. After a pause, Nagato said in a deep voice, I haven't fully adapted to this artifact yet, if I want to reincarnate, I'm afraid it will take some time. Okatsuki's face was full of impatience, I can't wait, I need chakra. Nagato was slightly displeased and frowned, you don't seem to be listening to what I'm saying. Okatsuki was bored to death as he fiddled with the fishing rod artifact in his hand, if you're referring to how you were defeated by Kagaya, I'm interested to listen carefully. Nagato shook his head, don't underestimate your opponent, Kagaya's descendant is far stronger than you think. Oh? Okatsuki became slightly more serious. Nagato pondered for a while and continued, my suggestion is to wait until I complete my reincarnation, then we'll appear together. Of course, it would be even better if we wait for Momoshiki. If the other party is willing to hand over Kagaya's 10 tails, I suggest that we accept him and let him manage the star chart. Okatsuki's eyes widened, do you know what you're saying, you want me to bow my head to Kagaya's lowly descendant? Nagato looked away, his tone still calm, for us, this is the most reasonable choice. Okatsuki grinned, looks like the shadow that Kagaya left on you is bigger than I expected. Ishur, your current lowly appearance is really disgusting. Sitting on the main seat of the hall, the will residing in Nagato's body is the will of Otsutsuki Itsuki who came to the shinobi world with Kagaya thousands of years ago. Kuroto and Kagaya came to the shinobi world with the 10 tails each, and originally, they were prepared to harvest the rich nature energy of the shinobi world, but Kuroto never thought that Kagaya would sneak attack him in order to dominate the shinobi world, shattering his body. Fortunately, Hui didn't have enough experience and wasn't able to kill him on the spot. Thus, he was able to stay alive by residing in the body of a monk called Xianxia. The one who had his own jubi and sneaked into the shinobi world to watch the Fourth Shinobi War is also this Otsutsuki. For thousands of years, Okatsuki has been searching the shinobi world for the perfect artifact that can support his reincarnation. Because the artifact Xianxia is not perfect, if he directly reincarnates in the body of Xianxia, his chakra will be seriously weakened, and may even lead to instability in his realm. However, it is obviously not easy to find a perfect artifact that can support his six-path chakra. He has been wandering in the shinobi world for thousands of years, experienced the reign of Otsutsuki Kagaya, experienced the establishment of the shinobi sect by the sage of the six paths, and also experienced the bloody and chaotic warring states period, but he still hasn't found a perfect artifact. Just when he thought that he would have to continue searching, he accidentally bumped into Nagato, who was followed by Orochimaru. The cleansing eye in Nagato's eye socket immediately attracted his attention. This is an excellent artifact, so he couldn't hold back anymore and took the risk to subdue Nagato and Orochimaru. It can be said that compared to the Black Zetsu, Okatsuki, who is currently residing in Nagato's body and preparing for reincarnation, is the real ghost wandering in the shinobi world. He witnessed Otsutsuki Kagaya swallowing the fruit of chakra and achieving Kekiai net. He witnessed Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Hamura brothers sealing their mother Kagaya. He witnessed Otsutsuki Kagaya establishing the shinobi sect and sharing the chakra. he witnessed the millennium-long dispute between the Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura, he witnessed the establishment of the shinobi village, he witnessed the Fourth Shinobi War, whether it is Otsutsuki Kagaya or the Sage of the Six Paths. None of them have been paying attention to the shinobi world for as long as he did. All the changes in the shinobi world have been silently observed by him. Because of this, he is different from the other Otsutsuki. He understands everything about the shinobi world, the origin of the shinobi, and the various ninjutsu developed by the shinobi. Although his strength has been growing slowly for thousands of years due to the burden of the Xianxia, he has not succeeded in advancing to Kekkei Net and is still at the peak of the Six Paths level. However, his combat skills are far superior to Kagaya's. This is why he can easily take down Nagato, Orochimaru, Medicine Master Do, and the others without leaving any traces for others to track. In fact, in the original world, Otsutsuki was able to easily defeat Naruto and Sasuke of the Six Path realm with only simple Ijutsu techniques and Taijutsu techniques, even though it wasn't able to fight for long periods of time. In that battle, Naruto was sealed on the spot, and Sasuke was lucky to escape with injuries. If Otsutsuki had a normal body at that time, instead of the Xianxia, which is equipped with chakra before every battle, Sasuke wouldn't even have had the chance to escape. This is different from when Momoshiki and Kinshiki attacked Mai and captured Naruto alive. Otsutsuki crushed Naruto and Sasuke in a very short period of time in a head-on battle, showing far more combat skills than Otsutsuki Kagaya. But even so, Otsutsuki still insists on his judgment. In his view, Hyojin, the descendant of Otsutsuki Kagaya, already has all the conditions to become a true Otsutsuki, so he has no intention of fighting to the death with Hyojin. This has nothing to do with dignity, it is purely a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. Because even if he obtained Nagato, a perfect weapon that can support his reincarnation, and accidentally obtained a pair of cleansing eyes, he still doesn't have the confidence to defeat Hyojin. Under such circumstances, choosing to retreat and negotiate with Hyojin is the best solution. Seeing that Otsutsuki was unmoved, Otsutsuki snorted coldly, "You have fallen." With that, Otsutsuki activated the Yomi Biraban and opened a portal to the shinobi world, while waving his hand and said, "Since you don't dare to do anything, then let me finish this hunt and clean up." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, I would like to thank the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. Bang, 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 one after another, gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky above my. This Naruto's wedding, which had been prepared for more than a month, was finally held on this sunny day. Because the groom is Naruto Mai's fifth generation, and Hyojin, the strongest immortal in the shinobi world, so the scale of this wedding is unprecedented. It is no longer limited to one clan, one village, and one country. Other big countries, and even more remote small countries, have also sent a congratulatory mission to Konoha. So before the wedding was officially held, my village was already overcrowded. A large number of foreign delegations poured into Mai, including the daimyo of various big countries, the kage of various shinobi villages, and the leaders of small forces such as city lords and ninjas. For them, celebrating Hyojin's wedding is undoubtedly the best way to get closer to Hyojin, the strongest immortal in the shinobi world. And from the various rumors they received, they felt that Hyojin, the fifth generation of Mai, is likely to be the same as the first generation of Mai, a very pure pacifist. If it was someone else, these leaders of the shinobi world might hesitate for a while. But Konoha is different, because Konoha really did have an invincible Hokage who gave up his tailed beasts one by one, so it is not impossible for a second one to appear in Konoha. This is the reason why they dared to come to Mai to congratulate him. And the number of guests far exceeded the expected, obviously giving Mai a headache. Before the wedding was officially held, everyone had expected that the scale of Hyojin's wedding might be unprecedented, but when they saw the endless motorcade coming from all directions, blocking several main roads outside the village, everyone was still caught off guard. On the outer wall, looking at the celebration motorcade stretching out almost to the end of the field of vision, the three generations Tsuchikage was surprised, how can there be so many people? On the side, the four generations of Kazekage also had a strange look on his face. Mai is the liveliest and most prosperous village among the 5 great shinobi villages, and now Mai is even more crowded, which makes the 4 generations of Kazekage who are used to the desolate sand Crypsis village feel very uncomfortable. The 4 generations laying side, Hey, the times have changed. After Mai did not show any aggression, the daimyo of the major countries, except the fire country, made a decision to reduce the military expenditure at the same time. The daimyo's reason is also very good. The shinobi world is already safe. As for the military competition with Mai, with the presence of Sage Hyojin, there is no point in investing more military expenditure. Instead of wasting money, it is better to directly reduce military expenditure. Not only the daimyos, but even many ninjas within the major shinobi villages have similar thoughts. Because after the baptism of the asymmetric war of the Fourth Shinobi War, many people clearly realized that no matter how many ordinary ninjas there are, they can't do anything to the Sage of the Six Paths, and only the Sage can compete with the Sage. Hey! The three generations Tsuchiki's expression darkened, and he also sighed. It has only been 2 months since the end of the Fourth Shinobi War, but the bad signs have already appeared. It can be predicted that with the passage of time, the significance of the existence of other shinobi villages will become dimmer and dimmer under the dazzling light of the sage Hyojin. Therefore, even if Hyojin, the fifth Naruto, is the same as the first Naruto of Mai, and has no intention to invade and expand, the mere existence of Hyojin is enough to make other shinobi villages feel uneasy. More importantly, Hyojin is a sage of the Six Paths with a long lifespan. It is basically impossible to expect Hyojin to die like the first Naruto of Mai, and a first Naruto who only lived for a few decades has left an indelible psychological shadow in the hearts of all the shinobi villages. So what does a fifth Naruto who can live for hundreds or even thousands of years mean? The 4 generations of Kazekage asked weakly. When our group gradually dies, will our village still exist? The 4 generations of Laying said, let's talk about it at that time. Maybe before we die of old age, our village will be finished. Inside the Mai Hall. While several Kage were sighing on the wall of the Mai Hall, the daimyo of various countries gathered together to play cards. I heard that Naruto is not the only sage in Mai. Well, I also heard similar rumors. It is said that several of Naruto's disciples are also very promising to become sages. Mai is really an outstanding place. Have you heard that Naruto is going to build a new research center? Of course, not only us, even those greedy businessmen have received the news. It is said that many people have already invested in this research center. Listening to the chatter of the daimyo, the Land of Fire daimyo waved his fan and said, hee, to tell you the truth, our Land of Fire has also invested in the 5th generation research center. The Land of Water daimyo asked curiously, how much did you invest? 2 billion. After a pause, the Land of Fire daimyo smiled leisurely and said, this is only the first phase, later we will add the second phase, and even the third phase. The Land of Lightning daimyo hesitated for a moment and asked, what is the research project of this research center? The Land of Fire daimyo glanced sideways at the assistant beside him. The assistant hurriedly came forward and explained, Naruto-sama's research center is divided into 17 major projects, including biology, communication, transportation, electromechanical, etc., and hundreds of sub-projects. Hiss. All the daimyo sucked in a breath of cold air. The research projects of the research center cover almost all fields, coupled with the reputation of Hyojin as the strongest shinobi in the world, there is no need to worry about funds and researchers. Even if they lose money, the investors won't complain, they will just think of it as paying a protection fee to the sage. Therefore, once the research center is put into operation, it won't take long for the technology of the Land of Fire to completely crush the other major countries, further widening the gap in national strength. Soon, the Land of Water daimyo made up his mind, the establishment of the research center by Naruto is a good thing for the entire shinobi world, and the Land of Water is also willing to invest. The Land of Lightning is also willing to invest. The Land of Earth is also willing to invest. The Land of Wind is also willing to invest. With the participation of the 5 major countries, such as the Land of Hot Water, the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, and other small countries also joined the ranks of investment. For them, this was not only a business investment, but also a declaration of goodwill towards Hyojin. Just like that, on the day of Hyojin's wedding, from the big names of the country to the small businessmen, they all invested in the research center that Hyojin was planning to set up. Tens of billions of funds, a large number of personnel and materials began to flow into Hyojin's hands from all over the ninja world. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Inside the main house of the Hyuga family. Listening to the noise outside the window, Kuroto, the bride, was nervous, and her palms were sweating. Mute, who was dressing up Kuroto, joked, "Are you that happy?" "No. No." Kuroto blushed and said, "I'm just a little nervous. I didn't expect so many guests to come today. I heard that all the guest houses in the village are full, and even many of the izakaya on the street have been rented out." Mute said, "Today's village is more lively than the last time when Naruto was elected. I really envy you." Kuroto, Red Bean, Xian, and others who came to join in the fun also echoed, "Yes, yes." Kuroto raised the corner of her mouth, faintly feeling proud. Although she is not a vain person, her wedding can cause a shock in the entire shinobi world, and all the famous people of the shinobi world are rushing to congratulate her. This is undoubtedly a happy event. In Hyojin's room. "Ah, I didn't expect it to be so troublesome." Hyojin, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, curled his lips. Asuma said sourly, "I wish my wedding could be so grand." Kakashi was startled, "Hey, you have a girlfriend?" Asuma's face suddenly turned black, "I don't want to talk to you." Guy laughed and patted Asuma on the shoulder, "It's just a failed confession. It's not a big deal. We are men, and this little setback is nothing." Asuma was shocked, "You? How did you know that my confession failed?" After saying that, Asuma suddenly covered his mouth, realizing that he had spilled the beans. After they teased Asuma for a while, Kakashi asked Hyojin, "Kuroto, there shouldn't be any problems today, right?" Guy and Asuma also became serious and looked at Hyojin. Hyojin shook his head and chuckled, "I don't have the ability to predict the future. However, if someone really dares to cause trouble for me today, then I will definitely make them pay a painful price, no matter who they are." As he spoke, Hyojin slowly got up. "Alright, I'll go see if Belle is ready." As a ninja who lives on the edge of the blade, the wedding is actually not too complicated. Even the Hyuga family doesn't pay too much attention to it. It's just that because Kuroto is both the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and also the Hokage of the Hyuga clan, the village added some extra ceremonies, making the originally simple wedding suddenly complicated. Soon enough, Hyojin arrived at Ryu's room. When Mute and the others saw Hyojin, they all smiled and left. After everyone in the room left, Hyojin asked, "It's almost time, are you ready?" N. Kuroto took a deep breath. Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't be nervous." Kuroto said timidly, "My heart is beating so fast now, I'm really afraid that I'll make a mistake and ruin the wedding." "Even if you make a mistake, no one will laugh at you, don't worry." After a pause, Hyojin said, "You don't have to follow any rules, you can do whatever you want, you are the boss today." Kuroto smiled happily, and the tension in her heart eased a lot. As long as Hyojin is by her side, she feels that she has a backbone, and she doesn't have to worry about anything. After changing into their formal attire, Hyojin and Kuroto sat in the limousine, surrounded by a group of relatives, friends, and subordinates, and slowly drove towards the ceremony venue amidst the cheers and blessings of the villagers along the way. At this time, the venue is full of guests inside and outside, the number has reached an astonishing hundreds of thousands, and there are hundreds of ninjas maintaining the order at the scene. In the center of the venue, there is a towering ceremonial platform. When Hyojin and Kuroto arrive at the venue, they will step onto this ceremonial platform, accept the cheers and blessings of all the guests, and complete the wedding ceremony here. Swish, at this moment, with a burst of wind, Hyojin's shadow guards arrived at the venue first and guarded around the ceremonial platform. The appearance of the shadow guards immediately caused a commotion at the venue, because many people had heard that Hyojin's shadow guards also have the title of Sage Reserve Force. On the viewing platforms on both sides of the venue, Hayashi pointed to Otsutsuki Samurai, who was guarding the ceremonial platform, and said to Richa, who was next to him, "What do you think of the Akira?" Because Hayashi decisively gave up the position of the patriarch, allowing the Hyuga clan to complete the reform peacefully, Hyojin restored the Byakugan for Hayashi and let him see the light again. Richa said, "Very good." Hayashi smiled and said, "What do you think if I recruit him as my son-in-law?" "What?" Richa was taken aback, "Do you want Hinata and Akira to marry?" Hayashi nodded, "Akira is the best of the clansmen besides Kuroto. If he marries Hinata, maybe their children can also awaken the Tenseigan." Richa didn't expect that Hayashi had already started to have ideas about the next generation, and was stunned. At the other end of the viewing platform, the students gathered together, like the guests around them, were also in high spirits. Fong said, "Naruto and Sasuke are really awe-inspiring. If I can also join Naruto-sama's shadow guards, it would be great." "Yeah." Ding Xiai nodded in agreement while eating his snacks. Shikamaru curled his lips, "Not everyone can join the 5th generation shadow guards." On the side, Ningxi stared at Naruto, who was guarding the stage. Sasuke clenched his fists and said to himself, "I have the dragon vein given to me by sensei, and I have the experience of withstanding the Tenseigan. I will definitely catch up with them, definitely." Hinata, who stood side by side with Ningxi, stared happily at Naruto in the field, his face full of worship. Next to the stage, feeling the gazes of the people around them, whether it is Naruto, Sasuke, Ziyuan, Xiangli, or even Otsutsuki Samurai, who doesn't care about these things the most, felt an inexplicable excitement. Sasuke, who was the proudest of them all, held his head high. At this moment, there was a tsunami of cheers outside the venue, as if the earth was shaking. Everyone on the viewing platform immediately understood that the main character of the day must have arrived, so they all stretched their heads and looked at the entrance of the venue. The 5 members of the shadow guards guarding the stage also looked serious, and they became even more vigilant. Gradually, the limousine drove into the venue, and the newlyweds, Hyojin and Kuroto Sui, slowly stepped onto the towering stage under the attention of the crowd. Swish, just as Hyojin and Kuroto Sui were about to accept the blessings of everyone, a space door suddenly appeared in the bright sky. Then, Daisuke Miura, who was carrying a fishing rod, walked out casually and glanced sideways at Hyojin on the stage. "Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone." In the cloudless clear sky, the deep space door and the Otsutsuki Kurashiki who walked out of the door immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. "Look at the sky. What is that? Is it a space portal? Enemy attack?" In an instant, there was a lot of noise in the stands. Many ninjas in the venue had personally experienced the 4th Shinobi World War not long ago. They had seen Hyojin launch the Yomi Biraban and walk out of the space portal to save the Shinobi world with his own strength. So, many people recognized the deep black hole in the air like a black pixel. It was a space portal. Unlike the ordinary people in the venue, the 5 members of the Shadow Guard were all shocked when they saw it. Others only vaguely guessed that the deep black hole in the air was a space portal, but the 5 members of the Shadow Guard knew very well that it was the Yomi Biraban, a space-time ninjutsu that could only be performed by the Kekii net above the 6th path level. In other words, the mysterious person who walked out of the space portal with a red fishing rod on his shoulder was a Kekii net with the same realm as Hyojin, Hua. In an instant, the Yomi Bira floating in the air revealed the terrifying chakra fluctuations on his body. The chakra, like a gravitational wave, instantly set off a wave of air, sweeping the entire venue. The huge sandstorm made everyone in the venue unable to open their eyes. Who the hell is that guy? How dare he challenge Naruto? Is he crazy? Damn it! Panic, shock, and other emotions quickly spread in the hearts of the people. No one expected to participate in the wedding of the strongest ninja in the world to encounter such an absurd thing. At this moment, Yomi Bira shook the fishing rod in his hand, stared at Hyojin and said frivolously, "Hey, descendant of Kagaya, hand over the jubi." On the stage, Yui was shocked and looked at Hyojin nervously. "Kuroto, is he Otsutsuki?" Hyojin smiled gently. "Don't worry, I'm here." After comforting Hyuga a little, Hyojin turned his head and looked at Daikawa Mashiro in the sky, and as he turned his head, the softness on his face was replaced by a touch of coldness. The corner of Otsutsuki Kyura's mouth drew back. He leisurely smiled and said, "Hey, a mere bloodline descendant actually has this kind of chakra. It's not as unbearable as I thought. Looks like Ishir was right, we can't treat you like a lowly monkey." One move. Hyojin's eyes narrowed. Kuroto had an impression of the Shirashiki. In his memory, from the end of the 4th Shinobi War until Naruto got married and had children, the 3 Urashiki, Mamashiki, and Kinshiki had visited the Shinobi world. However, Kuroto has no impression of the one move mentioned by Urashiki, and from the tone of Urashiki's voice, He can tell that this one move seems to know him very well. And with Urashiki's words to Hyojin, everyone in the venue immediately speculated the identity of Urashiki, because other than the members of the Otsutsuki family, it is impossible for anyone else in the shinobi world to call the ancestor of Chakra Kagaya in such a casual tone. Kakashi was shocked. Is he the same as Otsutsuki Kagaya, an Otsutsuki from the universe? Jiraiya said to the 3 generations Naruto next to him, "Old man, get ready to evacuate the crowd. The other party is at the same level as Kuroto, and his means are completely unknown, we have to prepare for the worst." On the side, Tsunade was also ready to print hand seals. Once the war starts, she will immediately summon the slugs from the Shikatsu forest to reduce the casualties in the venue. After all, there are not only a large number of my villagers gathered in the venue at the moment, but also the daimyo of various countries. On the other side, the expression of the 3 generations Tsuchikage greatly changed, and immediately sighed, "It's only been a few days." The 4 generations of Kazekage asked, "Should we intervene?" The 4 generations Liang, who has always been fearless, shook his head and said, "There is no room for us to intervene in such a war, let's find a way to save our lives first." The 4 generations of Kazekage sighed helplessly, "Hey, the shinobi world is going to usher in another catastrophe." Whoosh! At this time, the 5 members of the Shadow Guard jumped on the stage together and said in unison, "Sama, let us go first." The idea of the 5 of them is very simple. In the face of an unfamiliar Kekii net, information is very important, so they want to obtain information for Hyojin through their own battle. After all, they can lose, they can die, but Hyojin can't lose. Not only the Shadow Guard, the Umbu in the venue, the Mai ninjas who maintain the order, and even the guests all looked at Hyojin anxiously at this moment. The current Hyojin is not only the Naruto of Mai, but also the guarantee of the free will of the entire shinobi world. If Hyojin, the strongest sage in the shinobi world, is defeated, then the shinobi world can only be trampled on. In the eyes of the Shadow Guard, Hyojin lightly said, "You guys protect you." The 5 members of the Shadow Guard were all startled. "Sama, you want to take action personally?" Kuroto. You also clenched Hyojin's arm tightly. Hyojin gently stroked Yu's hand. "Don't worry, I will be back soon, no one can disturb my wedding." In the air. Looking down at the venue, Okumura saw the fear on the faces of the people in the venue, and immediately snorted, "Hey, my patience is limited." Whoosh! Before Itsuka Motoshi could finish his words, Suijin, who was standing on the ceremonial platform, appeared in front of him. "What?" Okumura's pupils dilated instinctively. He did not expect Hyojin to act so decisively, and his speed was so fast, completely beyond his insight. Suijin didn't even say a word of superfluous nonsense. He directly pinched Otsutsuki Urashiki's face with his palm, and then like a rainbow, he dragged the defenseless Otsutsuki Urashiki away, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. This. The people in the venue, who had been prepared to bear the impact of the battle, were all stunned and speechless for a long time. They thought that this would be an earth-shattering battle of life and death related to the survival of the shinobi world, but they did not expect Hyojin to instantly suppress the mysterious Okumura from the universe and forcibly change the battlefield. After a while, Tsunade, who was ready to make a seal with her hands, looked at the 3 generations and Jiraiya awkwardly. "What should we do next?" The 3 generations looked in the direction of Hyojin's departure. "There is nothing we can do except wait. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." In just a moment, Suijin dragged the Otsutsuka Mokushiki and flew for hundreds of kilometers, arriving at a remote wasteland, and then threw the Otsutsuka Mokushiki in his hand. Rumble! In an instant, Otsutsuki was like a cannonball, smashing hard on the ground, making a roar. Hyojin followed closely behind and also landed on the ground. Then, he opened the Tenseigan with a cold expression. While entering the Tenseigan chakra mode, he walked towards Otsutsuki, who had smashed a big pit on the ground. "You damn guy, how dare you offend me like this?" Otsutsuki climbed out of the big pit with a ferocious face. He never thought that as a Kekii net, he would experience such a mess. Gathering the truth-seeking jade in his palm, Hyojin walked towards Otsutsuki and said indifferently, "How dare you make trouble at my wedding? Isn't it good to live?" The expression on Otsutsuki's face froze, and he immediately became furious. "You lowly monkey, how dare you despise me?" After saying that, he waved the red fishing rod in his hand. Swish, Hyojin's figure flashed, easily avoiding the fishing rod that Otsutsuki waved. At the same time, the 9 truth-seeking jade gathered in his palm instantly condensed together, turning into a dazzling golden sword. Damn it! Damn it! Failing to strike, the angry and ashamed Daisuke Kupura frantically waved the fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line that could be extended and contracted at will was like a big net, covering the sky and covering the earth towards Suijin. Swish, Hyojin flashed again, the golden sword in his hand was as dazzling as the sun, and a bright golden light flashed. With the flash of golden light, Otsutsuki's right arm that was holding the fishing rod also flew into the air, and then fell to the ground with a plop. How is this possible? Otsutsuki, who had his arm cut off, was stunned, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He had never thought that he would be injured, let alone that he would be injured so suddenly. He didn't even have time to react. Hyojin, who had passed by, slowly turned around, his expression still cold. Kupura Shiki, who was covering his wound, suddenly had his chakra swell, and the whites of his eyes turned into a pair of blue Rinnegan eyes that Hyojin had never seen before. He said fiercely, "You're dead. Today, I'm going to suck your chakra dry, refine you into a pill, and swallow you in one gulp." Swish, Hyojin did not waste any time. He teleported again, and the golden sword in his hand slashed down. However, this time, Hyojin's swift and fierce sword only managed to cut through the corner of Ataru Mokushiki's clothes, and failed to cut off Ataru Mokushiki's other arm as he wished. Eh? Kuroto let out a slight sigh. At the moment of the confrontation, with his speed, insight, and even experience, he thought that this sword would hit, but he did not expect Ataru Mokushiki to avoid it. And during the confrontation, he noticed a detail. That was, at the moment when he waved his sword, Ataru Mokushiki's strange blue Rinnegan eyes flashed. Hoo-hoo, on the other side, Ataru Mokushiki, who had narrowly avoided Hyojin's sword, gasped heavily, and his face was full of horror. Just now, Hyojin's sword really scared him. One must know that his Rinnegan eyes had the strange ability to go back in time and peek into the future. Using this ability, he predicted the timing and angle of Hyojin's sword in advance, but he was still almost cut. Chakra is obviously on par with me. How can this guy be so strong? After a pause, Ataru Mokushiki looked embarrassed. Damn, why didn't that bastard Ichishiki tell me clearly? This feeling is a bit like Shinichi's time-stopping house. After thinking about it, Hyojin's thoughts turned, and he asked Ataru Mokushiki expressionlessly, "Did you just go back in time?" You. Ataru Mokushiki's expression suddenly changed, and his heart was filled with horror. Time interference is the proudest ability of this Kekii net, but he didn't expect that it would be seen through by Suijin the first time he used it. This made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart. Hyojin was just bluffing, but at this moment, after seeing Ataru Mokushiki's expression, he immediately knew that he had guessed correctly, so he said coldly, "You can go back in time, and you were almost cut by me. I'm very curious, how did you survive until now?" Ataru Mokushiki, who had a broken arm, secretly glanced at the broken arm and the fishing rod magic weapon that fell not far away, and his heart had already sprouted the idea of retreat. The number of planets destroyed by him is far more than one, but the ones he slaughtered were all aborigines with no strength. He has never met a strong ninja of the same level, let alone a ninja like him who specializes in combat and can exert the power of Kekii net to the extreme. Seeing Hyojin approaching again with his sword, Ataru Mokushiki took a step back. We are of the same race, and I recognize you. Let's talk." Hyojin was unmoved. "If it were any other time I wouldn't mind talking to you, but you dared to make trouble at my wedding, so..." Ataru Mokushiki asked eagerly, "So what?" Whoosh, Hyojin's figure flashed again, and the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand instantly cut down at an unprecedented tricky angle, and his mouth said lightly, "So please go to hell." Ataru Mokushiki once again activated the ability of the Rinnegan, peeping into the future. Puff, a flower of blood splattered, and Ataru Mokushiki's chest was cut into a long, deep wound that could see the bone. Just a little bit more, and he would have been completely cut open. Damn it. Okatsuki Urashiki was terrified. He once again confirmed that even if he could peek into the future, There was no possibility of defeating Kuroto when he was missing an arm and had lost his magical weapon. No, he didn't even have the ability to protect himself. Hiss, at this time, in a burst of steam, the wound on Ataru Mokushiki's chest slowly healed, but the broken arm did not recover, so he quickly launched the 10,000 mammoth attraction towards the broken arm on the ground in the distance, trying to suck the broken arm and the fishing rod magic weapon on the ground over. Hyojin waved his hand, and the repulsive force of rain will pull was suddenly released, sending the broken arm and the fishing rod magic weapon that had just risen from the ground flying far away. Ataru Mokushiki's face darkened. I am not the only one who came to clean up Kaguya this time. Aren't you afraid of our revenge? Whoosh, in the sharp sound of the wind breaking, Hyojin flashed in front of Ataru Mokushiki, and the golden sword in his hand pierced Ataru Mokushiki's chest. He said, "Is that so? Then I don't have to be merciful, I can directly execute you." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Feeling the piercing pain in his chest and the numbing burning sensation, Otsutsuki's blue samsara eye glared angrily. Amidst the shock and anger, there was a hint of fear. As an almost immortal Kekii net, he had always been the one to destroy and plunder. He had never thought that one day he would become someone else's hunting target. He had never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly and in such a sorry state. In a battle of the same realm, he had no power to resist. I might really die here. In an instant, such a ridiculous idea suddenly came to his mind. In a sense, Kekii Genkai net is indeed immortal, because the essence of Kekii Genkai net is not flesh and blood, nor is it a spirit body attached to flesh and blood, but a highly condensed chakra that has undergone a qualitative change. As long as the special chakra was not completely destroyed, the Kekii net would not die completely. Chakra was ever-changing and existed in any form. Therefore, it was very difficult to completely destroy a Kekii net chakra. But just because it was difficult didn't mean it was impossible. Especially when the opponent was a Kekii net of the same level. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. The great fear made Otsutsuki roar out. At the same time, Kuroto desperately broke out a terrifying chakra, circle after circle of invisible repulsive force, as if a substance, like a turbulent wave, poured out indiscriminately in all directions. Rumble. In an instant, the earth shook, as this terrifying repulsive force swept out in all directions. The ground in the wasteland where both sides were fighting was lifted up into the air. If one were to look from above, it would seem as if someone had lifted the lid off the boundless wasteland. With just one blow, the terrain was unrecognizable. The power of the Kekii net was fully displayed, in the underground command center of my village. Staring at the completely deformed perceptive water ball, Kakashi asked the perceptive class, "How is it?" The ninja from the perception class stuttered, The location of the battle seems to be in the Wind Nation. 3 generations. Naruto asked, "What about the situation? Who has the upper hand now?" After 3 generations, Naruto finished his question. All the senior members of the 5 great shinobi villages stared at the ninjas of the perception class, waiting for the answer. This feeling of not being able to do anything and only being able to wait for the results to be revealed was too uncomfortable for these higher-ups who were used to controlling the situation. Moreover, the outcome of this battle is not only related to Hyojin, but also related to the entire shinobi world, so they are very eager to know the situation on the battlefield at this moment. The ninja from the perception class said helplessly, "We can only perceive the fluctuations of chakra on the battlefield, we can't judge the situation for the time being." For generations, Laying asked, "What is the condition of your chakra?" "Waves?" The ninja from the perception class blurted out, "Very strong." 3 generations. Tsuchikage-sama frowned, "Be more specific." The ninja from the perception class thought for a moment, "Very strong." There is no doubt that the intensity of chakra sensed by the perception class is far beyond the small skills they summarized in the past to identify the fluctuations of chakra, so there is no way for them to analyze and describe it. On the battlefield, the huge smoke and dust still covered the sky. Kupurashiki, who had lost an arm, was gasping for breath while staring in one direction with cold sweat on his face. And in the smoke and dust, a dazzling light was slowly approaching him. Obviously, Kupurashiki's explosion just now, although it destroyed the entire ecological circle of the battlefield and completely destroyed the terrain, but for Hyojin, who was also a Kekii trap, it didn't hurt him at all. And for Hyojin, whose ability to control his body is getting better and better, an explosion like Kupura Shiki just now is simply a meaningless act of wasting chakra. At this time, Hyojin, holding the highly condensed golden will reincarnation explosion, which is only 1 meter long, penetrated the smoke and snorted lightly. "You claim to be a god, but when you panic, you don't seem to be much better than a monkey." Kupura Shiki roared, "You damn bastard, I am also a Kekii trap, don't underestimate me." Hyojin coldly said with a sigh, "Yes, before I fought with you, I really didn't think that Kekii trap could be so weak." Kupura Shiki's expression froze. Hyojin didn't stop walking. "You will be the first Kekii trap to die in my hands. You are just a lowly descendant with the blood of Kaguya, just a native living in the mud, a low-level monkey like you can't understand the greatness of our Kupura clan." After Kupura Shiki said this, the blue Rinnegan in his eye sockets suddenly changed, turning into a red Rinnegan with 6 Magatama each. At the same time, pieces of black pixels suddenly appeared behind him, folded and opened. In just an instant, a space door to the unknown depths was opened. "Want to escape?" Hyojin snorted softly, and the Eye of the Moon with 9 Magatama in between his eyebrows instantly opened. "You actually..." Staring at the demonic Eye of the Moon in between Hyojin's eyebrows, Kupura Shiki was shocked. Unable to care much, he hurriedly jumped back, trying to escape into the space door. However, at the moment when Kupura Shiki was about to escape into the space door, as Hyojin's Eye of the Moon's eye power erupted, the black pixel-like squares that opened the space barrier quickly disappeared, and the space door closed instantly. Swish, the space door that closed instantly was like a sharp space-time blade, almost cutting the upper half of Kupura Shiki's body that had jumped into the space door. Even though he managed to dodge the attack, Daikawa Mashiro's shoulder was still slashed with a frightening wound so deep that the bone could be seen. This was only because he was a Kekii net. If it was someone else, they would have been dead. Kupura Shiki, who was wounded all over, was terrified. He really did not expect Hyojin to be able to open the eye between his eyebrows that he could only open in his second form. That bastard Ashiki, he must have done it on purpose. That damned descendant of Kaguya is so strong, but he didn't tell me clearly. Feeling the Eye of the Moon in between Hyojin's eyebrows that was filled with killing intent, Kupura Shiki was frightened. Obviously, in the battle just now in Yoki no Hiraiban, the pair of 6 Magatama Rinnegan in his eye sockets was defeated by the 9 Magatama Eye of the Moon in between Hyojin's eyebrows. At this time, the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, and then, the extremely condensed golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand, which was only 1 meter long, was shortened to half a meter again. Even with the 6 Magatama Rinnegan, Kupura Shiki felt that it was extremely dazzling, and could not look directly at the golden sword in Hyojin's hand at all. He was horrified in his heart. "If I am cut, I will definitely die." The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. The dazzling light dispersed all the smoke around it, as if what Hyojin was holding in his hand was not a golden sword, but a real blazing and dazzling sun. "I will die." The shock instantly turned into fear, and Okumura Shiki did not dare to wait for Hyojin to make a move. He immediately changed the 6 Magatama Rinnegan in his eye sockets back to the special blue Rinnegan. As a Kekii net, he had mastered more than one escape technique, Yomi Hirasaka. After transforming into the blue Rinnegan, Okumura Shiki shouted at Hyojin, "You wait for me." He was about to leave some harsh words and escape, but when he saw Hyojin suddenly take a step, he didn't even have time to finish his harsh words. He didn't dare to wait for Hyojin to make a move, so he hurriedly launched a life-saving secret technique. Hua, in an instant, Okumura Shiki's body turned into a small paper crane that emitted red fluorescence and scattered. Hyojin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the Tenseigan and Eye of the Moon were launched at the same time, tracking each paper crane. However, these paper cranes that flew away quickly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Whoosh, Hyojin's figure flashed, and he came to the place where Okumura Shiki disappeared. Spacetime ninjutsu? From the residual chakra fluctuations around, Hyojin instantly judged that Okumura Shiki had just used some kind of spacetime ninjutsu that he did not understand. Want to escape? It's not that easy. After a cold snort, the Eye of the Moon between Hyojin's eyebrows suddenly emitted a strange red light. As long as there were traces of space-time ninjutsu on the scene, whether it was the space-time ninjutsu that Hyojin knew or not, it could not escape the tracking of the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows. Swish, Okumura Shiki flashed and appeared on the sea hundreds of miles east of the Wind Country battlefield. He was injured and extremely embarrassed, but he did not immediately use space-time ninjutsu to escape. Instead, he looked at the sea below and whispered, "When I used my pupil power just now, I sensed the position here. It should be right." After that, Okumura Shiki returned to the Byakuya state, and then opened the state of X-ray vision to sweep the bottom of the sea. After a while, he focused on one place and said happily, "Found it." Poof, he couldn't care much, he covered the wound of his broken arm and plunged into the sea. And a moment later, he rushed out from the bottom of the sea with an object that looked like a clay jar and landed on a small island nearby. After unlocking the seal on the earthen jar, Mizushi shouted excitedly, "Hurry up and wake up, Lee." A bright light flashed and the clay pot turned into a pink little tortoise. It slowly extended its head and said in a mechanical voice, "Authentication passed." "I'm a relic, plow." Okumura Shiki smirked. "Heh, it really is the relic that Huiyi took away." At that moment, the relic named Plow continued, "Honorable Okumura Shiki, please allow me to introduce you to the things to pay attention to when using it, damn it. Don't talk nonsense. Shut up." After shouting, Okumura Shiki's expression became ferocious again. "Activate it now. Quick. Quick." The relic, Plow, said, "Please inject chakra." Okumura Shiki's face darkened as he injected his own chakra into the relic, Plow. In an instant, the body of the relic, Plow, emitted a golden light. Then, the golden light turned into a golden ball of light. Okumura Shiki, who had a broken arm, walked into the ball of light impatiently and shouted, "Quick. Open the space-time tunnel. I want to go back to the past." "As you wish." The relic, Plow, responded and then said in a mechanical tone, "Let me remind you again. If you maliciously tamper with the past, you will suffer unexpected bad luck. So, please be careful." Okumura Shiki glared at Plow fiercely. "Shut up. I know all of this." There was no doubt that this relic named Plow was the relic of the Otsutsuki clan that was brought to the ninja world by Kagaya. Its function was very simple, which was to travel through time and space. When he was fighting with Hyojin, Okumura Shiki unleashed his ocular power and accidentally sensed Plow. Therefore, he used Plow, the relic of the Otsutsuki clan, to travel to the past and eliminate Hyojin when he was weak. This was because Hyojin was too powerful. He, who was also a Kekii trap, even lost the courage to face Hyojin again. Seeing that the space-time tunnel had opened, Okumura Shiki waited for the relic to travel and said coldly, "You're just a lowly descendant of the bloodline. How dare you look down on me and humiliate me? Just you wait, I will let you know the horror of the Otsutsuki clan. Humph, you are strong now, but it doesn't mean that you will be as strong in the past." "Is that so?" Just as Okumura Shiki was fantasizing about how to humiliate the weak Hyojin after traveling back to the past, a cold voice faintly sounded in his ears. Okumura Shiki was shocked and turned his head abruptly. He found that a space door suddenly appeared not far behind him, and Hyojin, who he didn't want to see the most, slowly walked out of it. "This? How is this possible?" Okumura Shiki was shocked. He kept urging Plow because he knew that Hyojin would definitely be able to track him, but he didn't expect that Hyojin could directly break the barrier of the relic and invade the space-time tunnel created by Plow. Where is this?" Hyojin did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he was attracted by the colorful streamers in the space-time tunnel because his Tenseigan captured many of these scenes that happened in the shinobi world in the past. Okumura Shiki, who was so shocked that he almost exploded, did not dare to continue to stay in the space-time tunnel. While Hyojin's attention was attracted by the space-time tunnel, he jumped without hesitation and rushed into a streamer in a panic. Seeing that Okumura Shiki jumped and disappeared in the space-time tunnel, Hyojin's eyes turned cold. At this time, the relic Plow said, "The authentication is approved. I am the descendant of the noble Otsutsuki Kagaya. I am the relic Plow. Please allow me to introduce to you the precautions when using it." The relic's inspection function quickly determined Hyojin's noble identity as an upper-class Otsutsuki clan. The authentication was completed in an instant, and the relic introduced the usage and precautions to Hyojin. After listening to the explanation of Plow carefully, Hyojin stared at the pink little tortoise in front of him with a strange expression. Time travel? It was not that the matter of time travel had never happened in the shinobi world. Naruto in the original spacetime had accidentally traveled back to the past with the help of the turbulence of the dragon vein. It was just that Hyojin did not expect the technology of the Otsutsuki clan to be so advanced that they could actually create a relic that could accurately travel through time. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. This relic was brought to the ninja world by Otsutsuki Kagaya, which means that thousands of years ago, the Otsutsuki clan had already mastered this level of technology. As this thought came to mind, Hyojin quickly put away the pride he had from defeating the Otsutsuki Urashiki, who also possessed the Kekii net. One could tell the whole picture just by looking at one spot. Just by looking at the relic plow that had opened up the space tunnel in front of him, Hyojin could infer that the Otsutsuki clan not only had the ability to travel and colonize the galaxy, but they also had a deep understanding of the mysterious fields of time and space. In comparison, the ninja world was like a child who had just started out in this aspect. I can't underestimate the Otsutsuki clan just because of Urashiki. In the bottom of his heart, Kuroto secretly warned himself. At this time, the relic plow said, you can choose any point in time here and travel back to the past. However, any changes you make to the past will have an unpredictable impact on the future. Please be careful. Hyojin gently nodded. He had always been cautious when he came into contact with new things that he didn't understand. Even if there was no reminder from the relic, he wouldn't act recklessly. This was the basic quality of a researcher. Suddenly, Hyojin noticed an image in the stream of light around the space tunnel. The image was none other than himself. With a thought, he picked up the pink tortoise plow and stepped into the stream of light. As the world spun, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and the time travel was completed in an instant. As the Kekii net, Hyojin wasn't affected by the dizziness. On the contrary, he took this opportunity to fully activate his Tenseigan and lunar eye to carefully observe the whole process of time travel. Chakra can be twisted to such an extent, it's really incredible. The more he analyzed, the more Hyojin was shocked by the plow relic. Using chakra as the cornerstone to pry open the space barrier was not difficult for Hyojin to understand. However, using chakra as the cornerstone to pry open the time tunnel was beyond Hyojin's current understanding of chakra. After collecting his scattered thoughts, Hyojin focused his attention on what was in front of him. At this time, it was already dusk, and there was only a faint trace of sunset on the horizon. In the forest not far away, a team was hurrying along, and walking at the front of the team was a white-eyed boy who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. Unlike the rest of the team, Byakugan looked very vigilant. Even though he was panting and his chakra was not enough, he would still activate Byakugan from time to time to observe the surroundings. Hyojin, who was hiding in the distance, raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. The young man with Byakugan who hung Mai's forehead protector on his waist and deliberately revealed the caged bird curse mark on his forehead was none other than Hyojin when he was a teenager. This time and space was the end of the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, Kuroto received a mission to escort the wounded back to Konoha through his relationship with Orochimaru and was able to stay away from the cruel front line. But Kuroto didn't expect that this mission would be the one where he was closest to death in the entire war. Because in order to retaliate against Mai's golden flash that penetrated deep into their hinterland, Rock Village also sent an elite strike force to sneak into the hinterland of the Land of Fire. Most of Hyojin's team was injured, and most of the accompanying guards were cannon fodder chunin like Hyojin. Even the captain was only a Tokubetsu Jonin. Plus, because they were far away from the front line and very close to the village, the team's vigilance was very low. It can be said that except for Hyojin, everyone else was still immersed in the joy of escaping from the front line. But what they didn't expect was that in the safe zone only a few dozen miles away from the village, they encountered the Rock Village strike force that penetrated deep into the hinterland of the Land of Fire. The encounter between the two sides happened in an instant. Hyojin, who was the leader of the strike force, retreated back into the team while warning loudly. He didn't forget to take out a signal flare from the ninja bag around his waist and shot it into the air. Whoosh, accompanied by the whistling sound of the signal flare, the battle broke out. On one side was a tired and unvigilant wounded team, and on the other side were Rock Village elites who penetrated deep into the enemy's rear and vowed to take revenge. The combat power of the two sides was not on the same level from the beginning, so the result of the battle was without suspense. Almost as soon as the two sides clashed, it became a one-sided massacre. In the distance, looking at the young man who encountered the Rock Village strike force, Hyojin, who had already achieved bloodline net and was almost immortal, couldn't help but be in a trance. Reflected in his reincarnated eyes, the young man who was constantly dodging on the battlefield with a panicked face looked so embarrassing, so humble. Really as humble as grass, Hyojin secretly sighed. At that time, even if he really died in the war, no one would care except for Bell. At most, his name would be engraved in the Soul Comfort Monument and become one of the many souls on the Soul Comfort Monument. He had given it his all just to survive. The killing on the battlefield continued, but Hyojin didn't intervene. Time travel is a completely unfamiliar field to him, and as a researcher, he won't change history without understanding the principle. And just like in history, because the young Hyojin released the signal flare first, and the battlefield was very close to the village, so when the young Hyojin was forced into a desperate situation by a Jonin from the Rock Village, and his life was hanging by a thread, the village's reincarnation arrived in time. Because the battlefield was just outside the Mai village, the Rock Village's strike force didn't entangle them. When the Mai's reincarnation arrived, they immediately withdrew from the battlefield, and most of the Mai's reincarnation directly chased after the Rock Village's strike force, leaving only a small part to clean up the battlefield. Plop, Sui Jin, who had just escaped from the gates of hell, slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath while staring blankly at the scene unfolding before his eyes. The entire wounded team was almost completely wiped out in a short period of contact. Only a few lucky people survived like him. A Jonin from the support team who was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield came in front of the young Hyojin, looked at the young Hyojin who was bathed in blood, and sighed, sigh. He has seen this kind of soulless state many times in this war. Generally, it is caused by extreme fatigue or great stimulation. Some people can recover after resting for a while, but some people will become stupid and slow, never to recover. At this moment, the Jonin suddenly looked into the distance vigilantly and shouted towards Sui Jin who was walking slowly towards him, "Stop, who are you?" The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. With the warning of Mai's Jonin, the other Mai ninjas who were cleaning the battlefield also shifted their vigilant eyes to Hyojin, who was slowly walking over. However, they did not immediately launch an attack because Kuroto was wearing a gorgeous robe modified from the Hokage Meijin. Not only that, but the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets was as bright as the stars, as well as the dark red eye of the moon between his eyebrows, also frightened them so much that they did not dare to act rashly. This was the instinctive self-protection of living things. Hyojin did not care about the Mai ninjas who were cleaning the battlefield. He stared at the young man who was in a daze and thought to himself, was I in this state at that time? You. Who are you? Mai's Jonin said with a trembling voice. Being stared at by the eye of the moon, even if it was just from the corner of his eye, made him feel flustered. He instinctively wanted to turn around and escape. Hyojin came back to his senses and gently snapped his fingers. Voila, in an instant, his body was ignited with a gorgeous demonic purple flame. Immediately afterward, all the Mai ninjas who saw the demonic purple flame fell to the ground one by one, falling into the illusion and fainting. Only the young man, Hyojin, who was in a daze, did not faint because he was not looking at this side. After waving his hand and dispersing the purple flame on his body, Hyojin slowly walked in front of his young self. Originally, Kuroto wasn't going to show up, but considering that Otsutsuka Motoshiki had already crossed over, and he wasn't sure which time node he had crossed over to, so just in case, he decided to leave a pupillary force on his younger self as a coordinate, and set it to automatically activate once he sensed Otsutsuka Motoshiki's chakra. At that time, he could accurately descend to any time he encountered Okatsuki based on this coordinate. This was because he had confirmed through the plow relic that even if it was Kekkei net, it could not frequently travel through time because it involved the anchoring of oneself in time. Frequent travel would cause oneself to be lost, and travel required the assistance of a relic. Now that the plow was in his hands, it was impossible for Okatsuki to travel again. According to the time when Okatsuki left the spacetime tunnel, the time node of Okatsuki's travel was later than Hyojin's. Therefore, as long as Hyojin, who had traveled to an earlier time, made arrangements in advance, he could prevent Okatsuki's malicious attacks against him at any time node in the future. Of course, the plow also emphasized that even if Hyojin did not make any preparations, it would be difficult for Okatsuki to threaten him. This was because forcibly changing history would result in a backlash from the timeline's correction. The more things changed, the larger the scope affected, and the more severe the backlash would be. In theory, if one wanted to get rid of a Kekii net by traveling through time and space, the price would be unimaginably high. Just as Hyojin was about to cast an ocular skill on his teenage self, the teenage Hyojin suddenly woke up from his daze and looked at him in surprise. Facing his teenage self's gaze, Hyojin, who was reminded of all kinds of memories, was in a trance again. Swoosh, suddenly, the teenage Hyojin launched a surprise attack on Hyojin. A standard set of soft punches came, creating a strong wind. The dazed Hyojin turned his body slightly and easily avoided his teenage self's attack. Hiss, hiss, at that moment, the sound of a detonating talisman was heard. Hyojin glanced at it from the corner of his eye and realized that his teenage self had stuck a detonating talisman on the corner of his clothes when he launched a surprise attack. Ha ha ha. Looking at the detonating talisman on the corner of his clothes that had been ignited and was about to explode, Hyojin was stunned at first and then laughed heartily. Boom, in an instant, the detonating talisman was detonated, making a huge roar. Young Hyojin stared at the smoke and dust in front of him and murmured, "Just now. Was that the Tenseigan and the Eye of the Moon? How is that possible? How can there be such a person in the ninja world? It shouldn't be." The smoke and dust quickly dissipated, and Hyojin's unscathed figure was revealed. Young Hyojin stared at the mysterious man in front of him with an extremely solemn expression. He knew that a detonating talisman would definitely not be able to kill the other party, but the other party did not dodge the explosion. Not even the corner of his clothes was burned, which made him very desperate. "I hope the explosion just now can attract the attention of the village. Damn it, I should have brought a few more signal flares." Young Hyojin had no choice but to use the detonating talisman to attack, because he had just used up the signal flares on him. If he wanted to attract the attention of the village, he could only hope to rely on the explosion after the detonating talisman. At the same time, he was also repeatedly thinking about who the mysterious man in front of him with the Tenseigan and the Eye of the Moon was, because in his memory, such a person did not exist in the ninja world of the original spacetime. And looking at his young self in the face of such a strange situation, he did not give up and was still trying to save himself. Hyojin's mouth curled up. "It seems that it was not all luck that I survived the Third Shinobi World War." Listening to Hyojin's words, young Hyojin, who was thinking hard, was stunned. Hyojin smiled and said, "You should be wondering who I am now, right? And after comparing all the Otsutsuki in my memory, I found that none of them match, right?" Young Hyojin was taken aback. "How do you know?" Hyojin smiled and said, "What do you think?" Young Hyojin's face sank. "The back of your clothes has the words 5th generation Naruto, but the Naruto in the village is obviously 3 generations. There are only 2 explanations for this situation, either you are playing a prank, or you are from the future." Hyojin said, "Continue." Young Hyojin paused and then said, "The Tenseigan is a pupil technique that can only be awakened by the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. You are either a future Hyuga clan or a future Otsutsuki clan on the moon. But how can you have the Eye of the Moon? Isn't that the eye of the chakra ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya?" Hyojin said, "Yes, whether it is the Hyuga clan or the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, how can they have the Eye of the Moon? So who do you think I am?" While thinking, young Hyojin's face was dignified at first, then a strange light bloomed in his eyes, and he said in surprise, "You are not the future me, are you?" Hyojin smiled and said, "Why do you say that?" Young Hyojin's thoughts suddenly became clear, and he said matter-of-factly, "Because the other Kekii network will not waste time on cannon fodder like me. The second update is here, a new week, I beg for recommendation votes, please." Although Hyojin's tone was solemn, he still looked at Hyojin expectantly, trying to get an affirmative answer from his mouth. Hyojin smiled and said, "I'm very happy to see you." Hyojin suddenly became excited. "I succeeded?" Not only did I awaken the Tenseigan, but I also have the Eye of the Moon? There is no doubt that after experiencing the cruel Third Shinobi War, Hyojin has made up his mind to awaken the Tenseigan even at the cost of his life. The feeling of having his life in the hands of others is something he doesn't want to experience anymore. Hyojin gently nodded. Well, although there were some twists and turns in the process, it was indeed a success. After the excitement, Hyojin was a little worried. Is it okay to tell me this? At the most critical moment just now, Hyojin didn't make a move, so from this point, Hyojin can see that although he achieved Kekkei Genkai in the future, his actions should still be limited. At least he can't change history unscrupulously, so he is a little worried about whether the future will change after knowing this information. Hyojin pointed to the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows and explained, "Don't worry, after I leave, your memory will be sealed, it won't affect our future." Hyojin was a little confused. Memory seal? Then why are you telling me this? Isn't this an unnecessary move? It's too risky. Hyojin smiled and said, I just want to tell you that your seemingly humble efforts are not in vain. Although this memory will be sealed by me later, at least at this moment, you should feel better. Hyojin first looked at the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye socket and the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows with envy, then his eyes fell on the Naruto Hakusho on Hyojin's body and said with a smile, Fifth Sama? I actually became Naruto, this is too ironic. Who is Yondaime-sama? Could it be Orochimaru? In Hyojin's opinion, only if the plot changes, and Orochimaru replaces Minato and becomes the 4th generation's Naruto of the village, then he would have a little chance to become the 5th generation's Naruto. After all, his identity as a member of the Hyuga family is there, and it is impossible to become Naruto through normal means. This is common sense. Hyojin casually flicked Naruto's imperial robe and said with a smile, the process was very complicated, but you can rest assured that we didn't lose out. The village offered a price of 100 million, and I reluctantly agreed. The young Hyojin was stunned. My village, Naruto's office. Wavewind Watergate, who had just completed his mission and returned to the village, was reporting the details of the mission to the 3 generations. Swish, suddenly, an Umbu landed in Naruto's office and reported to the 3 generations Naruto. The perception class sent a message. There was another explosion outside the village. The 3 generations Naruto's eyes turned cold. These rock ninjas are really lawless. Wavewind Watergate said, I'll go. The 3 generations Naruto nodded, alright, we can't let those rock ninjas attack our people so unscrupulously near the village. Yes. After saying that, Wavewind Watergate disappeared in place with a swish. After handing over the mission to Wavewind Watergate, the 3 generations Naruto was relieved and looked through the other documents. For him, as long as Minato took over, then the trouble would no longer be trouble. In the current ninja world, one-on-one, no one was Minato's opponent. Even he, the ninja hero who was publicly recognized as the strongest Naruto, did not have full confidence in defeating Minato, so he even began to consider handing over the heavy responsibility of Naruto to this young man who shone in the ninja world war after the war. Looking at the sluggish face of his teenage self, Kuroto smiled and said, You don't have to be so surprised, in the future, you will do a lot of things that seem unimaginable now, you should know your own moral integrity. The young Hyojin was speechless. Swish, at this moment, a kunai flew over with a sharp sound of breaking wind. The young Hyojin's eyes turned cold, and said in surprise, Not good, that is, without waiting for Suijin to finish his words, a series of pixel-like black squares folded and opened, and a palm-sized space door was precisely opened in the path of the kunai's flight. In an instant, the flying kunai was swallowed by the space door and disappeared without a trace. Flying Thunder God Kunai. It was not until the kunai disappeared that the young Hyojin finished the second half of his words. At this time, Hyojin retracted his gaze with a smile, and said lightly, Don't worry, this space has been sealed by me. Inside Naruto's office, a space door that was only the size of a palm suddenly appeared, and then a flying kunai drilled out from the deep space door, and was fiercely nailed to the wall on the side of Naruto's office. Immediately, the space door disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed. The 3 generations Naruto, who was handling the documents in the office, suddenly raised his head and looked suspiciously at the flying thunder god kunai that was nailed to the wall. Because the force was not small, it was still buzzing. Swish, at this time, Minato's figure flashed and appeared next to the kunai. The three generations frowned. Minato, why are you back? The Minato was also confused. Why am I back? The three generations said worriedly, Minato, have you been too tired recently? If your body really can't take it, go back and rest. I'll arrange for someone else to handle the mission. Minato, who felt that something was wrong, had a serious expression. He pulled out the flying thunder god kunai that was nailed to the wall and observed it for a while, then said, Naruto-sama, I clearly threw this kunai at the scene of the incident, and calculated the landing time before activating the flying thunder god technique. How did it appear here? Even the experienced Sandaime could sense that something was amiss. Are you sure that the flying thunder god kunai in your hand is the same one you threw earlier? The Minato nodded heavily. I can't be wrong. The three generations Naruto immediately asked, under what circumstances would this happen? Unless someone transferred the coordinates of the flying thunder god kunai here in the short period between when I threw the flying thunder god kunai and performed the flying thunder god technique. After saying his speculation, Minato himself felt that it was extremely ridiculous. In his opinion, no one in the ninja world should be able to do such a thing. Not only did it require a reaction speed that was faster than his, but it was also more difficult to transfer the flying thunder god kunai that was dozens of miles away to Naruto's office under Naruto's eyes. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In Naruto's office, three generations Naruto and Minato looked at each other. Outside my village, young Hyojin asked curiously, by the way, why did you come back? Is there something wrong with the future? It's not a big problem, I'm just chasing an annoying guy. With that said, Hyojin came to his young self, I want to leave a mark on you, if that guy targets you at a later time point, I can immediately descend. Young Hyojin nodded quickly. As a transmigrator, his acceptance of time and space was very high, so with a little hint from Hyojin, he understood that the threat he was facing should be an enemy from the future who could travel through time and space. Using the eye of the moon in between his eyebrows, Suijin left a mark on his body that no one below the level of Kekkei net could detect, and said, I'm leaving, wish me good luck. Young Hyojin nodded, well, wish me good luck. Hyojin didn't stay any longer, turned and walked out. Young Hyojin shouted, hey, don't be too arrogant, be careful when chasing the enemy, don't overturn. Hyojin didn't look back and waved his hand casually, don't worry. After saying that, Kuroto disappeared into the sunset with a whoosh. With Hyojin's disappearance, young Hyojin suddenly felt a wave of tiredness, and then fainted on the ground like the others. A moment later, Minato led a team of Umbu to the battlefield again. After waking up the unconscious Konoha ninjas on the ground, the Umbu questioned them one by one, but they found that none of the unconscious people could tell what happened. Even if they used secret techniques to check their memories, they couldn't get any useful information. Because there were no casualties, and it happened to be a tense period of war, so this strange thing was quickly forgotten by Konoha's top management. The only thing that changed was that there was a roll of inconspicuous records in the corner of the archive room. In another spacetime, the one-armed Mikurashiki landed on a big tree in my village and looked at Naruto Rock in the distance. How unlucky. Morishiki spat softly, depressed. There was no doubt that when he saw the exquisitely carved portrait of Hyojin on Naruto Rock, he knew that the time he traveled back in time was too short. The Hyojin of this time and space was not only an adult, but also the Naruto of this village. It's all that damned guy's fault for chasing me too closely, causing me to not be able to transmigrate to the most suitable time node. Now, I can only hope that his strength has not reached its peak in this spacetime. After pondering for a while, Otsutsuki activated the Byakugan and spied on my village. As a Kekkei net that possessed a mutated blue Rinnegan and could manipulate time, Daikuki Urashiki knew very well what kind of backlash he would suffer if he destroyed a Kekkei net by traveling through time. However, he did not care, because he had confidence in himself. No matter what kind of timeline correction, he believed that as a Kekkei net and with the blue Rinnegan, he would be able to withstand it. At most, he would encounter some unexpected changes. If he could eliminate Hyojin, his mortal enemy, by paying some price, he felt that it was worth it. Therefore, he did not hesitate and immediately searched for traces of Hyojin in this spacetime. Soon, his attention was attracted by the thunder in the forest of death next to my village. Then, his eyes focused and he said with joy, "Found it." Swish, before his voice fell, Daikuki Urashiki disappeared in place. In the monitoring room next to the Forest of Death. Looking at the vast snowflakes on the monitor, 3 generations Naruto glared at 4 generations Lei Ying and 4 generations Mizukage. "Shouldn't you give Armai a reasonable explanation? Just now, the Kirin and the Cloud Ninja Druid who participated in the Chunin exam almost destroyed most of the Forest of Death. Hundreds of monitors in the Forest of Death were also scrapped in the thunder just now, causing the monitoring room that could monitor the overall situation to become blind." Tsunade on the side was indignant. "Experts like Druid and Kirin, you actually arranged for them to participate in the Chunin exam, you are too shameless." Ahem, for generations Lei Ying coughed twice, and his face was a little embarrassed. For generations Mizukage Goji, Yugura, was silent. Jiraiya looked at Itachi, who was pretending to be Hyojin, with a gourd on his waist and Naruto's Haori robe. "Kuroto, what should we do now?" Itachi, who was pretending to be Hyojin, knew that Kirin, who was taking the exam in the Forest of Death, was a companion of the organization, so he said, "Now we can only continue. If the exam is interrupted, then these losses will be in vain." While Itachi was talking, a pixel-like black square suddenly appeared in the monitoring room, opening a deep space door. Then, Daikuki Urashiki, with a broken arm, rushed out of the space door, and without saying a word, directly threw a black wooden box on the ground. Clang! With the sound of the wooden box falling to the ground, everyone in the monitoring room was suddenly shocked, and turned to look at Daikuki Urashiki, who had sneaked into the monitoring room without anyone noticing. At this time, a burst of smoke came out of the wooden box that fell to the ground, enveloping Itachi, who was pretending to be Hyojin. Itachi subconsciously wanted to launch Susanoo and Totsuken's sword at the mysterious man who attacked him, but considering that he was now pretending to be Hyojin, once he made a move, his identity as Hyojin would be exposed, so he hesitated. It was such a moment of hesitation, Itachi was shocked to find that his body could not move, as if something had frozen him. At this time, Daikuki Urashiki, with a broken arm, looked proud. "Hyojin, how is it, are you desperate? This is my ultimate skill time freeze, even if you are strong, don't even think about breaking free." After discovering the figure of Hyojin and confirming that Hyojin had not reached the level of blood sequence net through chakra's fluctuations, Daikuki Urashiki, the blood sequence net of the Otsutsuki family, carefully sneaked into the monitoring room and decisively used the magic tool he carried with him, using his strongest sealing technique, Time Freeze, to launch a surprise attack on Hyojin. Time Freeze. In surprise, Itachi, who was pretending to be Hyojin, felt that his consciousness had become sluggish, and then everything returned to silence. He could no longer perceive anything, nor could he think. "Ha ha 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 ha, this is the price you pay for underestimating me." Daikuki Urashiki laughed wildly, and the aura of blood sequence net was released without any scruples. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. The sudden change shocked everyone in the monitoring room. No one knew how the mysterious one-armed man in front of them sneaked into the tightly guarded monitoring room, and they didn't understand why the other party attacked Hyojin as soon as he came up and muttered something that no one could understand at all. What shocked them even more was the chakra on the other party's body. The people in the monitoring room, except for a few staff members who were responsible for controlling the monitors, were the leaders of the various shinobi villages. But these knowledgeable and experienced senior members of the shinobi villages had never felt such a terrible fluctuation of chakra. Even the Jinchuriki, which was regarded as a weapon of war, was dwarfed in front of this chakra and was not worth mentioning. However, the people present, especially the Kage and Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others of the Sannin, quickly reacted. Some used physical techniques, some used strange powers, and some used ninjutsu. In an instant, they launched a full-scale attack on the mysterious man. Seeing a group of ninjas in the monitoring room rushing towards him, the complacent Kupura's expression turned cold, and the Rinnegan in his eye sockets shone with a ray of light. Boom, a huge repulsive force swept out in all directions, and in just a moment, it destroyed the solid monitoring room and sent the group of ninjas who were attacking him flying. At this time, Kupura said with a playful expression, "You monkeys dare to attack me?" After successfully sealing Hyuga Kuroto, the dark cloud that had been shrouding the head of Otsutsuki Motoshiki disappeared in an instant, so at this time, he returned to his previous arrogance. The 3 generations Naruto, who was sent flying by Shinra Tensei to the ground, struggled to get up, glanced at Hyojin who seemed to be frozen, and immediately asked Kupura, "Who are you?" On the other side, Tsunade also got up and asked, "Why do you have the Rinnegan? What's your relationship with Nagato? Why did you attack us?" The other shinobi village elders also climbed up from various places and looked vigilantly at Okurashiki. From the outside, although Otsutsuki Urashiki had the Rinnegan and the terrifying chakra that made everyone tremble with fear, his right arm seemed to have been cut off at the shoulder, and his clothes were badly damaged. It looked like he was being chased, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Therefore, everyone subconsciously had a question. Who was chasing after him? Who could hunt him down? Otsutsuki Kiura ignored the questions of the 3 generations Naruto and Tsunade. Instead, he used the fish basket artifact hanging on his waist to collect the sealed Hyojin. Stop. Seeing this, Mai and the other higher-ups charged forward and launched another attack. With a casual wave of his hand, a huge repulsive force waved out, repelling a group of Konoha executives who were attacking him and sending them flying. Humph. After a cold snort, Otsutsuki curled his lips and said, "You lowly creatures don't even have the qualifications to communicate with me, and you still want to ask me questions? Are you even qualified?" Ha ha ha. After that, Otsutsuki laughed and flew into the air. The huge chakra fluctuations in the monitoring room quickly attracted the attention of a group of candidates who were taking the Chunin exam in the Forest of Death. Sitting on the clay bird, Kuroto looked at Otsutsuki floating in the air in the distance and said in doubt, "Dead Ale, look over there, who is that?" Dead Ale looked over and his gaze turned cold as he whispered, "Reincarnation eyes?" On the crown of a towering tree on the ground, Orochimaru, who was dressed as a grass ninja, looked at the distance with a cold expression. "What's going on with this chakra that surpasses the tailed beast?" Not far away, Sasuke, Naruto, Kimimaro, and Haku, who were fighting fiercely not far away, also stopped and jumped to a high place, looking at Otsutsuki floating in the sky with doubt. After a big battle, Hyojin, who was controlling the thunder release clone and comprehending the purple lightning that he had just comprehended, also looked over in doubt. Then, his face sank, and he said in disbelief, "Otsutsuki? Why is he here?" Xianglin, who was on the side, quickly asked, "Captain, do you know him?" Hyojin, who was controlling the thunder release clone, said in confusion, "I don't really know him, it's just that he shouldn't appear in the shinobi world at this time." Before Hyojin's voice died away, Otsutsuki, who was in the sky, shouted proudly, "Hyojin, you didn't expect it, did you? I won, and now no one on this planet can stop me. Everything here will belong to me." At this time Otsutsuki was not only proud but also venting. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he felt the threat of death. In his long life of thousands of years, he was the only one who hunted others, and no one could threaten him. Therefore, although the previous fight with Kuroto was very short, the unforgettable feeling of being only one step away from death had left an indelible psychological shadow in him. Therefore, after winning, he needed to vent it out. Listening to Otsutsuki's shout, Xianglin looked at Hyojin with a strange expression. Hyojin was also confused, and he was confused. Not only Hyojin and Xianglin, but everyone else present also looked at each other, because from Otsutsuki's shout, it was obvious that the person who was fighting with Otsutsuki was not an outsider, but the 5th generation Mai, Naruto, Hyojin. After venting, Otsutsuki did not stay. The blue samsara eyes in his eye sockets surged, and he disappeared into thin air. At the moment Otsutsuki left, Hyojin followed the coordinates of his own mark in this spacetime, forcibly tore open the spacetime barrier with the Eye of the Moon, and arrived here. Seeing the moment Otsutsuki Mashiro disappeared, Suijin was taken aback. "Am I late?" Immediately, he looked around, and soon found himself in the Forest of Death riding the Thunder Escape clone, so he had a strange look on his face. "Hey, isn't I still here in this spacetime? Then why was that guy so proud when he left?" After returning to the normal spacetime, Otsutsuki immediately became vigilant. He was waiting for the timeline to be retracted, waiting for the correction power to backfire. He knew very well that people who tried to fool history would often be fooled by history. Therefore, after killing Hyojin through time travel, he was ready to suffer the backfire of the spacetime correction power. The mutated blue samsara eyes in his eye sockets were watching his surroundings with great vigilance. However, after a while, nothing happened, only the sea breeze blowing slowly. Otsutsuki laughed and said, I thought I would encounter some inexplicable bad luck, but it turns out that there's nothing. Ha ha ha, it seems that even spacetime doesn't dare to disobey me. Before his voice died away, the spacetime in front of Otsutsuki distorted, and a figure walked out of the distortion. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. After seeing the figure coming out of the distortion, Okatsuki was stunned and murmured, How is this possible? How is this possible? I have already sealed you. Hyojin didn't answer, but glanced coldly at the fish basket hanging on Okatsuki's waist. He knew that Itachi of that time and space was inside. The short stay just now had allowed him to understand what Okatsuki had done in that time and space. When he found out that Otsutsuki Kiura mistook Itachi, who was pretending to be him at that time, for him and launched a sneak attack shamelessly and even used a magic tool, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he could not help but sigh at the horror of the spacetime correction power. There is no doubt that Okatsuki launched the wrong attack in the wrong place, not just because of luck, but also because of the influence of the correction power. It is very likely that Okatsuki's arrival at a time node where Itachi happened to be pretending to be Hyojin is the spacetime convergence, to prevent Okatsuki from trampling on history at will. After all, Hyojin is not an ordinary creature. His existence has deeply affected the situation of the shinobi world in recent decades and determined the direction of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Once Hyojin, a key figure, is obliterated, the entire shinobi world's timeline will fall into irreparable chaos. Therefore, the spacetime correction power was cleverly arranged to fool the self-righteous Okatsuki. Of course, even without the influence of the corrective power, nothing would have happened to him, because he had already made the deployment in advance and left the coordinates on his body. The reason why he was a step late just now was purely because Itachi was the first target of the Otsutsuki's surprise attack. If Okatsuki's first surprise attack was on Hyojin of that time and space, it would immediately activate the coordinates, and the future Hyojin would instantly descend to that time and space. Looking at the slowly approaching Suijin, Utsuka Yurushiki still had a dull look on his face. Is this the bad luck of me changing history? Swish, at this time, Hyojin activated the Tenseigan chakra mode. 9 truth-seeking balls quickly condensed in his hand, forming a dazzling golden sword. Looking at the dazzling golden light in front of him, Mizushi's heart trembled. No, don't kill me. Swish, before he finished speaking, Hyojin's figure brushed past him. Immediately afterward, a stream of blood splattered out, and Daikawa Mashiro, who was staggering, was horrified to find that his left leg had been cut off by Hyojin in an instant. Falling to the ground, Yurushiki was frightened. There was no longer the arrogance on his face. He shouted, Our Otsutsuki clan cannot kill each other. If you kill me, you will be wanted by the whole clan. Hyojin snorted. I'm not some Otsutsuki. Urshiki Otsutsuki tried his best to persuade him. No, you are Otsutsuki. With your strength, you will become a member of the clan and be bestowed with a large star map. You will obtain inexhaustible resources. Hyojin said indifferently, What I need, I will use my own hands to get it. I don't need anyone to give it to me. Don't kill me. You bastard, don't kill me. Urshiki crawled on the ground, trying to get away from Hyojin, but without an arm and a leg, he could not crawl fast at all. Suijin, on the other hand, still walked towards Otsutsuki Karashiki unhurriedly. Urshiki, who was crawling on the ground, roared, Damn it, why can't my hands and legs recover? These injuries, which should have healed quickly for him as a blood-seizing net, were still bleeding, and there was no sign of recovery. Therefore, although he was also an almost immortal blood-seizing net, he had now completely lost the confidence to fight against Hyojin, even if he was still in the second form. Hyojin, who was approaching, glanced at the fish basket magical artifact on Urshiki's waist. Because Itachi was in the fish basket magical artifact, he had to find a way to take this magical artifact first, to avoid Urshiki's desperate actions. Seeing that Suijin was getting closer and closer, Otsutsuki Makura used the same trick again, once again activating the life-saving secret technique Thousand Paper Crane Blink, turning into a cloud of flying paper cranes and disappearing. Humph. Hyojin snorted, and the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows was instantly activated. A space door opened in front of him, and without hesitation, he stabbed the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand into the deep space door in front of him. As soon as Urshiki, who had appeared hundreds of miles away through the paper crane teleportation, landed on the ground, a deep space door appeared behind him. Almost at the same time, a dazzling golden sword pierced out of the space door. Urshiki, who could not avoid it, was shocked to the extreme. He knew that if he was hit again, even with his blood-seizing net, he would completely lose the ability to defend himself. So, he subconsciously used the fish basket magical artifact hanging on his waist to block in front of him. Just when he thought that the golden sword would pierce through his fish basket magical artifact, and then him, the golden sword that pierced out of the space door suddenly stopped in front of the fish basket magical artifact. What? After being taken aback, Kupura immediately reacted and guessed that Kuroto didn't want to destroy this magical artifact, so he immediately untied the fish basket magical artifact from his waist, and then cast a rune on it. While opening a space door, he threw the fish basket magical artifact into the space door. Hyojin, I have cast a curse on my magical artifact. If you can't seal it in 3 seconds, it will self-destruct. After shouting, Urshiki did not dare to delay. He once again launched the paper crane teleportation, hoping that Hyojin would chase after his fish basket magical artifact and spare his life. At this time, Hyojin, who had walked out of the space door, chuckled. Then, he stretched his hand forward and instantly opened a space door. From the deep space door, he grabbed the fish basket magical artifact that Urshiki had just thrown away and casually sealed it. The whole process did not even take a breath. Then, the eye of the moon between Hyojin's eyebrows followed the traces of Urshiki's paper crane teleportation chakra, opened another space door, and stepped in. However, at this time, Hyojin suddenly felt sluggish, and his body was squeezed out of the space door. Inside a different space. Urshiki could not care less about Urshiki, who was lying on the ground covered in blood. He activated the pair of cleansing eyes in his eye sockets that could interfere with time and space. While sealing the space barrier, he cleaned up the space traces left behind by Urshiki. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to all the students who have tipped today, thank you everyone. Hyojin, who was squeezed out of the space door, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes, and the eye of the moon between his eyebrows detected a strange ocular power. This ocular power was not only strange, but also very strange. It was not the Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, and other ocular power that Hyojin was familiar with, but a kind of ocular power that he had never seen before. Could it be Nagato's eyes? Suddenly, Hyojin had a guess in his mind. The message left by Nagato, the early appearance of Otsutsuki Motoshiki, and the Otsutsuki Motoshiki had mentioned, and other information were connected in his mind. Nagato's eyes must have fallen into their hands, and what stopped me from tracking just now was most likely the eyes that can interfere with time and space. When Nagato fought with Obsidian, he used his eyes to block time and space, making the time and space ninjutsu performed by Obsidian, who was still in the realm of Sixth Path at that time, unexpectedly ineffective. It can be seen that Nagato's eyes have a special restraining effect on the time and space ninjutsu. At the same time, Hyojin also confirmed one thing, and whispered, "It seems that there are far more Otsutsuki hidden in the ninja world than just Otsutsuki Motoshiki, who would have saved him just now. Is it Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki? Or is it the Ichiki that Otsutsuki Motoshiki mentioned?" Motoshiki, Kinshiki, these 3 Otsutsuki, Hyojin still has some vague impression, but he really has no impression of the Ichiki that Motoshiki mentioned. And from the analysis of Otsutsuki Motoshiki's words, this Ichiki seems to be more familiar with the ninja world than him, and more familiar with himself. With this thought, Hyojin launched the Eye of the Moon again, wanting to try to track again. But this time, his Eye of the Moon did not find any trace, and the space fluctuations left by Otsutsuki Motoshiki just now seemed to have been erased by someone. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Kuroto felt a trace of threat. Although the combat power of Otsutsuki Kimpura was beyond his expectation, he was not his opponent at all, even not as difficult as the Sixth Path Obsidian and Madara. However, Urushiki Otsutsuki was a real Otsutsuki after all. He had too many evil tricks up his sleeves. For example, he had just traveled through time and space, as well as the time freeze that he had used to attack Itachi, which made Hyojin a little afraid. At this moment, Hyojin suddenly felt a slight dizziness. He frowned and instantly realized that this was the aftermath of the series of space-time distortions brought about by Otsutsuka Mora attacking Itachi in history. When he was attacked, Itachi still had the gourd with the dragon vein sealed on him, so Otsutsuka Mora's attack not only erased Itachi from history, but also erased the dragon vein at the same time. The dragon vein played a very important role in Hyojin's promotion of the bloodline net, so the dragon vein was erased from history, directly affecting the current Hyojin. Feeling the disorder and distortion of the surrounding spacetime, Hyojin thought to himself, "This is not good, I must repair history immediately, otherwise, the subsequent impact will make this spacetime unrecognizable." Not caring about chasing Otsutsuka Mora, Hyojin quickly activated the plow treasure again and opened the spacetime tunnel, in the different space. Otsutsuki sighed softly, "Phew, I finally stopped him." Otsutsuki, who was lying in a pool of blood, shouted, "You bastard, did you do it on purpose? That guy is so scary, why didn't you tell me?" Otsutsuki, who was riding Nagato's body, returned to his seat, "I reminded you." "No, you didn't." Otsutsuka Mora was furious and shouted, "You didn't tell me at all that he could kill me. Do you know that I almost died in the hands of that guy?" "Almost." Otsutsuki was silent for a while, then said, "It was indeed my mistake. I seem to have overestimated you." His previous warning to Otsutsuka Mora was not serious enough, mainly because he thought that even if Mora was defeated, he would at least have no problem keeping his life. He didn't expect that even though both of them were Kekkei Genkai, Pusher couldn't even escape and almost died in the hands of Suijin, which was a bit beyond his expectations. Otsutsuka Mora's expression froze. Glancing at Mora, who was lying in a pool of blood, Otsutsuki asked, "After achieving the bloodline net, how long has it been since you went back for training?" "Humph." With a light snort, Otsutsuka Mora said angrily, "I am different from you. I am a genius who has awakened the time reincarnation Training is meaningless to me." Otsutsuka Mora said lightly, "So you are not his opponent." Otsutsuka Mora was furious, "You also look down on me?" Otsutsuka Mora said with a solemn expression, "The descendants of Kagaya who live here are called ninjas. Although most of them only have a short life of a few decades, many of them have experienced more battles in their lifetime than the most experienced warriors in our clan in 1,000 years. Otsutsuka Mora looked disdainful, "It's just a group of monkeys who control inferior chakra." Ignoring Otsutsuka Mora, Otsutsuki continued, "These ninjas start training from birth. Some go to the battlefield when they are a few years old. They have become experienced warriors in their teens. Many even fight until death." The expression of the cursing Okurashiki gradually changed. The long life and advanced technology of the Otsutsuki family allowed them to plunder resources from all over the universe without the need for cruel internal friction. Therefore, in their long life, most of the time is to plunder the natural energy of a planet. Even if they encounter the indigenous people who resist, they can use their overwhelming strength to quickly solve the battle. Therefore, to them, the battles were just boring rounds and rounds of crushing. Even if they really encounter a strong opponent, there will be a high-level warrior who specializes in combat to deal with it. Like Pusher, there is no need to take any risks. Because of this, when he learned about the cruel living environment of the ninjas, Pusher realized why Hyojin is so terrifying. "Now you should understand the difference between you and him." After a pause, Otsutsuki continued, "Hyojin is the most powerful and cunning ninja on this planet. He defeated all the enemies here, including Otsutsuki Kagaya." "Humph." Otsutsuka Mora snorted and complained, "What bad luck, there is such a guy in this damn place. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." In the face of Okatsuki's complaints, Okatsuki couldn't help but agree, it's really abnormal. Under normal circumstances, the descendants of the indigenous bloodline will be far weaker than the orthodox Okatsuki. In just 1 or 2,000 years, the ninja world has produced Okatsuki Feki, Atsuki Hamura, Uchiha Obsidian, Uchiha Madara, and Hyojin, these 6-path level or even Kekkei net level bloodline descendants, one after another. Especially Hyojin's bloodline descendants, which made the orthodox Okatsuki feel extremely difficult to deal with, have never appeared in the memory of Okatsuki. Therefore, Okatsuki's puzzlement was no less than that of Urashiki. Okatsuki, who was lying in a pool of blood, barely sat up at this time. While recovering from his injuries, he asked, by the way, what's going on with his eyes? Why can his pupillary technique suppress my chakra? Hearing Urashiki mention the Tenseigan, Okatsuki rubbed his forehead with a headache. That's called Tenseigan. Like cleansing eye, it's also a special mutation of our Byakugan. Okatsuki froze for a moment. Tenseigan? Okatsuki said, well, this kind of pupillary technique increases combat effectiveness significantly. If it falls in the hands of people who are not good at fighting, it may not be a threat. But in the hands of a fighting genius like Hyojin, its power even exceeds the second stage of most orthodox Okatsuki. Okatsuki curled his lips, no wonder he's so strong. At this time, glancing at Okatsuki's still bleeding wound, Okatsuki frowned and said, but I haven't heard before that the Tenseigan pupillary technique can suppress our chakra recovery. Okatsuki's eyes widened, then why can't I heal my wound? Withdrawing his gaze, Okatsuki said, I don't know much about the Tenseigan. Maybe this is also one of the abilities of the Tenseigan. In short, we have to be extra careful when fighting with the Tenseigan. It's cleansing eye and Tenseigan. What the hell is going on in this damn place? Why are there so many rare mutations? After muttering to himself, Otsutsuki said, Ichiki, I urgently need chakra right now. I've lost all my magic artifacts. Ichiro Otsutsuki pondered for a moment, then nodded and instilled a part of his chakra into Pushur. Then he said, after you recover from your injuries, don't act on your own again. Wait for Momoshiki and Kinshiki to arrive. Daikawa Kiura asked, when Momoshiki and the others arrive, how are you going to deal with that guy? Ichishiki Otsutsuki replied, Hyojin is too dangerous. If possible, of course, it is best to get rid of him, but before we do it, we should be fully prepared. Otsutsuki Kiura nodded, I will listen to you this time, but I want his Tenseigan. Otsutsuki Ishiki frowned slightly. Seeing this, Daikawa Kiura said unhappily, you already have cleansing eye, do you still want to compete with me for the Tenseigan? Ichiro Otsutsuki said, I just think that even if you get the Tenseigan, it doesn't make much sense. At the time note of the Chunin exam. After lifting the time freeze of Itachi, Hyojin used Jinjutsu to modify the memory of all the ninjas near the Forest of Death at that time, altering the scene of Otsutsuki's raid on the monitoring room to the accidental explosion of the monitoring room. Because of the large number of people involved, and most of them are very vigilant elite ninjas, it took him a long time to complete all the memory tampering. After repeatedly confirming that there were no omissions, he quickly left the time node and returned to the space and time where he was. Out of the space tunnel, Hyojin floated quietly on the sea, and finally confirmed that there was no distortion of space and time. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Later, he opened a space door and returned to the battlefield where he first fought with Otsutsuki and found the fishing rod that was left on the battlefield. In this unexpected encounter, although he failed to kill Otsutsuki, Hyojin's harvest is not small. Among them, the biggest reward was naturally the plow relic that could travel through time. The fishing rod and fishing basket that were left behind by Mapushi were not ordinary items either. Especially the fish basket, it seems that not only can it store chakra, but it can also store ninja tools and general items. Moreover, the texture of these two artifacts is also very special. After Hyojin's initial judgment, it seems to be composed of a highly condensed chakra. The strength of chakra is not under Itachi's artifact Taken and Jishui's artifact Yada no Kagami. From the perspective of the ninja world, it should be a full artifact level artifact. As for the broken arm left by Otsutsuki on the battlefield, Hyojin can't find it. But this is also normal, the body of the Kekii net is not ordinary flesh and blood, but a special kind of chakra. After losing the support of Otsutsuki's chakra, the broken arm will inevitably disintegrate. After cleaning the battlefield, Hyojin once again launched Uten Biraban and directly opened a space door leading to the wedding stage, then he adjusted his dress and calmly stepped into the space door. In an instant, Hyojin returned to the wedding stage. Seeing Hyojin return safely, Kuroto, who was worried, immediately rushed up and said, Kuroto, didn't you say you would come back soon? Why did it take so long? And the members of the shadow guards who were guarding Kuroto all focused on the fishing rod and fish basket in Hyojin's hands. This was because they remembered very clearly that the mysterious Big Tube Mu was holding these two magic tools in his hand and hanging on his waist. At this moment, these two magic tools fell into the hands of Hyojin, so the result of the battle was self-evident. So, like Kuroto, they all breathed a sigh of relief. All the audience in the venue cheered when they saw this. There is no doubt that Hyojin won. Hyojin threw the two magic tools to the shadow guards on the side, then comforted Kuroto. Didn't I come back safely? Besides, the opponent is also a Kekii net, my speed is not slow. Kuroto looked up and down at Hyojin at this time, and asked worriedly, are you hurt? Hyojin smiled and said, no. After confirming that Hyojin was not hurt, Kuroto was relieved and puzzled. The opponent is a Kekii net, you defeated him without any injury? Hyojin shrugged and said, I am also surprised. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. With the strong return of Hyojin with the Otsutsuki Mikura, the surprised audience in the wedding venue finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts were at ease. Although no one knew the course of the battle, the enemy's magic weapon had been taken by Hyojin, and Hyojin looked unscathed. This undoubtedly meant that Hyojin had won. On the stage, Hyojin said faintly, continue the ceremony. Yes. The members of the Shadow Guard responded in unison, and then respectfully retreated from the stage. Boom, 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 very soon, the sky above the venue was once again filled with dazzling fireworks, and the cheers from all over the spectator stands were like a tide, surging in from all directions. Hyojin's strength and calmness had greatly eliminated the impact of the Otsutsuki Mikura. Although the hidden worries had been buried in the hearts of many people, seeing such a calm and confident Hyojin, everyone felt a little relieved. Kuroto was also quickly infected by Hyojin's calmness. She forgot the shocking change just now and was immersed in the happiness and joy of the wedding again. The lively wedding lasted for a whole day. In the evening, the whole of Mai was still brightly lit, the streets were busy, and pedestrians and tourists were endless. Many villagers who had been celebrating for a whole day even forgot the surprise attack that had happened in the morning. In the main house of the Hyuga family, after sending away the noisy relatives and friends, the newlyweds, Hyojin and Kuroto, could finally rest for a while. When the surroundings gradually quieted down, Kuroto restrained the smile on her face, and her eyes showed worry again. Kuroto, is what happened during the day really okay? Hyojin said with some regret, I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a perfect wedding. Kuroto picked up the Otsutsuki Mikura fishing rod and fish basket, I think it's already perfect. I'll take these as gifts from the Otsutsuki. Hyojin smiled, you don't say, these two magic weapons are really good gifts. As he spoke, Hyojin took out the plow relic, placed it in front of Kuroto, and ordered, scan. Beep beep, accompanied by a notification, the plow relic immediately shot out a beam of light towards the fishing rod and fishing basket that Kuroto was holding in her hands. A moment later, the plow relic said with a mechanical voice, the target scanned is initially determined to be an active chakra magic weapon with the function of absorbing and storing chakra. If necessary, it can also be used as a material for refining pills. Pill? Kuroto was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, what's that? I'm not too sure about the specifics. Just think of it as a kind of chakra that can be swallowed directly. After a pause, Hyojin continued, this fishing rod and fish basket are both highly active chakra. If you can successfully refine them into pills that can be swallowed directly, then you may be able to awaken the Tenseigan after eating them. Kuroto was surprised, really? Hyojin nodded, well, these two magic weapons chakra should be enough for you to awaken the Tenseigan. As for whether you can break through to the sixth path realm, it's hard to say. In fact, Hyojin already had a guess about the origin of these two magic weapons. Such a highly active chakra magic weapon could not be made with ordinary craftsmanship. Even the Tenseigan sword and Yada no Kagami, which were known as divine weapons, needed to be attached to something to exist. These two magic weapons that emitted a red light existed purely in the form of chakra. They were not attached to anything. Therefore, Hyojin suspected that these two magic weapons were probably transformed by a Otsutsuki that was close to the sixth path realm. According to the description of the plow relic, the Otsutsuki family was also divided into upper Otsutsuki and lower Otsutsuki. Lower Otsutsuki often served as servants and guards of upper Otsutsuki. In some extreme cases, they even served as rations or weapons of upper Otsutsuki. Not only was Yurushiki a noble Kekii net, but he was also a member of the main family. Therefore, there should be a servant of lower Otsutsuki around him. However, in the previous battle with Hyojin, Yurushiki didn't have a servant beside him. When he mentioned the mysterious Ichiki, it didn't seem like he was talking about his servant. Therefore, combined with the special nature of the two magic weapons, and the rule that lower Otsutsuki would unconditionally offer themselves to upper Otsutsuki, Hyojin guessed that these two magic weapons were Yurushiki's servants. Of course, Hyojin didn't tell Kuroto this guess. First, he wasn't sure, and second, it was too sensational. After a while, Kuroto asked carefully, "Kuroto, will those Otsutsuki attack us again in the future?" Hyojin looked out of the window. "I don't know." Really, Kuroto was a little depressed. Hyojin said, "Well, let's not talk about these unhappy things today." In the current situation, it was no longer a question of whether Yurushiki would cause trouble for Hyojin, but whether Hyojin would let Yurushiki go. Early the next morning, the village was still immersed in yesterday's party, but Hyojin and a group of senior officials had already gathered in Naruto's office. "That's the general situation." Kuroto gave a brief account of the battle between him and Otsutsuka Kiura. He omitted the part where he traveled through time and space, because it would be useless to talk about it, it would only cause unnecessary panic. After learning that Otsutsuka Yurashiki was not Suijin's opponent at all, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade said, "It seems that things are not as bad as we thought." Jiraiya echoed, "Yes, the ninja world should be safe in the short term." The three generations were a little puzzled. "Kuroto, the opponent is at the same realm as you, and he is also in Yurushiki who crossed the universe. Why is his combat power so weak?" Hyojin said, "Blood kinesis net is just a realm. The specific combat power depends on who it is." Several elders nodded. This was not difficult to understand. It was like the same ninjutsu, but in the hands of different people, the power would be very different. Hyojin continued, "The biggest threat now is not Yurushiki, but the other Yurushiki who attacked Nagato." Kakashi was surprised, "There are other Yurushiki?" Jiraiya was also stunned, "Why, the one who attacked Nagato was not the Shirushiki." Hyojin shook his head, "I suspect that there are at least 4 Yurushiki hidden in the ninja world. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." "What? 4? That's impossible." Suddenly, the elders in Naruto's office changed their expressions. Even Itachi, who has always been expressionless, frowned. Hyojin glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "This is just the most conservative estimate. Yurashiki Otsutsuki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki, these 3 Otsutsuki are the ones that Hyojin is sure to come to the shinobi world. And the Ichishiki mentioned by Yurashiki Otsutsuki may also be hidden in the shinobi world. So even if Yurashiki Otsutsuki and Ichishiki's possible partners or servants, Hyojin can be sure that Yurashiki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Ichishiki are the 4 Otsutsuki." Kakashi asked, "Are they all immortals?" "Almost." Hyojin nodded. In his impression, Momoshiki should be a real six-path, and his physical skills are very good. He almost instantly defeated the 5th Leing, the 5th Kazekage, the 6th Mizukage, and the 4th generations of Tsuchikage. In a one-on-one situation, he can crush any one of Naruto and Sasuke, and he also has the upper hand for a short period of time. As for Momoshiki's servant, Kinshiki, his strength should be the same as Naruto and Sasuke in the original time and space. He belongs to the incomplete 6-path level, and can also be classified as immortals. Xianxia asked, "Then why did only one appear yesterday?" Hyojin shook his head, "I'm not sure about that. Maybe he was held up by something else, maybe he hasn't arrived yet, or maybe he has other plans." Kakashi continued to ask, "Kuroto, if the 4 of them attack together, do you have a chance of winning?" As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the other elders looked at Hyojin. This is the most critical question at the moment, and also the question they are most concerned about. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin replied, "It's hard to say. If it was a head-on confrontation, even if it was 1 against 4, Hyojin still had a chance of winning. However, if he was ambushed, the result would be unpredictable. After all, his opponent was the real Otsutsuki, and Hyojin did not know how many strange tricks he had up his sleeves." Soon, Naruto's office fell into a strange silence. After understanding the seriousness of the situation, although the consulting elders were all extremely anxious, they could not help much and could only worry helplessly. Hyojin said, "Don't worry, I won't sit still and wait for death. At this time, Kakashi remembered something and said, "By the way, Rock Village formally applied to us to study the Rinnegan left by Madara Uchiha. How should we reply?" Tsunade frowned. "Isn't it too risky to give them the Rinnegan?" Hyojin's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "Hey, this is an opportunity." Kakashi asked, "What opportunity?" Hyojin quickly ordered, "Promise Rock Village to hand over the Rinnegan to them as soon as possible." After that, Hyojin didn't explain. He directly opened a space door and disappeared from Naruto's office, leaving a group of consulting elders looking at each other. With Hyojin's approval, Mai was very efficient. In less than half a day, under the witness of 4 generations Kazekage, 4 generations Liang, and 4 generations Mizukage, Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan was handed over to 3 generations Tsuchikage, and a 3-month research agreement was signed. When Rock Village successfully got the Rinnegan, several other villages put down their last doubts. Shubarock Village, who got the Rinnegan, didn't stay any longer. He was personally escorted by 3 generations Tsuchikage and hurriedly left my village. On Clay Bird. Glancing at 3 generations Tsuchikage who was staring at the ground, Deadale said, "Old man, why are you so nervous? Isn't it just a pair of Rinnegan?" 3 generations Tsuchikage said angrily, "What do you know? The Rinnegan is the key to entering the 6th path level. Whether our Rock Village can turn over, no, whether we can continue or not, depends on the results of the research on the Rinnegan." Deadale said indifferently, "You don't have to be so nervous." Humph. 3 generations Tsuchikage opened his mouth and wanted to continue to scold Deadale, but in the end, he closed his mouth and snorted softly. Because indeed, as Deadale said, the current shinobi world is relatively safe. The Akatsuki organization has just experienced a defeat and is being jointly hunted by the 5 great shinobi villages. Moreover, Otsutsuki was also defeated by Hyojin. In theory, apart from Mai, there is no enemy that can threaten them. And if Mai doesn't want to hand over the Rinnegan, the Rock Village can't do anything about it. Therefore, since Mai handed over the Rinnegan this time, he shouldn't play any other tricks. Although this is the truth, but for some reason, 3 generations Tsuchikage felt a little uneasy. Deadale said to himself, "Or you can just let me send it back, why do you need to personally escort it?" "You?" 3 generations Tsuchikage's face sank and said, "If I let you send the Rinnegan back to the village alone, I'm afraid that I will lose you along with the Rinnegan." Boom. 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 At this moment, a violent explosion came from the ground, and in an instant, smoke and dust covered the entire Rock Village. "Not good." 3 generations Tsuchikage exclaimed. Without waiting for Tsuchikage to give instructions, Deadale changed his previous sloppy attitude and buried his hands in the ninja bag on his waist while urging the clay bird to fly towards the ground. Because the storage device of the Rinnegan is a constant temperature nutrient tank, it's not convenient to transport it on the bumpy clay bird, so the ground team is responsible for transporting it. And the explosion just now was concentrated near the device used to transport the Rinnegan. Swish, 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 just as 3 generations Tsuchikage and Deadale landed on the ground, a figure wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit came out of the smoke. "Akatsuki! How dare you!" With just a glance, 3 generations Tsuchikage recognized the enemy who attacked them. It was their old acquaintance, the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, the 2 sides didn't talk any nonsense, and a melee broke out in an instant, in the holy power space. After a moment, with a twisting whirlpool, Obsidian, who was carrying the Rinnegan storage device, returned to the holy power space and said to Hyojin, who was already waiting there, "Got it." Hyojin just glanced at the device that stored the Rinnegan, then nodded, "Very good, you can now transplant this pair of Rinnegan." "What?" Obsidian was surprised at first, then immediately stared at Hyojin and asked, "Kuroto, are you planning to plot against someone this time?" Surprised by Obsidian's keenness, Hyojin looked at Obsidian with a surprised expression. Obsidian curled his lips and said, "Don't look at me like that, I have suffered so many losses in your hands, even if I'm really a pig, I should have learned to be smarter by now." Hyojin smiled and said, "Yes, letting you attack Rock Village and snatch the Rinnegan was indeed only part of my plan." "Your goal is to let me regain the Rinnegan?" The obtainer became serious. "You want me to regain the Rinnegan?" "Yes." Hyojin nodded. Obsidian was a little puzzled, "Then why do you want me to attack Rock Village?" With your current strength, it should be easy for you to solve the other villages. There is no need to do this at all, right? Solve the other villages? Hyojin paused and shook his head. No, 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 I'm doing this to preserve them. Obsidian was even more puzzled. Preserve the other villages? Kuroto said, if there isn't enough threat, then I don't even need to take action. The shinobi villages will slowly disappear, so I have to do something to keep them vigilant and maintain the necessity of their existence. Obsidian asked in confusion, why? You can clearly unify the shinobi world now and let everyone enjoy peace. Why do you want to do this? Hyojin glanced at Obsidian. Peace? Yes, you are now the strongest sage in the shinobi world. As long as you are here, the shinobi world can stay away from war and killing forever. There is no need for shinobi villages to exist anymore. Hyojin shook his head. Obsidian's face sank. Did I say something wrong? Unfortunately, the shinobi world is not an isolated island. After sighing with emotion, Hyojin explained, your ideal of peace is indeed desirable, but for the shinobi world, absolute peace is a slow poison. It will castrate our fighting spirit, lower our vigilance, interfere with our judgment, and make us unable to resist the predators in the starry sky. The Obsidian asked, space pirates? You mean the Otsutsuki clan? Hyojin nodded gently and then said, if we are the only ones in the universe, the peace you yearn for is not impossible, but the reality is that we are only a small part of this universe. If we can't maintain enough competitiveness and vigilance, we will be completely wiped out, just like the lives on the planets destroyed by the Otsutsuki. Even the traces of our existence will be erased. Won't we be more competitive if we stick together? Hyojin chuckled and said, just think about it, if I eliminate all disputes in the shinobi world, would there still be any basis for the existence of shinobi? If there is no battlefield as a stage to show their talent and a tool to test their diligence, how can the next generation of children prove themselves? Based on seniority? Naruto's son will continue to be Naruto's shinobi? Jonan's son will continue to be a Jonin? Obsidian was silent. He really hasn't considered this problem. Although the war has brought a lot of suffering to the shinobi world, but for the ninjas, war is undoubtedly the fairest and quickest way to rise. Without the Second Shinobi World War, there would be no Mai Sanin. Without the Third Shinobi World War, there would be no Golden Flash's counterattack. Without the Akatsuki, there would be no Amatsukami like Hyojin. Competition is often the best catalyst for progress. Hyojin continued, before we completely master the interstellar travel technology and start a full-scale competition with Otsutsuki in the universe, I must maintain the necessary internal competition and a stage for the younger generation to show their talents. I can't let the shinobi world become a pool of stagnant water. So even without you, I will create a new Akatsuki organization, create a new shadow over everyone's head, so that everyone will always be vigilant and get used to being vigilant. Obsidian wanted to say something several times but hesitated, but the harm of war, Hyojin waved his hand and said, don't worry, the previous war that involved several major countries and affected countless civilians will not happen again. Such a war is meaningless and will only increase hatred and destroy the production base of the shinobi world. What I need is a local conflict, a controllable confrontation. Unlike the idealists like Hashirama, Hyojin is very pragmatic. He needs confrontation and competition, but these are only in the service of the most critical technological progress, so he will control the intensity of the competition to avoid a fierce war like the previous few shinobi wars. In his plan, in the future, he will use the Land of Fire as the core and gradually use gentle means to gradually merge the surrounding small countries and the lonely Land of Water, and the entire ocean will be under his control. Then, he will further compress the living space of the cloud, rock, and sand crypsis, and some rich areas of the Land of Thunder, Wind, and Earth will also be under his control. While keeping these 3 shinobi villages, they will completely lose the ability to launch a large-scale war, forcing them to transfer their funds from large-scale ninja training to elite ninja training and technology research and development. They maintain this state of fighting without breaking, competing with each other and cooperating with each other. In this way, not only can the geniuses and elites of both sides have a stage to show their talents, but also can let ordinary but talented children like Minato have a channel to rise. It would also allow the researchers from both sides to have an arena where they could compete with each other's research results. In short, Hyojin needs cloud, rock, and sand crypsis to play the role of competitors and pursuers, constantly spurring his subordinates, his researchers, and his descendants from behind. When one day the shinobi world masters the technology of interstellar travel and colonization, this role of competitor can be played by the Otsutsuki, and the shinobi world will be truly peaceful. After a long silence, Obsidian asked, "Is it really necessary to do this? Is it really necessary to be vigilant all the time?" Hyojin said, "You should have heard about what happened at my wedding, right?" Obsidian nodded, "Well, I heard about it." Kuroto chuckled and said mockingly, "But you probably don't know that I was so close to being erased by that Otsutsuki in the timeline, right?" "What?" Obsidian was startled for a moment. Hyojin talked about the battle between him and Otsutsuki Urashiki through the noble phantasm plow, and immediately asked, "Now, do you think it is necessary?" Here's the first chapter, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. After listening to Hyojin's description of the strange battle between him and Otsutsuki Motoshiki in the past timeline, Obsidian was stunned at first, and then he broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone had times when they were weak. Even if they were born as gods, it was impossible for them to be at their peak from birth. Therefore, Otsutsuki Motoshiki can travel through the timeline and find the weak time of the enemy to attack. Not to mention anything else, just this incredible battle strategy makes Kuroto shudder instinctively. After a while, Obsidian looked at Hyojin with a complicated expression. "Fortunately, it was you who won." This sigh is not only because he is glad that Kuroto defeated Otsutsuki Urashiki, but also because he is glad that Kuroto defeated him, because in his opinion, if he was the one who controlled the shinobi world and was attacked by Otsutsuki, then he would have already been obliterated by Otsutsuki in the timeline, because he can't imagine a confrontation of this level. Hyojin said, "In addition to the Otsutsuki Motoshiki who appeared at my wedding, I suspect that there are at least 1 to 3 Otsutsuki Motoshiki hidden in the shinobi world." "There are so many?" Obsidian's face sank and asked, "Is this the reason why you asked me to transplant the Rinnegan again?" Hyojin said, "Yes, in addition to Motoshiki, there is at least 1 Otsutsuki Motoshiki hidden in the shinobi world, and he is most likely the guy who attacked Nagato." Obsidian thought of something, and his expression changed. "Did he watch the 4th Shinobi World War?" Hyojin nodded. "Nagato was attacked after the battle with you. The timing is too subtle, so I suspect that when the war broke out, the other party was observing in the dark, and then accidentally discovered the magic of Nagato's eyes, so he took advantage of the time when you and I were fighting to launch a surprise attack on Nagato and kidnapped Nagato." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "The reason why I couldn't get rid of Nagato this time is because of Nagato's eyes, and the person controlling those glasses is most likely not Nagato himself." After understanding the threat facing the shinobi world, Obsidian became serious and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Hyojin smiled. "Do what you're good at." "Old profession?" After a slight hesitation, Obsidian asked, "You want me to contact those Otsutsuki in the name of Akatsuki?" Hyojin's eyes narrowed. "I won't let them attack me again when they're ready. I'm going to take the initiative to attack, but they're hiding very well. They might even be hiding in a different dimension, so I can only use you to lure them out." "What's the point? We fought so fiercely before, but the other party didn't come looking for me?" Obsidian raised his doubts. Hyojin said, "The situation now is different from before. I easily defeated Otsutsuki who is also a Kekkei net, and the Otsutsuki who controls Nagato's eyes is hiding from me. This shows that the other party is either not in a good state, or he doesn't have the confidence to win. In short, they shouldn't be able to do anything to me now." Obsidian suddenly understood. "I understand, they didn't put us in their eyes before, so they didn't bother to intervene in our dispute, but this time you taught them a big lesson, making them realize that it's not easy to defeat you, so it's possible that they are looking for allies in the shinobi world to deal with you." Hyojin smiled and said, "Yes, and if the other party is really watching the entire 4th Shinobi World War as I analyzed, then he should have some understanding of your strength. As long as you regain the Rinnegan, then the probability of him winning you over is very high." Obsidian hurriedly asked, "If those Otsutsuki really come looking for me, what should I do?" Hyojin said lightly, "You only need to do one thing, and that is to find their hiding place." "And then?" "And then?" With a smile, Hyojin glanced at Jubi who was sealed on the side, and his eyes gradually became cold. "Of course, I will personally return the gift." Swish, teams of ninjas began to assemble and hurriedly left my village, which was still immersed in the celebration of Hyojin's wedding. When the news that the Rinnegan of the Rock Village was robbed reached my village, especially the news that Uchiha Obsidian, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, had reappeared, the ninja coalition became nervous again. When the name Akatsuki organization once again appeared in everyone's field of vision and accurately took away the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, there was no need for anyone to emphasize anything. The ninjas realized the seriousness of the matter. There is no doubt that the psychological shadow left on everyone by Obsidian in the Fourth Shinobi World War has not dissipated. 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama, who returned to my village, directly proposed to hold the Gakage assembly. This time, Rock Village suffered a big setback. Not only were they attacked by the Akatsuki organization, but they also lost the Rinnegan, which was the common property of the 5 great shinobi villages. At the Gakage assembly, 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama said gloomily, "The Akatsuki organization is too abominable, we must completely wipe them out." The focus of 4 generations of Kazekage is obviously on the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. It is imperative to recapture the lost Rinnegan as soon as possible. If we let Uchiha Obsidian have the Rinnegan again, then no one can be his opponent except for Naruto. Listening to the proposal of 4 generations of Kazekage, 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama on the side was embarrassed and had to agree, yes, we must recapture the Rinnegan as soon as possible. Bang! 4 generations Laying slammed the conference table and said angrily, "It's this Uchiha Obsidian again." New hatred and old hatred added together made 4 generations Laying angry. Kakashi, who represented Hyojin at the meeting, had a dignified face, but he was embarrassed in his heart. Obviously, as a witness who witnessed the last battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya, he knew that Obsidian had been incorporated by Hyojin, so this attack was undoubtedly done by Hyojin. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who knew about it, looked at ease. At present, in addition to Hyojin, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, 3 generations Naruto, Xianxia, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Itachi, who were the elders of the village, knew that Obsidian had been incorporated by Hyojin. Other than that, no one else in the village knew about it, so the leaders of Mai did not have to worry about other villages knowing that Hyojin had incorporated the Akatsuki organization. As for why Hyojin did this, they had not figured it out yet, but they roughly guessed that it might be related to dealing with Otsutsuki hidden in the shinobi world. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. After a brief discussion, a consensus was quickly reached, and as Hyojin expected, everyone unanimously approved the proposal to kill the Akatsuki organization. The proposal was passed, but how to do it was difficult for everyone. Although the previous Fourth Shinobi War ended with the defeat of the Akatsuki organization, in fact, except for Uchiha Obsidian and Uchiha Madara who were defeated by Hyojin, the ordinary members of the Akatsuki organization did not directly participate in the war, so they did not suffer too much loss. For example, the Mist Squad and Sasori of the Akatsuki organization, as well as the elite ninjas of Nagato's side were all present. In contrast, because the ninja coalition was destroyed by Uchiha Obsidian and Uchiha Madara, the Chunin and the Jonin as the backbone of the Akatsuki organization suffered heavy losses. Therefore, if Hyojin, his Kage guards, and Amatsukami don't take action, then the ninja coalition's advantage over the Akatsuki organization will not be as great as imagined. After all, Obsidian has taken away Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. It must be known that Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan has been nourished by Jubi Chakra, and under the control of Obsidian and Madara, it has reached the peak of 6th level twice. Just like Hyojin's Tenseigan after the first ritual, the eyes themselves can be regarded as 6th Rinnegan. After Obsidian regained his eyes, his strength was at the strongest level below 6th level. As long as Hyojin doesn't take action, even if the Kages from other villages come together, they won't be able to do anything to Obsidian. Therefore, after the end of the Kage assembly, several Kages found Hyojin in the Hyuga family's mansion, hoping that Hyojin can personally take action and wipe out the Akatsuki organization. After sending away the Kages, Kakashi, who accompanied the Kages, asked Hyojin, "Kage, what is your plan? Why did you let Obsidian attack Rock Village and snatch the Rinnegan?" Hyojin smiled and asked, "The news of the Akatsuki's revival should have spread by now, right?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he vaguely guessed something and said, "Well, at the Gakage assembly just now, the Shinobi Alliance has formed hundreds of search squads, and with these squads searching the entire shinobi world, it won't take long for the entire shinobi world to know that the Akatsuki has reappeared and taken away the Rinnegan. Very good. Don't block the news. Let it spread as far as possible. After a pause, Hyojin winked at Kakashi. As for the Akatsuki organization, you will be in charge. Kakashi asked, to what extent do I have to go? Hyojin said casually, don't let the people of the Akatsuki organization get caught. If there is a suitable opportunity, we can also pretend to fight a few times. As long as we don't get caught, it's fine. Kakashi asked again, Kage, are you doing this to target those Atsuki? Yes. Hyojin nodded. After getting a positive answer, Kakashi didn't ask any more questions and turned around to make the arrangements. After Kakashi left, Hyojin directly activated Yomi Birasuk and stepped into the space gate. In a blink of an eye, Hyojin came to the air fortress floating on the sea, then walked to the power room and carefully inspected the Tenseigan that is in the process of fusion. At this rate, the fusion should be completed in a week. After more than a month of fusion, the fusion state of the giant Tenseigan is nearing the end. According to Hyojin's estimation, the fusion should be completed in another week. And according to the results of the inspection, Hyojin can now be sure that after the complete fusion, his giant Tenseigan will be able to enter the 6th level. In fact, the giant Tenseigan on the moon itself is very close to the 6th level, otherwise, Otsutsuki Samurai wouldn't be able to use it to control the moon to hit the shinobi world. After all, the moon in the shinobi world is not a natural celestial body. It is an artificial celestial body condensed by the Hamura brothers using the 6th level Kaijutsu Tensei, a powerful 6th level sealing technique. Without the power close to the 6th level, it can't affect the movement of the moon. So whether the giant Tenseigan on the moon fuses with the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan, or vice versa, it will become a true 6th level life form after the fusion. 1 week, after muttering to himself, Hyojin left the power room and called for Gaara. After bowing to Hyojin, Gaara asked, My lord, what can I do for you? Hyojin said, I need to borrow a tail for a while. I'll listen to your arrangements. Although a little surprised, Gaara didn't hesitate at all. Hyojin didn't say any nonsense and once again activated the Yoki Hirasaka and brought Gaara to Obsidian's godly power space. Obsidian, who had been transplanted with the Rinnegan, was still in the adaptation period. Seeing that Hyojin had brought a young man, he looked at him curiously, and his face immediately changed. This chakra. He is a Chibi's Jinchuriki? Because he had resurrected the Ten-Tails, Obsidian was very familiar with all kinds of tailed beast chakra, and with a little perception, he recognized Gaara's identity as a Chibi's Jinchuriki. Yes. Hyojin nodded. Obsidian sighed and said, It turns out that a Chibi has always been in your hands. I thought it was in the resurrection period. Hyojin smiled and said, I didn't expect you to resurrect the Ten-Tails without a Chibi. Obsidian said, Why did you bring a Chibi's Jinchuriki here? Kuroto looked at the sealed Jubi and said lightly, Jubi is not in his peak state, so he is not of much use to me, so I need to restore him to his peak state. After the hard work of Obito in the 4th Shinobi War, the 10-tailed beast in front of him has already completed the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th tailed beasts. These 8-tailed beasts are almost complete. For ordinary people, the 10-tails in this state is already a superweapon. Whether it was Obsidian or Madara, they all relied on the 10-tails in this state to successfully enter the 6th path level. But for Hyojin's Kekii network, the current state of the 10-tails is still a little lacking. So he deliberately brought Gaara here to make up the last missing tail for the 10-tails and restore it to its peak state before it was dismembered by the 6th path sage. Only the 10-tails in its peak state is barely qualified to be the trump card of Hyojin's Kekii network. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Release. With Hyojin's soft shout, the seal that bound 10-tails was instantly released. Roar. 10-tails, who had broken free, let out a loud roar, and the sound waves spread in all directions in a visible manner, shocking Gaara, who was in the divine might space. Is this 10-tails? Gaara took 2 steps back subconsciously, and his heart was in turmoil. As a human's pillar force with 1 tail, he had estimated 10-tails more than once. However, after facing the real 10-tails, he realized that his previous estimates were ridiculously wrong. Ten-tails had completely surpassed the level of a tailed beast. Even the strongest among the tailed beasts, Nine-tails, was far from being comparable to it. Even Obsidian, who was at the side, felt a little uncomfortable. He curled his lips and said, "This guy seems to be going berserk again." Humph. At that moment, Hyojin snorted softly. Ten-tails, who was about to go berserk, was awakened by the snort. Soon, the restless chakra calmed down and became well-behaved, squatting aside obediently like a pet. Ten-tails was the symbol of chaos and a weapon in the truest sense. Therefore, unlike the tailed beasts, it had almost no feelings and only knew the most primitive obedience and killing. Although Ten-tails had calmed down, the horror in Gaara's heart was still there. As a human's pillar force, he instinctively felt fear. So strong. Hyojin shook his head. This isn't its peak state. There was a huge difference between complete completion and incomplete completion. Although only one tail was missing at the moment, the impact on Ten-tails was in all aspects. This was not just a matter of the number of chakra, but also the completion and balance of the various attributes of chakra in Ten-tails' body. Therefore, as long as one tail was added to the Ten-tails would have a significant improvement in both the quantity of chakra and the quality of chakra. After all, this Ten-tails has been carefully cultivated by Kaguya for thousands of years, and he has successfully condensed a chakra fruit. Judging from the importance that the Otsutsuki clan attaches to it, even among the Otsutsuki clan, it should be very rare for a Ten-tails to reach this level of development. Hyojin said, "My arrow, it's about to begin." "Yes." My arrow answered nervously. Suijin immediately opened the eye of the moon in between his eyebrows and manipulated the jubi. In an instant, purple chains shot out from the mouth of the jubi and pierced through Gaara's body, locking the jubi's tail in place. Swish, in just a few short breaths, one tail was pulled out of Gaara's body without any resistance and was dragged by the chains into Ten-tails' mouth. Roar, there was another deafening roar. After absorbing one tail, the Ten-tails had replenished all the chakra. At this time, its aura had increased greatly, and it had leaped from an ordinary 6th-path level life form to the peak of 6th-path level. Obsidian's eyes were cold, and he instinctively felt fear. Although he was mentally prepared, the Ten-tails after replenishing all the tailed beasts was still a little stronger than he expected. At this time, Hyojin looked at the Ten-tails that was gradually recovering to its peak state. He reached out and pressed on Gaara's shoulder, passing some yang-release chakra to him. With his current strength of bloodline net, it was easy to heal the human's Jinchuriki that had been extracted from the tailed beasts. After a while, Gaara recovered and said to Hyojin, "Thank you, sir." Hyojin waved his hand, "Go to the side and rest for a while." "Yes." Gaara respectfully retreated to the distance. At this time, Hyojin looked at the Ten-tails in front of him with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Not bad." Obsidian glanced at Hyojin, "Just not bad?" "Just not bad." After a pause, Hyojin said, "It has a certain increase in my strength, but it still can't bring about a qualitative change." "But it's still not bad." Obsidian asked, "You want to become the Ten-tails Jinchuriki?" Hyojin nodded and said casually, "Well, I'll make do for the time being." The reason why he wanted to become the Ten-tails Jinchuriki was obviously to deal with the threat of the Otsutsuki. Even he could not guarantee that he would win against 4 enemies. In addition, the current situation was completely different from the original time and space, so he could not rely too much on the vague memories in the original time and space to judge the strength of the enemy. Therefore, before the action, he must do everything possible to improve himself to increase the bargaining chips in his hands. And with his current realm of Kekii net, the impact of ordinary means on his strength is negligible. At present, in the shinobi world, only the Jubi and the Tenseigan can be regarded as his help. However, unlike the Jubi's Jinchuriki like Obito and Madara, if he seals the Jubi into his body and becomes a Jubi's Jinchuriki, he can extract the Jubi at any time and anywhere. Because he is already Kekii net, he does not need the Ten-tails chakra to complete the nature fusion, and he will not be eroded by the Ten-tails chakra. Obsidian and Madara, who have the Ten-tails Jinchuriki, are different. They relied on the Ten-tails to enter the 6th-path level. So after completing the nature fusion of the Ten-tails chakra, their chakra has been integrated with the Ten-tails chakra. Once the Ten-tails is separated, they will die like ordinary Jinchuriki. After confirming that the Tentail's chakra has completely calmed down and the state has stabilized, Hyojin no longer delayed and jumped on the head of the Tentails. Snap, with his palms together, Hyojin once again launched the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows. As the power of the Eye of the Moon skyrocketed, the Tentails trembled, and then from the head, the huge body twisted and was sucked into the body by Hyojin little by little. In just a few minutes, the huge Tentails disappeared without a trace and was absorbed by Hyojin. Twisting his neck, Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although the quality of the chakra has not improved much, the quantity has increased a lot. It's worthy of being called the Tentails. Obsidian said bluntly, you give me a more terrifying feeling, like a real sun, making me instinctively want to avoid it. Is that so? Kuroto furrowed his brows. Obsidian wondered, why, are you still not satisfied? Hyojin said calmly, of course not, this shows that I can't completely restrain my aura, and I can't completely eliminate the influence of the Tentail's chakra on me. It seems that I need to do some targeted practice. You are a monster. Obsidian was speechless for a while. He really couldn't understand why Hyojin, who had achieved such achievements, was still so strict with himself. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. In a different dimension. Chi-Chi, amidst a burst of thick steam, Urashiki slowly walked into the hall. In the hall, Ichiki glanced at Urashiki, who was walking towards him, and asked, have you recovered? Yes. Urashiki responded with a gloomy face. According to common sense, with the strength of his Kekii net, as long as there was enough chakra in his body, he should be able to recover from ordinary injuries in an instant. However, the injuries caused by Hyojin took him several days to gradually recover. This undoubtedly showed that what Hyojin used was not an ordinary technique, but a technique that involved the essence of chakra, similar to chakra invasion. Ichiki's expression became solemn, it seems that the opponent's strength is stronger than I expected. Urashiki nodded and said with resentment, I don't know how that guy mastered the method of chakra invasion. What the hell, this technique is a taboo even in our family. Chakra invasion was a method that could pollute other people's chakra. This kind of direct attack on chakra was like a deadly virus to the Otsutsuki who could transform themselves into chakra. It was very dangerous, so it was also a taboo in the Otsutsuki family, because this was the real way to kill the immortal Otsutsuki. Ichiki said with one hand on his forehead, he is a descendant of Kagaya, so it is not surprising that he found this method. Thinking of Kagaya's shared grey bones, Urashiki curled his lips and said, unlucky. Otsutsuki's shared grey bones was a typical chakra invasion. Its principle was very simple, it used the extremely strong chakra to pollute and corrode everything it came into contact with. So as long as chakra was not as strong as Kagaya, it would not be able to resist this technique. This was also why the samsara level was unable to defend against the murderous grey bones. It was because the samsara level chakra was unable to defend against Hui Ye's bloodborne net level chakra's contamination. In his previous battle with Hui Yi, Hyojin had accidentally been hit by a mutual death grey bones, so he had accidentally discovered this point. He discovered that even though they were both bloodline succession net, after being hit by Hui Ye's common kill grey bones, the chakra in his body was contaminated to a certain extent, causing the wound to be unable to heal normally. This phenomenon made him realize that the confrontation at the level of Kekii net is no longer limited to the contest of ninjutsu and pupil techniques, but expanded to the entire chakra level. Based on the characteristics of the common kill grey bones that he had mastered, Hyojin discovered a more efficient and convenient way to attack chakra. That was the Golden Will reincarnation explosion that was condensed to the extreme. This technique, which was used by Otsutsuki samurai to cut the moon in the original space and time, actually has a measurable potential. Just like Otsutsuki samurai extending the golden sword and smashing the moon with one blow, it is indeed very domineering, but this is not the real horror of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. The real horror is that when it is condensed to the extreme, it can gather a special chakra with similar corrosive characteristics to the common kill grey bones. And its characteristic is the burning characteristic. Once it hits the enemy, all the chakra that has come into contact with it will be affected by this special burning characteristic, as if it was really burned by the sun, causing the wound to be unable to heal. So when fighting with that guy, if you are not careful, you may really die. After a pause, Urushi asked, how long will it take for you to complete the reincarnation? Soon. This item is also one of the descendants of Huiyi, and it has the blood of our Otsutsuki clan. It is very suitable for reincarnation. Otsutsuki clenched his fist and seemed to be very satisfied with Nagato's body. Pusher asked again, after the reincarnation, how are you going to deal with that guy? Ishiki pondered for a moment and said, when Mama Shiki and Kinshiki arrive, we will act. They are warriors of the clan, and they will be a great supplement to our combat effectiveness. Pusher gently nodded. After understanding the power of Hyojin, he now no longer dared to face Hyojin alone. But some of the pre-war preparations can be started now. With that said, Otsutsuki got up from his seat and walked toward a passage on the right side. Pusher furrowed his brows and quickly followed after him. After passing through a long corridor, they came to a building that looked like a prison, and in the deepest part of the building, there were several figures locked there. Obviously, these figures that were locked by black sticks and chains were not just anyone, but the 5 people that mysteriously disappeared together with Nagato, Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato. Glancing at Orochimaru and the others, Pusher instinctively showed a trace of disdain in his eyes and asked Ishiki, why did you bring me here? Ishiki said indifferently, before we act, we need to get more information about him, and these people are well-known ninjas in the shinobi world, maybe they will give us some surprises. Listening to the conversation between Pusher and Ishiki, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but he restrained it in an instant, and then said in his usual hoarse voice, I am willing to provide you with any information, but the premise is an equivalent transaction. Okatsuki was furious when he heard this, you lowly monkey, are you even qualified to negotiate with us? Orochimaru smiled, or you can try to torture me, if you can dig out the information you want, then my proposal will naturally be invalid. At this time, Ishiki said, I have arranged for specialized personnel to torture them, but they didn't find anything. Orochimaru smiled proudly. As a Maisanin, anti-torture is one of the compulsory courses, and after special training, he is almost immune to all kinds of physical stimulation torture, even genjutsu. He also has a special secret technique that can temporarily seal memories and resist hypnosis. Seeing that Orochimaru and the others have no fear, Otsutsuki Motoshiki became even angrier. He was suppressed by Hyojin, but that was because he was not as good as him. Although Hyojin has not acknowledged the identity of the Okatsuki clan, he has long regarded Hyojin, who is also a Kekii net, as a member of the same clan, and these natives in front of him dared to despise him, which made him unbearable. Almost instantly, the white eyes in Okatsuki's eye sockets turned into a pair of scarlet Magatama reincarnation eyes, and he grabbed Orochimaru's head with one hand. You! Looking at the Magatama reincarnation eyes in Okatsuki's eye sockets, Orochimaru's expression stagnated, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart, and before he could react, his spirit body was pulled out by Okatsuki, and his intuition read his memory. The first update is here, a new week, asking for recommendation votes, it's nothing, please everyone. The reason why Ichishiki brought Urashiki to the prison was that his interrogation method was not as convenient as the Rinnegan to directly extract the spirit body. After all, each pupil technique has its own advantages and disadvantages. Ichishiki's original pupil technique was not the common Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki clan, nor was it the common Sharingan of the shinobi world, or the more advanced Tenseigan, cleansing eye, etc., but it was a kind of complex pupil pattern. This kind of pupil technique has a very strange and unpredictable ability, combined with superb taijutsu, it can exert unexpected power. Naruto and Sasuke, who had experienced the baptism of the Fourth Shinobi World War and were in their 20s, were defeated by Ichishiki using this kind of pupil technique. Too many advantages often mean that there is some kind of shortcoming. Although Ichishiki's Mii is very strong in a head-on confrontation, it is obviously inferior to the traditional Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki clan. At this moment, Urashiki, who was reading Orochimaru's memory, suddenly changed his arrogance, and the expression on his face suddenly became serious. Ichishiki asked, "What's wrong?" Stopping the soul extraction, Urashiki curled his lips. What a coincidence, this monkey turned out to be that guy's teacher. When Ichishiki heard this, the expression on his face also changed slightly. Originally, he did not expect much information from Orochimaru. After all, a ninja at the level of Orochimaru was not enough for him to pay too much attention to. But he never thought that Orochimaru turned out to be Hyojin's teacher, which is undoubtedly a surprise. Huff, Orochimaru, who had just been extracted from his body, was panting heavily, but his tired eyes showed a touch of surprise. At this moment, he understood what information Ichishiki and Urashiki wanted from him. It turns out that they want to know about Kuroto. But aren't they Otsutsuki from the universe? Why do they need to get information from me? Could it be that they are no match for Mirror? At this point, Orochimaru felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. Has Moroku grown to the point where even these Otsutsuki are afraid of him? At this time Ishir asked Pusher, is there any noteworthy information? Otsutsuka Kyura smiled. This guy named Orochimaru is quite interesting. Although it's only a very low-end biological research, some of his ideas are quite interesting, and what? Pusher said, of course not. Hyojin is no ordinary warrior. He and the organization he established participated in a lot of research on chakra. I'm afraid that the reason he was able to create the bloodline net was also because of this research. Ishir frowned. What research? This guy doesn't know the specifics, but I speculate that it should be related to the fusion of chakra properties. Pausing for a moment, Okatsuki Urashiki sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that in less than 30 years, Kuroto, from a lowly bloodline descendant, achieved the same level of Kekkei Genkai as me. Although Otsutsuki's combat power is low, there is no doubt about his talent. The fact that he can awaken two kinds of Rinnegan at the same time is proof. However, even for someone as talented as Otsutsuki, it took him thousands of years of plundering the vitality of many planets to accumulate enough chakra to achieve the Kekkei Genkai net, so the more he understood about Suijin's experience, the more surprised he was. Ishir said in an inexplicable tone, the shinobi world is special. Compared to the Pura style that has already achieved Kekkei net, Pura style that has been stuck at the peak of the sixth path level for thousands of years is undoubtedly more touching, but he knows that this is also related to the special nature of the shinobi world. Kagaya's betrayal was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. She discovered the special nature of the shinobi world and realized that the shinobi world is far more precious than the average planet, so she had the idea to monopolize the shinobi world, betrayed the Otsutsuki clan, and attacked Otsutsuki clan. And just as Kagaya expected, after planting the divine tree in the shinobi world, it bore the rare chakra fruit, which made her become the bloodline net in one fell swoop. One must know that many planets in the universe, even if their vitality is completely drained by the divine tree, can only bear a few chakra pills. This is also the reason why Momoshiki and Kinshiki, who have plundered the vitality of many planets, are still at the peak of the sixth path realm, and are still accumulating chakra fruit for the bloodline net. If every planet can bear the chakra fruit smoothly like the shinobi world, then all the members of the Otsutsuki clan would have become bloodline net long ago. Pusher's face became gloomy. We can't continue to let that guy go. His potential is greater than I expected, and he is more dangerous than Kagaya. If we let him go now, who knows how much he will grow in a few hundred years? Yeah. Ishir gently nodded, and his eyes also became cold. He originally wanted to accept Hyojin and ask Hyojin to hand over the Jubi and become his subordinate, but now it seems that Hyojin will not easily surrender, so he has already dispelled the idea of peace talks with Hyojin. And for some reason, he has a feeling in his heart that if the shinobi world continues to develop like this, it may threaten the entire Otsutsuki clan in the future. Pusher said, when the reincarnation is completed, Momoshiki and Kinshiki arrive, we will immediately take action. I don't believe that the four of us together will not be able to defeat him. Ishir shook his head and said calmly, this is not enough. Not enough? Pusher was stunned for a moment, and then said, do we need to gather other members of our clan? The area where this star map is located is too remote. It is not our traditional hunting area. There are not many members of our clan nearby. Momoshiki and I have been searching for hundreds of years to find this place. It is too late to gather the rest of our clan now. Ishir said, no, we don't need to gather the rest of our clan. We can find allies in the shinobi world. Pusher, who had just browsed through Orochimaru's memories, raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about that Uchiha obsidian? Ishiki nodded, yes, I was at the scene when he fought with Kuroto. Among all the descendants of Kagaya who are still alive, his potential should be second only to Kuroto, and he knows Kuroto better than us, so he would be a good partner to work with. Pusher frowned slightly. Partner? Do you want to accept that Uchiha obsidian? Ishir didn't hide his intentions and said, I need a servant, but because of Kagaya, even if the family doesn't punish me, they won't assign another member of my clan to be my servant, so I can only recruit myself. He is just a descendant of the shinobi clan. After a pause, Pusher said arrogantly, there is only one monster like Hyojin in the entire universe. As for the other descendants, humph, they are not even worth mentioning. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Pusher disapproved of Ishiki's idea of recruiting Uchiha Obsidian. However, he also knows that the shinobi world is indeed different from ordinary planets. Not only does it contain an unimaginable amount of natural energy, but it also has the bloodline of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, the shinobi world cannot be equated with ordinary planets, nor can the ninjas be regarded as ordinary natives. Moreover, according to Orochimaru's memory, Uchiha Obsidian once had a Jubi, and once became a Jubi's Jinchuriki, so it is not impossible to recruit Uchiha Obsidian, Hyojin's rival, and casually inquire about the whereabouts of Kagaya's Jubi. What do you want to do? You decide for yourself. Waving his hand impatiently, Pusher continued, even if you want this shinobi world, I don't care, I only care about Kagaya's Jubi, and Hyojin's Tenseigan. After a pause, Pusher remembered the scene of him being ravaged by Hyojin. He gritted his teeth and said, Hyojin must die. Ishiki nodded, don't worry, he will definitely die. Pusher turned his hand and threw the small ball of chakra to Ishiki. This is his memory, take a look at it yourself. Taking the chakra that recorded Orochimaru's memory, Ishiki read it carefully. When he read about Orochimaru's research on the Chimera technique and even the Kekii fusion ritual, Ishiki's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Although their research is very rough, but the direction is correct. As arrogant as Pusher is, he didn't speak out against Ishiki's judgment, because the existence of Hyojin's Kekii fusion ritual is the best proof of this. After Ishiki and Urashiki left, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Do, who was also locked, whispered, Orochimaru-sama, it seems that the two of them have suffered a lot in the hands of the fifth Hokage. Orochimaru's heart was filled with jealousy, and he sighed, I didn't expect Jin to grow to such an extent that even the immortal Otsutsuki are so afraid of him. Do forced a smile and said, Orochimaru-sama, didn't the two Otsutsuki just say that your research direction is right? You're just a little slower than the fifth Hokage. Orochimaru shook his head. They are talking in front of us. Obviously, they don't plan to let us go. If we don't find a way to escape soon, they will come after us after they kill Kuroto. Sigh. Do sighed, the other party's intention is so obvious that he can naturally see it. Once the shinobi world is conquered by the other party, the few of them will completely lose their value, and the consequences will be obvious. On the other side, Kimimaro asked, Orochimaru-sama, can Naruto stop the Otsutsuki? Orochimaru's eyes were cold, he must stop them. If he loses, the whole shinobi world will be finished. Swish, with the opening of a space door, Kazekage came to an underground testing ground in the shinobi world. Amato, who has been responsible for developing qualified artifacts for him, immediately greeted him, and while observing Kazekage's control of Nagato's body, he asked, what should I call you now? Kazekage glanced at Amato and seemed a little surprised that Amato would ask such a question, but he still replied, it seems that you have already guessed that Xianxia is not my real name. In that case, I will tell you, I am Otsutsuki Kazekage. Amato whispered, Otsutsuki Kazekage. Kazekage ignored Amato, who was in deep thought, and went straight to the testing ground, glanced at the test subjects who were still in the test, and said, you can stop the experiments on the artifacts. What? Amato was taken aback. Kazekage slowly spread his arms, and the corner of his mouth rose high. This artifact is more perfect than I expected, I no longer need the garbage you developed. Amato's face suddenly became gloomy. There is no doubt that when facing Urashiki, Kazekage did not tell the truth. Nagato's body was far stronger and more perfect than Kazekage's description of Urashiki. Because Nagato himself was from the Uzumaki clan, and even in the Uzumaki clan where there were many monsters, he was considered to be one of the more talented ones. When Hyojin was the leader of the Uzumaki clan, the leader of the Uzumaki clan evaluated Xianglin as a genius who could shoulder the heavy responsibility of the revival of the Uzumaki clan, but compared to Nagato, Xianglin was inferior. In addition, Nagato also transplanted the Hashirama cells to complete the body of the Sage of the Six Paths, so his physique was already impeccable. After losing the Rinnegan, he transplanted a pair of Byakugan from Hyuga-mune, and under the stimulation of the high-purity yang release chakra, he awakened the rare cleansing eye. In terms of body alone, it is not much worse than Otsutsuki Kazakage's own body. If the cleansing eye is included, it can be said that Nagato's body has surpassed Kazakage's original body. So after getting Nagato's body, Kazakage would rather hide in his own space than risk a conflict with Hyojin, because he was sure that as long as he completed the reincarnation, Hyojin would not be his opponent, because the ability of cleansing eye to lock time and space with his own pupil technique is invincible. After slightly venting the joy in his heart, Kazakage slightly tilted his head and asked Amato, "Is there any news from the shinobi world?" Amato lit a cigarette for himself and hid his face in the smoke. "There is news from the outer formation that the Akatsuki organization has become active again. It is said that the missing leader of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obsidian, has reappeared and taken away the Rinnegan left by Uchiha Madara." "Oh." Kazakage smiled and said, "It seems that he is more capable than I thought." Amato asked, "Didn't you never pay attention to these things? Why are you suddenly asking about the Akatsuki?" Kazakage didn't answer Amato's question, but directly ordered, "Tell all the members of the inner formation and outer formation to move. I want to contact the Akatsuki." The hidden Kazakage in the shinobi world actually has an organization dedicated to serving him, and the name of this organization is Shell. The organization is divided into two parts, the inner formation and the outer formation. The outer formation is made up of ordinary intelligence personnel and low-level combat power, while the inner formation has a small number of members, but without exception, their strength has been recognized by Kazakage. If it wasn't for Kazakage's focus on finding the right tool to reincarnate and not interfering in the affairs of the shinobi world, then his shell organization would be no less famous than Amatsukami and Akatsuki. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking wind, several figures quickly shuttled through the mottled forest. They seemed to be avoiding something and looked a little embarrassed. These people are none other than the mist squad of the Akatsuki organization that everyone in the shinobi world hates like rats on the street. Bipajuzo asked eagerly, "Hey, how is it?" After carefully observing for a while, Bipa said with uncertainty, "It seems that we got rid of him." Humph. Lotus Flower, who was in the team, spat and said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, are we going to be hunted like wild dogs?" Bipajuzo immediately warned, "Don't mess around. Not counting the ninjas from the other villages, just the Rock Village alone has sent hundreds of squads and thousands of ninjas to kill us. Do we have any other choice but to escape?" Kirito smiled and said, "Not counting the ninjas from the other villages, just the Rock Village alone has sent hundreds of squads and thousands of ninjas to kill us. Now it seems that joining the Akatsuki organization was a wrong choice." Raiga, who was the last to join the Mist Squad, complained in a muffled voice. Not everyone can be like Uchiha Madara, a normal jonin. When encountering an opponent of the same rank, it's already very good to be able to fight against 2 or 3 opponents of the same rank. Although the 5 members of the Mist Squad are all elite jonin, if they are really besieged by thousands of ninjas, their fate is self-evident. Although Lotus is bloodthirsty and crazy like the majority of the Kagaya clan, he can still survive until now, which shows that he can still suppress his anger and maintain a certain degree of rationality, so he restrained his killing intent and cursed, "Those guys in the Rock Village, they are all crazy." Bipa said angrily, "We took the Rinnegan from the hands of the Tsuchikage, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy." Lotus smiled proudly, "That's right, the Tsuchikage lost a lot of face this time, the Rinnegan was lost in his hands, if he doesn't find a way to get it back, he won't be able to explain it to the Tsuchikage at all." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the ground in front of the team. The 5 members of the Mist Squad all stopped when they saw this. Bipajuzo came forward and asked, "Zetsu, why did you come so late? We were almost blocked by the Ninja Alliance." Obviously, the one in front of the Mist Squad was White Zetsu, who survived the 4th Shinobi War. Because of Hyojin's instructions, Obsidian once again found him and accepted him as one of his subordinates, continuing to act as a liaison and investigator within the Akatsuki organization. Baiju glanced at the fog team, who looked a little embarrassed but did not lose anyone, and said, "Come with me, someone has arranged a new hiding place for us." "Who?" Baiju instinctively raised his guard. "At this time, we can't trust anyone outside the organization." Baiju didn't hide anything. "It's an organization that calls itself the Shell. They seem to have some power, so the leader wants us to make contact with them for now. You know the situation we're in right now. God's organization hasn't even made a move yet, and we're already suffering. If we don't find suitable allies soon, I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to survive." Baiju's face sank. "Shell? I've never heard of it." Lotus sneered and said, "What's the value of cooperating with such a small organization with no reputation? Do you expect them to help us deal with God's organization?" Sasuke also said, "At this time, isn't it too risky to make contact with such an unknown organization? This is the leader's idea." After a pause, Baiju said, "Don't underestimate this Shell organization, their strength is much stronger than you think." Ghost Shark, "Oh?" Baiju said, "Follow me and you'll know." Not long after, the group came to a hidden underground palace under Baiju's lead. Clang. Clang. Before walking out of the dark passage, several people in the fog team heard a burst of rapid and sharp metal clashing sound coming from the underground palace. It seemed that someone was fighting in the underground palace. And judging from the frequency of the clashing sound, both sides of the battle were top-notch in terms of speed and strength. Soon, several people in the fog team walked out of the passage and entered the spacious underground palace. What they saw was a strange strong man fighting fiercely with Sasori, who was controlling the Haruhu puppet. On both sides of the battlefield, there were several mysterious people in cloaks on one side, and Kakuzu and Hokuden in Akatsuki's red cloud suit. Staring at the battle in the field, Lotus, who was good at physical skills, let out a surprised sound. The power of Sasori's Haruhu puppet is very clear to the Mist team, who is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. Although the puppet is slightly weaker than the living Haruhu, under the control of Sasori, the real combat power it can exert is not weaker than the living Haruhu. Because of this, he was very surprised that the strange strong man in front of him could fight evenly with the Haruhu puppet, which has 5 Kekkei Genkai, Dark Release, Rapid Release, Steel Release, Mist Release, and Sharingan. Swish. At this time, under Sasori's control, the Hiriko puppet that was attacking the opponent head-on suddenly launched the Swift Release without any warning, circling around the opponent's back with a strange movement, and fiercely swung its hand that was strengthened by the Steel Release, instantly chopping off the opponent's arm. "Humph, is that all?" The corner of Sasori's mouth curled up, and he chuckled. The burly man who had his arm chopped off twisted his neck expressionlessly. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The cut on the burly man's arm suddenly regenerated. In just a few short breaths of time, a brand new arm was born. Sasori's eyes turned cold, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Kakuzu's face also sank. Flying Dan said thoughtlessly, "Hey, this technique is not bad." On the Mist team's side, White Zetsu looked at the field and said, "Those are the people of the Shell organization. How is it, they are not simple, right?" Baijuzo frowned and said, "What technique did he use just now?" "Even Shino's body regeneration secret technique can't be so fast, right? I didn't even feel the strong fluctuation of chakra." Sasori subconsciously activated his red eye, carefully observed for a while, and said, "The opponent's body is a bit strange." Carrying the double-blade flounder, Ghost Mermaid laughed and said, "Hey, it seems that this Shell organization has some tricks. But if the opponent has such strength, why is he not famous in the shinobi world? And why did he come to us at this time?" At this time, a figure walked out of the shadows and said to the group of Akatsuki members of the Akatsuki organization, "Welcome to the base of the Shell organization. First update, please recommend monthly votes." All of a sudden, the eyes of the Akatsuki members were focused on the figure that came out of the shadows, but the person was wearing a cloak, hiding his face under the brim of the hat, so no one could see his face clearly. However, just the small amount of chakra emitted from Kuroto's body gave the Akatsuki members an inexplicable feeling of unease. After a while, Sasori asked on behalf of the Akatsuki, "Who are you?" The cloaked person smiled and said, "You can call me Xianxia." Xianxia. Sasori tried to recall but couldn't find any relevant information, which means that Xianxia is either a nameless person or not his real name. At this time, Ichishiki glanced at Sasori and said with a smile, "You are Sasori Akasha, right? The puppet in front of you is made from Hiriko's corpse?" "Humph, you seem to have done a lot of homework." Sasori slightly frowned. After Obsidian was defeated in the Fourth Shinobi War, Sasori was controlled by Obsidian's Genjutsu and successfully got rid of it, but he didn't leave the Akatsuki organization. First, Sasori was loyal to Nagato because Nagato was strong enough, so after learning that Nagato was defeated by Obsidian, he naturally no longer pledged his loyalty to Nagato. Second, as the murderer of 3 generations Kazekage, there is no place for him in the shinobi world except for the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, although he was very angry at being controlled by Obsidian's Genjutsu, in the end, he chose to compromise. Similar to Sasori's situation, after Nagato and Konan disappeared, Kakuzu and Haiden, who were separated from Nagato's faction, also accepted Obsidian's recruitment and returned to the Akatsuki organization. Ichishiki smiled, "If I didn't know you well enough, I wouldn't choose to cooperate with you." "Cooperation?" Sasori sneered and said, "Our Akatsuki organization's reputation is not good right now, and you chose to cooperate with us at this time. Aren't you afraid of being dragged down by us?" "That person is not someone who can be easily fooled." Ichishiki said lightly, "My goal is that person you are talking about." "What?" In an instant, all the Akatsuki members were taken aback, and immediately after, all of them looked at this technique as if they were looking at a fool. Lotus Flower muttered, "Hey, this guy is crazier than me. Is it really okay for us to cooperate with him?" Bai said, "Yeah, we won't be implicated by this guy, right?" At this moment, a twisting vortex suddenly appeared in the underground palace, and then, Obsidian wearing a mask and Akatsuki red cloud suit walked out of the vortex. "You've finally come." After saying that, he lightly clapped his hands. Crack, following a series of mechanical sounds, the entire underground palace turned into pieces of Rubik's Cube, moving rapidly. The Akatsuki members looked around in surprise, only now did they realize that the Shell organization's base is much bigger than they imagined, and the entire underground base is filled with traps. Even the puppet master Sasori was shocked by the scene. Obsidian's eyes flickered as he looked around. He was astonished. From this base alone, it can be seen that this Shell organization is by no means a small organization formed temporarily, but a large organization with considerable financial resources and scale. After a while, the platform they were standing on descended to the deepest part of the underground palace. At this time, Ichishiki explained to the Akatsuki members, "This place is 1,500 meters from the surface, and there are layers of enchantments, making it very safe. If you hide here, the 5 great shinobi villages will never be able to find you." After saying that, without waiting for the Akatsuki members to answer, Ichishiki ordered the Shell members beside him, "Deruta, Burrow, you guys entertain the Akatsuki members for me." "Okay." A few members of the Shell organization responded. Then, Ichishiki said to Obsidian, "Uchiha Obsidian, let's talk about cooperation." Obsidian pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." Following Ichishiki to another empty hall, Obsidian said, "Before we talk about cooperation, you should at least tell me who you are, right?" Ichishiki lifted the cloak on his head. "Nagato." Obsidian's expression changed, and immediately blurted out, "No, you are not Nagato." Ichishiki, who was controlling Nagato's body, smiled and said, "Not bad, very sharp." Obsidian showed a certain degree of vigilance. "Did you attack Nagato?" "Who the hell are you?" "My name is Otsutsuki Ichishiki, a member of the Otsutsuki clan. The reason why I am living in this body is that my original body was destroyed by Otsutsuki Kagaya." Ichishiki made a simple self-introduction. Obsidian's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, Kuroto guessed it right, it really was Otsutsuki who attacked Nagato. But this guy actually had an encounter with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Doesn't that mean that he has been hiding in the shinobi world for thousands of years? Ichishiki then said, "Uchiha Obsidian, after you lost to Hyojin last time, there is no place for you in the shinobi world. Whether you want to hide and die miserably, or accept the kindness of Otsutsuki and become a member of the Otsutsuki clan. The decision is in your hands. Obsidian narrowed his eyes. Become a member of the Otsutsuki clan? Ichishiki smiled and said, you don't have to be surprised, you have the blood of our Otsutsuki clan, and you also have a pair of Rinnegan. Accepting you as a member of our clan is something that I can decide personally. Obsidian said coldly, in that case, why don't you accept Hyojin? Compared to a loser like me, he should be more in line with your requirements, right? Ichishiki's face sank. Unfortunately, he refused our kindness. Obsidian asked back, then why do you think that I will agree to your request? Ichishiki slightly raised the corner of his mouth. You want to refuse me? Obsidian put on a fighting stance. I want to at least confirm whether you are qualified to cooperate with me or not. Obviously, this Otsutsuki Ichishiki is completely different from the Otsutsuki Urashiki mentioned by Hyojin. He is not only a member of the Otsutsuki clan, but also a native of the shinobi world. Therefore, Obsidian felt that it was necessary to test Ichishiki's ability to provide intelligence support for Hyojin's future battles. Ichishiki was not annoyed, he just smiled contemptuously. You are not my opponent, but your request is indeed reasonable. Let me show you the power of the Otsutsuki clan, it will be helpful for our cooperation. Obsidian no longer talked nonsense, he directly used the pupil technique Shibarigami Prison. Whoosh, at this moment, Ichishiki suddenly flashed in front of Obsidian and casually threw a punch. So fast. Obsidian, who was taken aback, subconsciously wanted to turn invisible himself to avoid the opponent's attack, but no matter how he used the pupil technique, he could not connect to the divine power space. Not only that, he could not even change positions with the Shibarigami clones scattered around. Bang, accompanied by a muffled sound, Ichishiki's casual punch hit Obsidian's face, at the same time breaking his mask. He was sent flying. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you. Obsidian, who fell to the ground, wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely gloomy. He was not surprised by his defeat. If even he couldn't deal with the Otsutsuki, then he wouldn't have to worry about the Otsutsuki threatening the shinobi world. It's just that he was defeated so quickly and thoroughly, which was a bit beyond his expectation. Otsutsuki smiled and said, do you still want to refuse my kindness? Obsidian stared at the strange eyes in Ishiki's eye sockets and asked, just now, it was the ability of this pair of eyes that interfered with my space-time ninjutsu, right? Ishiki said lightly, yes, this pair of eyes is called Cleansing Eye, a rare mutation of the Byakugan of our Otsutsuki clan. It has the ability to affect space-time. Because Obsidian had fought with Nagato, he understood some of the abilities of Cleansing Eye, so Ishiki didn't hide anything from him. Of course, it's more because of Ishiki's conceit that besides submitting to him, Obsidian has no right to continue to bargain with him. Cleansing Eye? Obsidian's face sank. Ishiki only used Nagato's Cleansing Eye to easily defeat him, which made Obsidian's plan to explore Ishiki's ability fail, and also exposed his weakness, putting him in a disadvantageous position. Ishiki looked at Obsidian condescendingly and said with a smile, the Byakugan of our Otsutsuki clan has many evolutionary directions, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the transplanted Rinnegan, and the awakened Tenseigan of Hyojin are all in this list, so in terms of bloodline, it belongs to our Otsutsuki clan. This point is indisputable. Obsidian slowly stood up, what do you want from me? With my strength, I don't think I can help much. Ishiki said, in terms of strength alone, you are already outstanding enough. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will allow you to re-enter the realm of Sixth Path as defined by the shinobi world. Obsidian, who had once stepped into the realm of Sixth Path, received the transformation of Jubi Chakra, and possessed a pair of Rinnegan that had reached the level of Sixth Path. He was no longer an ordinary ninja. As long as he had enough chakra, he would be able to return to the realm of Sixth Path more easily than anyone else. This was also the reason why One Style valued Obsidian and recruited Obsidian. That was because Obsidian's potential had surpassed most of the lower-level Otsutsuki. His superb combat talent and combat experience were something ordinary Otsutsuki did not have. If he could recruit Obsidian as his servant, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Obsidian's expression changed. It can help me return to the 6th DAOS level? Not bad. Ishir nodded slightly. Obsidian asked for confirmation, are you really willing to give me the Jubi? Ishiki shook his head and said, I think you misunderstood, the Jubi must be retrieved, this is something even I can't change, but to return to the realm of Sixth Path does not require the Jubi. As long as you are loyal to me, I will grant you the chakra pill that can prolong your life and improve your realm. With your current foundation, you will soon be able to return to the realm of Sixth Path. Obsidian lowered his head and remained silent. Looking at the light flashing in Obsidian's eyes, Style smiled slightly. In his view, Obsidian had no choice at all. If he refused him, then Obsidian would have to face the encirclement of Hyojin. With Obsidian's current strength, even if he regained the Rinnegan, he would have no chance of winning against a strong person like Hyojin, who is very rare in the Otsutsuki clan. If he accepted his invitation, not only would he get the supreme identity of the Otsutsuki clan, but he would also get an almost eternal life and powerful strength. Anyone with a rational mind would know what to choose. After a while, Obsidian nodded, well, I agree, but you have to promise me one thing. Style smiled with satisfaction, then said casually, say it. Obsidian's expression became ferocious, I want Hyojin to die, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation. Style was even more satisfied, very reasonable request, I will satisfy it. Obsidian took the initiative to ask, what do you need me to do? After thinking for a while, Ishiki put away the smile on his face and asked seriously, after fighting with Kuroto for so long, you should be very clear about his weaknesses, right? Obsidian didn't answer immediately, but after a pause, he replied, he is a very cautious person, if you want to talk about weaknesses, then Mai should be his weakness. I attacked Mai several times before, and now that I think about it, he didn't want to have a direct conflict with my Akatsuki organization at that time. Style asked, you mean if we move the battlefield to my village, it will be more advantageous for us? At least it will make him unable to do anything. Nodding, Style said, very good, go on. Obsidian said, his wife, people, and disciples can also be used, even if it is only a little distraction during the battle, it will be of great help to us. Isha frowned slightly. But as far as I know, he doesn't seem to care too much about his clansmen and relatives. In the previous conflicts, he didn't do much to protect his clansmen and relatives. Even his fiancée has been in danger several times. That's just his appearance. After a pause, Obsidian said, I also thought the same as you before, so I didn't do anything in this direction. But now that I think about it, the more indifferent he is to his people, the more he protects them, preventing them from becoming our main target. That makes sense. Nodding again, Style asked again, is there any other information that can help us defeat him? At this time, Obsidian looked at Style, I need to know the combat situation on our side first, then I can give a reasonable suggestion. Style hesitated a little, then said, this time, including me. There will be a total of 4 people. You should have heard about Pusher, who appeared before, he is a Kekkei net on the same level as Hyojin. Next, there will be a high-level warrior and a low-level warrior coming here, so there will be no problem in terms of combat power. For Obsidian, Style has a lot of trust in him. Because he personally witnessed the 4th Shinobi War launched by Obsidian, and he also witnessed how Obsidian was defeated by Hyojin and lost everything. Judging from his way of thinking, Obsidian and Hyojin are absolute enemies, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. Obsidian said with a serious tone, are there really only 4 Otsutsuki? The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In the face of Obsidian's doubt, Ishiki was slightly displeased and raised his eyebrows. It's just to deal with Hyojin, do you think 4 Otsutsuki is not enough? The masked man didn't back down at all and replied, according to the information I obtained, your clansman, who is also a Kekkei net like Kuroto, wasn't Kuroto's opponent at all. Not only was he almost killed, but he also lost his magical artifact. Ishiki said helplessly, Pusher was just careless. Obsidian suggested, if Pusher is the strongest among the 4 of us, then I think it's best not to act rashly. Hyojin is not easy to deal with. Without enough strength, even if we know his weakness, it will be useless. In terms of realm, Pusher is indeed the strongest among the 4 of us. He is the genius of the family and has awakened a very special and very rare Rinnegan, so his status is very high, but his combat power is not strong. Me and Momoshiki, who is about to arrive here, are stronger than him, so there is no need to worry too much about our combat power. Is that Momoshiki very strong? Ishiki gently nodded. Well, he is a very talented member of the family. According to the standard of the shinobi world, his strength should be at the stage of 6th level, and different from Pushur, he is a warrior who specializes in combat, and there is a low-level warrior beside him to assist him. When the two of them work together, their strength is close to the peak of 6th level. Obsidian took the opportunity to ask, what about? Ishiki said with a proud smile, thousands of years ago, I was the same as Otsutsuki Kagaya, the so-called 6th level. This time, if there is no accident, after the reincarnation, there is a great possibility that I will become a Kekii net, so as long as you are loyal to me, you will also have the opportunity to become a high-ranking warrior in the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Obsidian took a step back and then saluted Ishiki in front of him, Yoshiki-sama. Ishiki smiled, very well, from now on, the Akatsuki will be responsible for gathering information. When Momoshiki and Kinshiki arrive, and I complete my reincarnation, we'll act immediately. Obsidian asked, if there's an emergency, how do I contact you? Oneshire said, this is the contact point. If there is any emergency, you can come here to inform me. If I am not here, you can first inform the members of the shell organization stationed here. They are trustworthy. Understood. After a slight hesitation, Obsidian finally nodded. Get to work. I'm waiting for the good news. As he spoke, he slowly walked into the shadows. Looking at the style that disappeared into the shadows, Obsidian's eyes were solemn. For big tube wood. This is in line with Mirror's judgment, but this style, for some reason, Obsidian felt that this move was extremely dangerous. Especially the test just now, in the face of this move, he was unable to resist. He was barely able to determine the ability of Nagato's cleansing eye, but he knew nothing about Ishiki's own ability. And the strangeness of cleansing eye also made him feel uneasy. This strange ability that can confine space is undoubtedly a great restraint to him who is good at space-time ninjutsu, so in the face of this move, whether it is him or Hyojin, once they are defeated, they won't even have a chance to escape. I must launch a surprise attack before he completely occupies Nagato's body and completes his reincarnation. Otherwise, when he also achieves Kekii net, Mirror will have to fight against two Otsutsuki of the same realm at the same time. In his heart, Obsidian made a judgment. At present, he did not know that Ishiki also has the key information of a Jubi, but he felt that Ishiki's claim to be able to break through Kekii net was not a lie. With that in mind, the masked man surveyed his surroundings. There is no doubt that although this underground palace is extremely large, it can only be regarded as the base of the shell organization at most, and definitely not the real hiding place of the Otsutsuki in the shinobi world. It seems that he still has some reservations about me. I must provide some more important information to gain his trust and find the real hiding place of the Otsutsuki. Only attacking a shell organization is not only meaningless to the overall situation, but it will also alert the Otsutsuki. Only by finding the different space where the Otsutsuki are hiding can he launch a fatal surprise attack on the Otsutsuki who have invaded the shinobi world. After making up his mind, Obsidian found White Zetsu and left the base of the shell organization together, in the different space. After subduing Obsidian, Ishiki came to the place where he imprisoned the Jubi. Previously, because he had been living in the body of Xianxia's unqualified artifact, he could not contain the Jubi, so he could only temporarily lock his Jubi in the prison of the different space. Occasionally, he would look for opportunities to let the Jubi absorb some natural energy in the shinobi world and gather chakra. The reason why he was so careful was not because he was afraid of exposing his whereabouts. After all, after the death of the Sage of Six Paths, there was no one in the shinobi world that could threaten him. He was careful only because he had to control the strength of the Jubi, because he had not completed his reincarnation and did not have the Rinnegan, so he could not suppress the overly powerful Jubi. This was also the reason why he was not interested in collecting tailed beasts. However, fate played a joke on him. After thousands of years of searching, he could not find an artifact that met the requirements for his reincarnation. So when the situation in the shinobi world changed and a strong person like Hyojin appeared, he was still living in Xian's body. Fortunately, Kuroto, who was watching the Fourth Shinobi War, was pleasantly surprised to discover that Nagato had awakened the rare cleansing eye, and after parasitizing Nagato, he accidentally discovered that Nagato was a perfect artifact that met the conditions for his reincarnation. Landing in front of his jubi, Ishiki reached out and stroked the jubi while murmuring in a low voice, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Compared to Kagaya's jubi, the jubi who was obviously smaller shrunk his head and behaved much more obedient than before. Ishiki smiled. Before, he could only use the black stick to restrain the jubi, so when facing him, the jubi would occasionally resist, but now that he had the cleansing eye, the jubi immediately became a lot more obedient. Obviously, no matter when, the Otsutsuki clan's pupil technique is the key to restraining the jubi. 2 more days, Ishiki whispered again. Whether it was to Pusher or to the obsidian just now, when he mentioned reincarnation, he deliberately blurred the exact time, and from his tone, it faintly showed that it would take some time. But in fact, at most 2 days, he would be able to completely reincarnate and return to his peak state of the 6th path level. Once he recovered to his peak, he could easily control the jubi and use the power of the jubi to break through the Kekii net. After all, his thousands of years of accumulation was not just for show. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. In the universe. Looking down at the blue planet below, Momoshiki, who was sitting on Kinshiki's shoulder, said leisurely, "I finally found it." Kinshiki said in a low voice, "What a big planet." A greedy light flashed in Momoshiki's eyes. "Well, even from so far away, I can feel the surging natural energy emanating from this planet. If I can extract all the vitality of this planet, it will definitely not be an ordinary chakra pill." Kinshiki reminded, "Momoshiki-sama, the rainbow that crossed the universe and the message from Pushiki-sama seemed to have come from this planet." "I know." Momoshiki gradually restrained the greed in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 10 years for them to find this place. It was the gorgeous rainbow that appeared when Hyojin was promoted to Kekii net, and the subsequent message from Pusher that led them to this place in advance. At the same time, the 7-colored rainbow that contained the pressure of the bloodline net indicated that there was at least one native of the bloodline net level on this planet. Swish, at this moment, Pusher flashed in front of Momoshiki and Kinshiki and said bluntly, "Why are you so late?" As a high-ranking warrior of the Otsutsuki clan, although Momoshiki's status in the clan was not as high as Pusher's, it was not much different. So, not only did he not give Pusher any face, but he also sneered and said, "Yo, why are you rushing us so urgently?" As a genius, did Pusher encounter some trouble? Pusher's face stiffened. Without waiting for Pusher to answer, Momoshiki sneered and floated toward the shinobi world. Pusher immediately stopped in front of Momoshiki and said, "Idiot, do you think I came here just to welcome you?" Momoshiki glanced at Pusher and said, "What else?" Pusher hurriedly said, "I was afraid that you would enter the shinobi world without permission and be discovered by that guy, so I stopped you here in advance." Momoshiki frowned and asked, "That guy? Do you mean Kagaya?" Pusher was too lazy to explain and directly activated Yomi Hirasaka, opened a space door to a different space, and said, "Come with me." Seeing the usually arrogant and frivolous Pusher so serious, even Momoshi felt a little uncomfortable. Following Pusher, Momoshi, and Kincher, they soon arrived at Isher's alternate dimension. After looking around, Momoshi said, "Ishiki is still alive. What happened here? Let him tell you himself." After saying that, Pusher brought Momoshi and Kincher to Isher's palace and saw Isher, who had already completed his reincarnation, in the hall of the palace. Momoshi's expression darkened as she carefully sized up Ichiki. She said in a rather emotional tone, "You've mastered bloodline net? Were you the one who shot out that rainbow?" There is no doubt that during the time that Momoshiki arrived, Ishiki successfully completed his reincarnation and absorbed his own jubi, successfully advancing from the peak of 6th path level to the Kekii net, becoming the 4th Kekii net in the shinobi world after Otsutsuki Kagaya, Suijin, and Otsutsuki Urashiki. After successfully leveling up to bloodline net, one Shiki, who was sitting on the main seat of honor, was even calmer than before. Faced with Momoshi's question, he calmly smiled and said, "No, I wasn't the one who cast that rainbow." "Did Pusher not tell you?" "Humph." Pusher, who was leaning on the side, snorted. Seeing this, Ichiki smiled and then introduced the situation of the shinobi world to Momoshi and Kincher, from Kagaya's betrayal to Hyojin's achievement of bloodline net. Of course, Pusher's defeat was also mentioned in passing. Glancing at Pusher, Momoshi frowned slightly and said, "But he's just a blood descendant, is he really that difficult to deal with?" He was very surprised by Pusher's defeat. Although he felt that Pusher was too arrogant because of his innate talent, Pusher was still the bloodline net of the Otsutsuki clan, and yet he was defeated by a blood descendant of Kaguya. This is really incredible. Facing Momoshi and Kinshi's puzzled gaze, Pusher's face became a little embarrassed and he said, "You will soon know how strong that guy is. Let me remind you, it's best not to take him lightly, otherwise, you will die here." Momoshi said coldly, "I don't believe that a mere blood descendant can kill me." Pusher was about to continue arguing when Isher, who was sitting on the main seat, raised his hand. "Humph." Pusher snorted and turned his head to the side and didn't say anything again. When the first move completed reincarnation and was upgraded to Bloodline Net, the two Bloodline Nets of the Otsutsuki tree had a private sparring session. The result was self-evident, Pusher was once again defeated, and he couldn't fight back at all. And different from the sparring session with Hyojin, if he couldn't defeat Hyojin, Pusher could still try to escape using space-time eye technique. But facing Ichiki's eye cleansing, he didn't even have the chance to escape, so he was now inferior to Ichiki. Ichiki said to Momoshi and Kinsher, "Pusher is right, this Hyojin is different from ordinary blood descendants, if I'm careless, even I will die in his hands." Seeing that both Pusher and Ichiki gave such a high evaluation of Hyojin, Momoshi grinned and said, "After hearing what you said, I really want to see how strong this blood descendant named Hyojin is." "Where is he?" Ichiki said lightly, "Don't worry, we still need to formulate a strategy." "Formulate a strategy?" Momoshi froze for a moment, and then looked at Ichiki in surprise. Pusher said, "Don't tell me you want the four of us to attack together? Isn't this too outrageous to deal with a mere blood descendant? If this gets out, our reputation in the clan will be ruined." Xianxia was also dumbfounded. A bloodline net of the clan was enough to suppress dozens of star maps and hundreds of thousands of planets, and now there were two bloodline net and a superior warrior gathered here. Such a lineup could almost be used as a pioneering force to explore unfamiliar nebulae. Pusher glared at Momoshi. "Idiot, who cares about our reputation now? We have to survive first. If we can't get rid of that guy, none of us can escape." Ichiki did not hide anything. "We urged you to come here because we want to wait for you to arrive and act together. This time, we have to make sure that this hidden danger, Hyojin, is completely eliminated." Momoshi and Kinsher looked at each other at this time, and saw deep surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In the Shell's underground palace, a twisting vortex appeared out of thin air, and then Obsidian, dressed in the Akatsuki red cloud suit, walked out of the vortex. It had been 10 days since he first met Ichiro Otsutsuki here. During this time, he tried to meet Ichiro Otsutsuki several times on the pretext of reporting information. He wanted to find out where the Otsutsuki were hiding, but for some reason, Ichiro Otsutsuki did not meet him. It was a member of the Shell organization named Amador who received him. Beep beep, sensing Obsidian, an alarm sounded in the Shell's underground palace. Soon, Amador appeared again and stood in front of the masked man. After lighting a cigarette for himself, Alma took a few more puffs before turning to the masked man and asking, "Looks like you got something today?" Seeing that it was still Amador who received him, Obsidian's face sank. "I want to see Ichiro." Amador replied casually, "I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you." Obsidian's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Why?" Glancing at Obsidian, Amador said, "I don't know the specific reason. Maybe he's busy with the reincarnation. Anyway, he hasn't been to the base for a week." Still a step too late? Obsidian sighed in his heart. The reason why he was eager to find out where the Otsutsuki were hiding was to stop Ichiro Otsutsuki from completing the reincarnation. But now it seemed that Ichiro Otsutsuki was very serious about the reincarnation and did not give him any chance before the reincarnation. Seeing that Obsidian was a little absent-minded, Amador asked, "What information did you get this time?" Obsidian made up his mind, "I got some important information today. I must see Ichiro Otsutsuki." "Important information?" After a pause, Amador took another puff. "It's the same if you tell me. I'll pass it on for you." I will only tell Ichiro Otsutsuki about this information. After that, Obsidian stared at Amador. After a few days of probing, he had more or less grasped the situation of the shell. Other than the one that controlled everything behind the scenes, the shell was divided into two parts, the inner array and the outer array. The outer array could be ignored, but the more troublesome one was the inner array. Including Armado, there were a total of 5 members of the shell's inner circle. Apart from Armador, who was in charge of research within the shell, the other 4 were Deluda, who looked like a young girl, Bolo, who had extraordinary regenerative abilities, the one-eyed old man Victor, and a youth named Cod. Under the instruction of Obsidian, these members of Tion Akatsuki have sparred with Deruda, Burrow, and Victor. Among the 3, Deruda is the strongest, reaching the Kage level. Burrow and Victor belong to the elite Jonin class, only the elusive Cod's strength is unknown for the time being. With the shell organization's strength, Obito thinks that his Akatsuki can contend with it, so he is prepared to start a riot in the shell organization's base if Amato refuses his plea, forcing Ishiki to show up. Amador took a deep look at Obsidian, pondered for a moment, then said, "You wait here for me, I'll go inform Ichiki." Watching Amador turn around and disappear into the shadows, Obsidian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Making a move before finding out the hiding place of the Otsutsuki is actually a bad idea, and he didn't want to do that unless it was absolutely necessary. In a different dimension, the meeting between the 4 Otsutsuki continued. Although they were quite confident in their own strength, the evaluation of Hyojin by Ishiki and Urashiki still made Momoshiki vigilant. At this moment, Ichiki seemed to sense something, and after a moment, he said to the air in front of him, "Got it?" Urashiki asked, "What's the matter?" Ichiki smiled, "It just so happens that the blood descendant of Kagaya that I recruited has important information to report to me. I'll call him here." Everyone listened together. Saying that, Ichiki opened a space door. After a few breaths, Obsidian stepped through the space door and came to Ichiki's different dimension as he wished. Looking around the hall, Obsidian found that, as Ichiki said, there were 4 Otsutsuki in the hall, and among the 4, he only recognized Urashiki, who had made a scene at Hyojin's wedding. As for the other 3, he had never seen them before. At this time, Ichiki smiled and said, "Obsidian, don't you have important information to report to me?" Looking at the strange face on the main seat, Obsidian frowned, "You are Ichiki?" Ichiki nodded, "This is my true face." There was no doubt that after completing the reincarnation, Ichiki had completely transformed Nagato's body into his own, so his appearance had also changed back to his original appearance. Obsidian was startled for a moment and looked at Ichiki carefully. He found that in addition to having the characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan, which was a horn on his head, his half-closed right eye was not the usual white eye of the Otsutsuki clan, but a brand new eye technique with a square pattern on the pupil. Damn, what kind of eye is this? After discovering this, Obsidian secretly thought that something was wrong. Because until now, he knew nothing about Ichiki's ability, and because Ichiki had an eye technique that he had never seen before, he couldn't even speculate where to start. Seeing that Obsidian was silent, Ichiki said lightly, "What's wrong?" Obsidian quickly restrained his emotions and made a last effort to ask, "Then who are they?" Ichiki had obviously regarded Obsidian as his future servant, so he smiled and introduced to him, "You should know Pushiki, the 2 people over there are Momoshiki and Kinshiki." Obsidian took the opportunity to look at Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Facing Obsidian's gaze, Kinshiki still had a dull expression, but Momoshiki obviously raised his eyebrows and showed a disdainful expression. Obviously he did not regard Obsidian as a member of the same clan. At this time, Obsidian withdrew his gaze and asked Ichiki, "Everyone is here, can we start?" Ichiki said, "Yes, but the specific action needs to be based on your information." A light flashed in Obito's eyes as he said, "I have already inquired about Kuroto's Kage Sentinel. The 5 members of the Kage Sentinel have strength close to the 6th-path level. If the 5 of them join forces, they would be able to resist a 6th-path level." Momoshiki asked, 6 Daos level? What's that? Pusher curled his lips, "It's your current level." Momoshiki sneered, "So, that Hyojin has 5 guards with the same strength as Kinshiki?" Obsidian took the opportunity to say, "So, I need to understand your abilities in order to formulate the most suitable surprise attack tactics." Ichiki waved his hand, "No need, continue with the information you have gathered." Obsidian's expression froze, and he opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Hey, at this moment, a space door opened from Obsidian's body, and then, accompanied by a chuckle, Hyojin walked out from inside. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who have tipped today, thank you everyone. Without any warning, the space door covered by Obsidian's chakra instantly opened, and then a figure wearing Naruto's Haori walked out of the deep space door and descended into the different space where the Otsutsuki were hiding. Hyojin. Pusher, who was in the main hall, was startled. His body reflexively retreated, and his face was full of fear. In the main seat of the hall, Ichishiki's face was gloomy. The scene in front of him was obviously beyond his expectation. He planned to take action immediately after the comprehensive information, and preemptively attack Hyojin, but he did not expect that Hyojin would come to him first. On the other side, Momoshiki and Kinshiki were also on guard, staring at the sudden arrival of Hyojin. At this time, Obsidian said to Hyojin, "I'm sorry, but I still haven't been able to find out their abilities." Hyojin glanced at Ichishiki, Pushiki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki in the hall, and immediately smiled. "It doesn't matter, as long as we find the place." Listening to the conversation between Obsidian and Hyojin, Momoshiki curled his lips. "Hey, Ichishiki, it seems that you have been fooled." Ichishiki's face became more gloomy, and he said doubtfully, "Obsidian has no reason to betray me." Obsidian looked at Ichishiki as if he was looking at a fool, a group of self-righteous idiots. "Do you think that I will help you destroy the shinobi world?" Ichishiki said coldly, "You will regret it, because you have given up the qualification to become a god." "I don't care about that kind of thing." Obsidian snorted softly. Ichishiki suddenly stood up, and then moved his eyes from Obsidian to Hyojin. "It doesn't matter whether we find them or they take the initiative to find us, no matter how you struggle, the result is doomed. Yes, it saves us the trouble of looking for them." Momoshiki's expression became ferocious, and his murderous intent was released without reservation. Swish, Kinshiki, who was standing beside Momoshiki, also unleashed his chakra. Then, a giant chakra axe glowing red appeared in his hand. Obsidian made a hand seal and said to Hyojin, "I can hold one back for now." Hyojin smiled and shook his head. "You may leave." "But..." "All right." Obsidian was still a little worried. After all, each of the Otsutsuki had strange tricks up their sleeves. Hyojin had to fight against 4 of them at once, and one of them had the cleansing eye, which could confine space. The situation was unpredictable. But due to his understanding and trust in Hyojin, he eventually hid in a corner. At this time, Hyojin opened his Tenseigan and entered the Tenseigan chakra mode. 9 black truth-seeking balls instantly condensed into a dazzling golden sword in his hand. Then, he grinned. "Otsutsuki, be careful." Pushiki was furious. "This bastard, we have 4 Otsutsuki here. How dare he be so arrogant?" Whoosh, before Pushiki's voice died away, Hyojin used the teleportation technique and flashed behind Kinshiki. Shocked by Hyojin's speed, Momoshiki and Kinshiki reacted at the same time. Momoshiki retreated to the side, while Kinshiki, in order to cover Momoshiki, turned around and swung his axe at Hyojin's golden sword. Clang, in an instant, a harsh sound of collision broke out in the gorgeous hall. The shockwave produced by the collision of 2 highly condensed chakra swept the entire hall in a storm visible to the naked eye. Then, accompanied by a crisp crack, the red chakra axe in Kinshiki's hand shattered. How could it be? Kinshiki never thought that his chakra axe could not even withstand one blow from Hyojin, and his old-fashioned face was full of horror, and Hyojin's golden sword, after smashing the chakra axe in Kinshiki's hand, did not slow down. From top to bottom, it cut the burly Kinshiki in half amidst the splattering blood. Glancing at Pushiki in the distance, Hyojin said lightly, "Count again, how many Otsutsuki are left here?" Seeing that Kinshiki could not even withstand one blow from Hyojin, Pushiki roared with a twisted expression. This guy, Momoshiki, who had escaped, also had his eyes wide open and was shocked. In the previous tireless introduction by Ichiki and Pushiki, he had begun to pay attention to Hyojin, the blood descendant of Kagaya Otsutsuki. But after seeing Hyojin's move with his own eyes, he realized that he had still underestimated Hyojin. No, it was not underestimation, it was a complete miscalculation. this was not comparable to the blood descendants in his impression. In terms of the strength of chakra alone, it was far superior to the superior warriors of his clan. Ichiki said in a deep voice, "Pu Shiki, Mama Shiki, don't treat him as an ordinary blood descendant anymore. We have to treat him seriously as a traitor. He can kill us, so don't take chances." Pu Shiki, who had suffered once, did not hesitate at all. He immediately dug out his special Rinnegan eyes that could switch between two forms in his eye sockets, and then threw them directly into his mouth and swallowed them. At the same time, Jinshiki Otsutsuki, who was cut in half and lying in a pool of blood, struggled to raise his head and shouted to Mamashiki, "Momoshi-sama, the time has come, absorb me." Mamashiki did not hesitate. He immediately raised his hand and aimed the red Rinnegan eyes in his palm at Kinshiki, who had been cut in half on the ground, and shouted. Whoosh! In an instant, Kinshiki's broken body turned into a huge chakra pill in a red light and flew into Mamashiki's palm in the distance. Mamashiki stared fiercely at Hyojin while opening his mouth and violently swallowing the chakra pill transformed from Kinshiki's body. Seeing this scene, Obsidian, who was hiding at the side, was stunned. Kuroto thought to himself, sure enough, it's like this. After being promoted to Bloodline Net, he had already understood the nature of the Otsutsuki clan. It was no longer a body, a spiritual body, which carried ordinary life, but a chakra that returned to the source of everything. Therefore, every Otsutsuki clan could be seen as a highly condensed chakra. They could exist in a variety of forms. They could be a normal life form, or they could be implanted in the body of another life form in the form of a contract. Just like Ichiki before reincarnation, they could use the body of others to survive. They could even turn into a chakra pill for people to swallow, offering themselves completely. This was the case for Kinshiki, who was a low-level warrior. He turned his remaining chakra into a chakra pill and offered it to Mamashiki, who was a high-level warrior, to complete a power transfer. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. One swallowed his Rinnegan, and the other swallowed his subordinates. In just a short moment, an indescribable and terrifying chakra burst out from the bodies of Otsutsuki and Mamashiki one after another. What's going on? Obsidian, who was hiding in the distance, was not only shocked, but his body was shaking uncontrollably. It was an instinctive reaction. Facing the terrifying chakra of Pushiki and Mamashiki, even he, who had temporarily stepped into the sixth path level, could not help but tremble. Boom, boom. Soon, a huge roar broke out from Pushiki and Mamashiki's bodies. Accompanied by the deafening roar was a surge of steam. The thick steam emitted from Pushiki and Mamashiki's bodies instantly filled every corner of the palace. Rumble. In an instant, the palace that was engulfed by the surging steam completely exploded. The magnificent dome was completely blown away, and the surrounding walls were also shattered into pieces. After a while, the steam that enveloped the surroundings gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the three Otsutsuki. Ichiki was still standing quietly as before, but Pushiki, who had swallowed the Rinnegan, and Mamashiki, who had swallowed Kinshiki, had become unrecognizable. The horns on Pushiki's forehead had become two fan-like antennae, and his face was covered with black lines that looked like when the Ein seal was opened. Mamashiki had also become very large, and the two small horns on his forehead had become two huge horns that curved backward. His hair had also become fluffy and long, and his face, body, and even horns had the same black lines as Pushiki's. That's... Obsidian's face suddenly darkened. Compared to the huge changes in appearance and body, Obsidian was more concerned about the thin crack that appeared between Pushiki and Mamashiki's eyebrows. For him, who had opened the Eye of the Moon, he knew very well what this crack meant, so he instantly became nervous and stared at the two's eyebrows. Swish, almost at the same time, the crack between Pushiki and Mamashiki's eyebrows suddenly opened, revealing the golden Rinnegan inside. Why is it golden? Obsidian's heart was filled with doubts. Tsukiya is a scarlet Rinnegan eye with 9 Magatama, his, Madara, and even Hyojin's Tsukiya is the same. As for Pushur and Taoshur, what opened between their eyebrows was not the Eye of the Moon, but a kind of golden eye of samsara. At the same time, the white eyes in their eye sockets had also turned golden. Compared to the shocked Obsidian, Hyojin was much calmer. At his current level, he paid more attention to the essence, rather than some fancy things on the surface. No matter how much Urashiki and Momoshiki changed in appearance, it didn't matter to the big picture. The change in chakra was the most essential. In Hyojin's eyes, after the transformation, Urashiki's chakra's improvement was limited, whether in quality or quantity, it was less than 20%. After all, Urashiki himself was a Kekii net, and it was very difficult to improve even a little. Momoshiki's improvement was much more significant. If Momoshiki's chakra was only at the level of 6th path level, then after the transformation, Momoshiki's chakra level was close to the peak of 6th path level. Phew. Pusher exhaled softly, and his expression became ferocious. He stared at Kuroto like a beast staring at its prey. Do you see this? This is the true power of our Otsutsuki. Momoshiki's face also showed a cruel smile, and the golden Rinnegan between his eyebrows stared at Hyojin and shouted, "No matter how strong you are, you have to die today." Hyojin glanced at Momoshiki and asked casually, "What about you, don't you want to change?" "I don't mind waiting for you for a while." "Damn it, how dare you ignore me?" Without waiting for Momoshiki's answer, Urashiki roared and rushed towards Hyojin. Then, Momoshiki also clenched his hands, and a red chakra spear appeared in his hands, whistling towards Hyojin. Huh! The corner of Hyojin's mouth twitched, and he rushed forward. The three of them, like three streams of light, fiercely collided with each other, sending out a burst of shock waves. Then, in the shock waves and sound waves, they began a fierce chase in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The airwaves set off by the seemingly substantial shock waves were like bombs, destroying the already dilapidated palace and flattening it to the ground, and Obsidian, who was hiding in the ruins, could not care less about the Otsutsuki not far away. He looked nervously at the sky, watching the three streams of light fighting, and immediately showed a dull expression. Because he was surprised to find that even with the Rinnegan, he could not see the details of the battle in the air. The power shown by the second form of Otsutsuki Urashiki and Momoshiki was far beyond his expectations. Even a small aftermath of the battle could easily destroy the towering cliff and easily smash a huge pit in the ground. This kind of battle has completely exceeded the level of ninjas, even more fierce than the battle between him and Hyojin in the Fourth Shinobi World War, but although his face was full of shock, there was not much worry in his eyes. In just a short confrontation of a dozen breaths, the situation of the scene became clear. Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode almost had the upper hand. Even if it was 1 against 2, he easily suppressed the two Otsutsuki Urashiki and Momoshiki in the second form. Bang! With another muffled sound, Urashiki was kicked by Hyojin and flew out, like a meteorite hitting the ground, stirring up a huge mushroom-shaped smoke. Then, Hyojin turned around and faced Momoshiki. Momoshiki's expression was fierce, and the chakra in his hand stabbed at Hyojin at a very tricky angle. Hyojin slightly sidestepped, not retreating, but moving forward, avoiding the sharp edge of Momoshiki's chakra, and at the same time, he was in front of Momoshiki, and the golden sword in his hand slashed down. Momoshiki did not expect Hyojin's physical skills to be so fierce that he could instantly switch between attack and defense. Momoshiki was caught off guard, and had to reluctantly withdraw the chakra in his hand to protect himself. Clang! Just like the previous chakra axe that broke Momoshiki, the golden sword in Hyojin's hand slashed Momoshiki's chakra spear, and the chakra in Momoshiki's hand was instantly cut off. And taking advantage of the moment when the chakra in his hand blocked, Momoshiki's figure retreated backward, barely escaping the fate of being cut in half by the sword, but there was still a terrible wound on his chest, and for a moment, blood was flowing. The second chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. And thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. The second chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. And thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. In the blink of an eye, this novel has been serialized for almost 2 years. Now that I think about it, I'm filled with emotion. And my biggest emotion is to thank everyone for their company and support over the past 2 years, allowing me, who has many flaws, and this Tenseigan, to come all the way to where it is now. Without everyone's support and tolerance, there wouldn't be this novel. Here, I want to thank everyone. At the end of July, I'm asking for monthly votes for the last time. I hope that the students who still have monthly votes will support me. Thank you. Oh, intersection. Oh, the world of Naruto in the eyes of Tenseigan is asking for monthly votes for the last time. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Momoshi, who was floating in the air, glanced down at the bleeding wound on his chest, and his expression became even more ferocious. He roared, "You damned descendant of the bloodline, I will tear you into pieces." On the ground. Boom, with a loud noise, a wave of air swept out in all directions, sweeping away the smoke and dust, revealing Pusher's figure. And just like Momoshiki, who was still floating in the air, Mashiki, who was sent flying by Suijin, was also furious. "Suijin, I will kill you. I will kill you." Huh. Hyojin chuckled. In just a few dozen breaths, he had basically adapted to the second form of Pusher and Momoshi. In terms of combat power, even after entering the second form, Pusher's speed and strength have been greatly improved, but Pusher's combat power is still very low, and does not pose any threat to Suijin. In comparison, Momoshi, who was only at the peak of the 6th DAOS level, had a stronger combat strength, especially his physical skills, which had a combination of soft and hard fists, and his moves were exquisite and sharp. But the gap between the realms was there. Whether it is taijutsu or realm, Kuroto is stronger than Momoshiki, and his combat experience is also far superior to Momoshiki, so compared to the incompetent Momoshiki, Momoshiki can only cause him a little trouble. Suddenly, Pusher, who was completely infuriated by Hyojin's chuckle, shouted, and unleashed his bloodline net-level chakra without reservation. After unleashing his chakra, the area of the black lines on his body grew larger, and the golden samsara eye between his eyebrows bulged as if it was about to pop out, staring at Hyojin in the air. Huh, Hyojin let out a soft cry of surprise. The strength of the chakra that erupted from Pusher's body made him a little more serious. At this time, Pusher just waved his hand. A huge storm roared out, lifting up the ground in front of him. In just a few seconds, a huge ravine that extended for more than 10 miles appeared in front of him. Phew! Pusher spat out a breath of hot air and grinned. "Turn into ashes under my power. Tensubo Meteor Life, Dragon Palace." Before his voice died away, a huge purple chakra mass emerged behind Pusher. This powerful chakra mass quickly turned into a purple snake that was thousands of meters long, spiraling behind Pusher. Hyojin narrowed his eyes and looked at the giant snake formed by Pusher's chakra. At the same time, Momoshi, who was floating in the air, landed on the ground with a swoosh. He pressed his palms on the ground, and the golden rinnegan between his brows shone with a strange light. "Dog-feeding key," he shouted. Whoosh, in an instant, the earth shook, and a giant beast with multiple heads that looked like a snake or a dog drilled out of the ground with a loud rumble. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Hyojin amidst the billowing smoke and dust. Obsidian first looked at the giant chakra snake behind Pooh. Sure, and then looked at the giant beast behind Momoshi. Hiding in the ruins of the palace, he was shocked. In terms of size, whether it is Urashiki's chakra snake or Momoshiki's multi-headed behemoth, both are far larger than ordinary tailed beasts, reaching the point of nearly 10 tails, and the aura exuded from these two behemoths made him, a ninja who once stepped into the realm of Sixth Path, shudder in fear. Can Kuroto really win? Obsidian looked at Ichi, who had yet to make a move, and his heart was a little shaken. His intuition wasn't wrong. Not mentioning Urashiki, just Momoshiki's secret technique, dog-feeding life bond, had once broken through Sasuke's earth-exploding heavenly star, which had been activated by 6 Magatama Rinnegan. It was an extremely terrifying technique. Glancing at Pusher and Momoshi, who seemed to be ready to fight to the death, Hyojin, who was still floating in the air, became a little more serious and began to draw out the 10-tailed chakra in his body. Swoosh, in an instant, the Tenseigan chakra coat that wrapped around Hyojin increased in size, and the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand became even more dazzling, like a real sun. 10-tailed. As Hyojin drew out the 10-tailed chakra in his body, Pusher, Momoshi, and even Ichi, who was on the sidelines, discovered the existence of the 10-tailed chakra. Hyojin waved to Pusher and Momoshi in the field. "Do you want it? Come and get it. You lowly monkey. I will make you wish you were dead today." Pusher shouted, and then urged the chakra giant snake behind him to fiercely pounce on Hyojin in the air. Momoshi also jumped on one of the heads of the multi-headed giant beast. When I twist off your head, you will know how stupid your decision to resist us Otsutsuki is. Looking at the aggressive chakra giant snake and multi-headed giant beast that attacked like a storm, Hyojin looked calm on the surface, but he did not slack off in the slightest. Whoosh, without hesitation, he turned into a stream of light in the air, and first looked for Pusher's chakra giant snake. While flying, Hyojin's expression became serious, and he thrust forward his right hand that was holding the golden will reincarnation explosion, and gathered a large amount of chakra in his body into his right hand. As the saying goes, pick the soft persimmon. First dealing with Pusher, who had a high realm but weak combat power, was undoubtedly his best tactical choice at the moment, and he was ready. Even if he was slightly injured, he wanted to finish the battle quickly and quickly get rid of Pusher. Because until now, among the four of them, he had not used the style that he was unfamiliar with, which was obviously a bit unusual. This meant that the other party was either very confident and arrogant, disdaining to join forces with Pusher and Momoshi to deal with him, or very cold, trying to use Pusher and Momoshi as bait to spy on his strength. Whether it was the former or the latter, it meant that this style was most likely more difficult to deal with than Pusher and Momoshi. Boom, in the blink of an eye, Hyojin collided with Pusher's chakra giant snake, and a huge bright light burst out. This light instantly illuminated the entire space, whether it was on the battlefield or the spectators. They were all affected by this strong light, either raising their arms to block it, or tilting their heads to avoid it. Rinnegan, Tenseigan, Cleansing Eye, and other eye techniques lost their ability to see in this short moment. Roar. And at this moment when everyone was temporarily blinded, there was a roar of a giant beast. Soon, the strong light dissipated, and everyone instantly regained their vision, and what came into view was the broken chakra giant snake, and Pusher, who was lifted high by Hyojin's golden sword. How is this possible? Pusher, whose chest was pierced by the golden sword, stared at Hyojin in disbelief. Tisk. Kuroto, on the other hand, was speechless. In the face of Pusher's seemingly terrifying chakra serpent, Kuroto was already prepared to kill Pusher even if he was injured, but who knew that as soon as he came into contact with Pusher's chakra serpent instantly melted under his golden will reincarnation explosion. There was not even a trace of resistance, making him worry in vain. Momoshi, who was pouncing on Hyojin, was shocked to see this scene, and subconsciously stopped his attack. His expression was uncertain, and there was a touch of panic in his eyes that were full of hostility. The strength shown by Hyojin once again refreshed his understanding, turning his anger into panic. You're so weak, what a waste of energy. With a swish, Hyojin threw Pusher aside like a rag, and then slowly turned his head, looking at Momoshi, who was hesitating and at a loss. Meeting Hyojin's gaze, Momoshi's heart suddenly sank. Swoosh, without any warning, Hyojin flashed behind Momoshi. Although he was frightened, Momoshiki's taijutsu attainments were still there, so he quickly turned around and threw a string of red chakra chains towards Suijin while retreating. Clang, Hyojin casually waved, and the chakra chain thrown by Momoshi was instantly cut in half by the golden sword. Damn it! Momoshi's face was ferocious, and he held the chakra axe in one hand, and the chakra spear in the other. With a slash and a stab, he attacked Hyojin fiercely. Hyojin, who was slowly walking toward Momoshi, waved casually, and the golden sword in his hand drew a brilliant arc. As Momoshi waved, the chakra axe and chakra spear that were stabbing at him were all shattered into pieces. You damn native, I'm going to kill you. Momoshi, who was getting crazier, roared fiercely, and urged the multi-headed beast under his feet to pounce at Hyojin. Rumble, the fierce attack of the multi-headed beast was earth-shattering just by moving, and it instantly caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the rising dust completely covered the battlefield. In the ruins of the distant palace, not only Obsidian, but even Momoshi, who had been calm all this time, had a gloomy expression as he stared at the battlefield in a daze, because the three people fighting were either blood-seizing net or the pinnacle of six-path level. It was not only the dust that covered the sky that obstructed the vision of the battlefield, but also the chakra storm that was scattered in the air. In the vision of Obsidian's Rinnegan, the battlefield in the distance was completely chaotic, and he could not even determine the approximate position of Hyojin, Momoshi, and Momoshi. The solemn expression on Ashiki's face also shows that his cleansing eye and Mii are the same as the Rinnegan of Obito. they can't see through the layers of dust and chakra storm on the battlefield. After a while, the dust that shrouded the battlefield finally began to dissipate, and the chakra storm also gradually calmed down. Who won? Momoshi and Obsidian had this question in their hearts at the same time. However, this question did not last long, as the dust dissipated, a figure gradually appeared on the battlefield, a figure wrapped in light blue chakra, holding a golden sword. Without a doubt, Hyojin was the only one left standing on the battlefield. The behemoth that was summoned by Momoshi using the secret technique dog feeding life had now vanished into thin air, and only the scattered remains could prove that it once existed. And Hyojin used the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand to pick up the dying Momoshi, just like how he did with Momoshi. Mirror. Obsidian was overjoyed, and then he let out a long sigh of relief. And not far away, Momoshi's face was completely gloomy. Regarding Momoshiki's defeat, Kurashiki wasn't too surprised, because during the confrontation, both Momoshiki and Urashiki had shown obvious signs of weakness. It's just that he didn't expect that both Momoshiki and Urashiki, who had activated the second form at the same time, wouldn't even have the ability to hurt Suijin. This is really amazing. Momoshi could not help but sigh. On the battlefield, Hyojin, who was using his sword to pick up Momoshi, glanced at Momoshi in the distance, who still did not make any move, then withdrew his gaze and looked at Momoshi in front of him. Although Momoshi was not good at fighting, he was, after all, a bloodline catcher, and his own chakra was strong enough. Even if he was seriously injured by Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion, he could still struggle at death's door. But Momoshi was only at the peak of 6 Daos level, and he could not withstand the full blow of Hyojin with his 10-tailed chakra. Under the attack of Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion chakra, Momoshi's chest was pierced and charred, and his vitality began to fade. You can't even block one of my swords. After whispering, Hyojin casually plucked the golden rinnegan eye between Momoshi's eyebrows. Because with the attack of Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion chakra, Momoshi's 6 Daos level body was rapidly charred. This was the direct result of the 6 Daos level chakra being defeated by the bloodline catcher chakra, just like Obsidian, who was killed by Otsutsuki Kagaya's communal kill Grey Bones in the original Space and Time. Therefore, Hyojin first plucked the golden rinnegan eye between Momoshi's eyebrows to prevent this golden rinnegan eye from being destroyed by his chakra. You lowly descendant of the bloodline, after the golden rinnegan eye between Momoshi's eyebrows was plucked by Hyojin, he could no longer resist the attack of Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion chakra, and his body was instantly charred. Whoosh, a breeze blew, and Momoshi turned into a flying ash and dissipated in the air. This almost immortal Otsutsuki, who had run amok in the universe for thousands of years and had destroyed countless lives and planets, was turned into a pile of dust in the hands of Hyojin. After putting the golden rinnegan eye between Momoshi's eyebrows into the storage container, Hyojin walked slowly to Ichiki and said lightly, "It's your turn." Ichiki said, "Hyojin, it seems that I still underestimated you." "Is that so?" After a pause, Hyojin said, "I also made a wrong judgment, and I still overestimated you." Suijin originally thought that it would be a tough battle, or at the very least, it would be a battle of attrition, but he didn't expect that the two Otsutsuki Urashiki and Momoshiki, who were his imaginary enemies, would be so incompetent. Or rather, he did not expect that after he advanced to Bloodline Catcher and fully received the legacy left by Otsutsuki Kagaya, his strength had grown to a level that he could not even accurately estimate. This is a 4,000-word 2-in-1 chapter. The ending of July is begging for your monthly votes. Please support me if you have a monthly vote. Thank you, read on. Glancing at the dazzling golden sword in Hyojin's hand, Ishiki said, "Hyojin, I am different from Urashiki and the others. You should know this very well." "Is that so?" Hyojin didn't stop and walked toward Ishiki. Hyojin already knew about Ishiki's identity through Obsidian. There is no doubt that Ishiki is different from Urashiki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki, who crossed the universe. Ishiki, who witnessed the history of the shinobi world, is undoubtedly more threatening. But for Hyojin, the greater the threat, the more he needs to eliminate the root of the problem. Ishiki said, "I can give you another chance, and this is also the last chance. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will let you and the shinobi world go." "Or what?" Hyojin asked casually. "Then I can only eliminate you," and then recover all the Otsutsuki's legacy left in the shinobi world, and finally raise the shinobi world to the ground. Ishiki spoke very slowly, and his tone was very calm, as if he was just talking about something not worth mentioning, and not a matter of life and death for trillions of creatures in the shinobi world. At the side, the masked man yelled, "You." Ishiki turned his head and glanced at Obsidian lightly. Swish, several black rods appeared out of thin air and pierced into Obsidian's body. In just a moment, Obsidian was nailed to the ground. Puff. Obsidian, who was nailed to the ground by the black rods, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were full of surprise. He wasn't unfamiliar with black rods, because he could make them as well. However, he didn't understand what method Ishur had used just now to actually escape the detection of his Eye of Samsara and pierce the black rod into his body out of thin air. Is it some kind of pupil technique? In the distance, Hyojin's eyes were cold. Just like Obsidian, he was also unable to grasp the technique of the move just now. After dealing with the Obsidian, Shuri focused his attention on Hyojin and asked, "Hyojin, this is my last mercy for you. Are you sure you want to give up?" Hyojin had a look of disgust on his face. "Compared to a disgusting fellow like you, those two idiots, Pushi and Momoshi, are much more pleasing to the eye." Kuroto's disgust towards Ichishiki is not only because of his arrogant and condescending face, but also because of his indifference towards Yurashiki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and several other members of the same clan being defeated. This guy who keeps talking about the Otsutsuki clan doesn't even have any warmth towards his own clan, so how much sincerity can he have towards the descendants of Kagaya in the shinobi world? Have you made your choice? After a pause, Shuri raised the corner of his mouth and sighed, "Sigh, after all, you're just a lowly descendant of the bloodline. As expected, you can't make the right choice." Hyojin slowly raised the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand and pointed at Shuri, "You're courting death." At this moment, an overwhelming flame appeared out of thin air where Hyojin was standing. In just an instant, it swallowed Hyojin's whole body. Then, Shuri clenched his fists, and huge sharp icicles suddenly fell from the sky, piercing into the sea of fire. Poof poof, the ice and fire intertwined, and suddenly a large amount of steam was produced, covering the surroundings. Shuri clenched his fists and put them together, Mahakala. In an instant, a large amount of pungent, smoky liquid appeared out of thin air, just like the previous flames and icicles, and was drenched in the rising steam. Mirror. Obsidian, who was pinned to the ground by Shuri's black stick, was shocked. Whether it was the flames at the beginning, the icicles, or the corrosive liquid, they all appeared extremely abruptly, as if Shuri had appeared out of thin air. During this process, Obsidian neither noticed Shuri's hand seals, nor did he feel the violent fluctuations of chakra from Shuri, which completely defied common sense. Seeing that the corrosive liquid and the steam had completely blended together, Shuri's calm face finally showed a ferocious expression. "Hyojin, do you think I'm not prepared? Don't forget, when I came to this planet, it wasn't called the shinobi world yet, and there were no ninjas here. The methods of your ninjas are just tricks in my eyes." Shuri laughed presumptuously. The calmness, rationality, and even concession he showed before were all just a temporary disguise. The arrogance of the Otsutsuki clan had long seeped into his bones, suddenly, a huge repulsive force surged in the rising steam, instantly repelling the thick and pungent corrosive gas, revealing Hyojin's figure. Shuri's surprise attack was indeed a little beyond Hyojin's expectations. The flames, icicles, and so on were fine, and they barely caused any damage to Hyojin, but the corrosive liquid behind was a little troublesome, especially after it merged with the steam. The corrosive steam filled everywhere, and the space was locked by Shuri's cleansing eye. Hyojin tried to use Yomi Biraban to dodge, but it failed, so he had to use Rain Pull to forcibly repel the corrosive steam. Huh. Hyojin frowned. Although he repelled the corrosive steam, he found that some of the corrosive steam stuck to his Tenseigan chakra coat and was melting his Tenseigan chakra. Shuri laughed and said, "This is not an ordinary corrosive liquid, this is a super acid I specially collected when I wandered the universe. It can corrode everything, including chakra." Whoosh, Hyojin did not say a word of nonsense, and immediately activated body flicker technique and rushed in front of Shuri, and the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand also slashed towards Shuri. However, just as the dazzling golden sword was about to hit Shuri, Hyojin's pupils suddenly shrank, because in his sight, Shuri had disappeared into thin air. Body flicker technique. Genjutsu. Spacetime ninjutsu. As the sword slashed through the air, Hyojin immediately retreated, and his mind eliminated one by one possible means of Shuri. Swish swish swish, at this moment, a huge black stone spear appeared out of thin air, and in the midst of the whistling sound, it smashed fiercely at the position where Hyojin was. Hyojin's expression froze, and there was no time to think. He immediately waved the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand to meet these black stone spears. These black stone spears emitted a faint light, and at first glance, it was obvious that the material was very strong. But in front of Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion, even the strongest rock was easily cut into pieces like tofu. And in the sky full of debris, Hyojin's Tenseigan once again captured the figure of Shuri, and keenly discovered that the location where these black stone spears appeared out of thin air seemed to be where the line of sight of Shuri's eye converged. This is his pupil technique. Hyojin was suddenly shocked, and then quickly calmed down. At first glance, the Mii of Shuri's eye seemed to be able to create things out of thin air. Wherever his gaze was fixed on, it could create real substances out of thin air and attack the enemy. However, recalling that Shuri had just mentioned that the super acid that appeared out of thin air was collected when he was wandering in the universe, this undoubtedly meant that his Mii was not really able to create things out of thin air, but it was just releasing the substances he had collected before. If my guess is correct, the flames, icicles, super acid, and these black stone spears are all weapons he had collected long ago. His right eye can store these things, and then release them through his line of sight during battle. With many years of combat experience, Hyojin slashed the black stone spears that appeared out of thin air, while combing and analyzing the information he had collected. There was no doubt that the Mahakala that Shuri had shouted just now should be the name of this pupil technique. And the principle of this pupil technique was most likely the application of some kind of space-time ninjutsu. After all, the flames, icicles, super acid, and the seemingly endless black stone spears needed a huge space to store them. Swish, just as Hyojin was thinking of a way to deal with it, suddenly, his right arm that was holding the sword was inexplicably pierced by a black stick. What? Hyojin's expression changed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although the surroundings were full of debris that interfered with his vision, if there really was a black stick attacking, it was impossible for his Tenseigan not to see it. However, he was inexplicably pierced by the black stick just like obsidian not long ago. And as the black stick that pierced his right arm interfered with the operation of his chakra, the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his right hand also dissipated. Not only that, even the Tenseigan chakra mode on his body showed signs of disintegration. Swish, the moment the golden sword in Hyojin's hand dissipated, Xianxia, who had been dodging before, suddenly pounced in front of Hyojin. While launching a fierce physical attack, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you damn descendant of Kaguya, die in despair." Because his right arm was hit by the black stick, Hyojin could only barely use his left arm to deal with the enemy. Even so, he was not afraid at all and directly fought with Xianxia in the air. Both of them were not only kekei net, but also strong physical techniques. Therefore, there was no gentle probing, no fancy moves. As soon as they fought, both of them were fatal, as if they were going to tear each other apart. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the sound of shock waves constantly came from the air. The two humanoid monsters, Hyojin and Xianxia, were just competing in physical techniques, but they were about to explode the air. The shock waves produced by flying and colliding sent everything around them flying. Whether it was the towering mountains or the steep cliffs, they were instantly smashed like tofu in front of these shock waves, turning into smoke and dust. Obsidian, who was nailed to the ground by Xianxia's black stick, cried out in pain. At this time, this strong person who once stood at the peak of the ninja world could not even protect himself, let alone watch the battle from the sidelines. Under the shock waves, he could not use chakra, so he bled from all 7 orifices. He could only cover his ears to barely withstand the aftermath of the shock waves. Boom, another loud sound. Hyojin and Xianxia, who were fighting in the air, fell to the ground at the same time, creating a super deep pit on the ground that was more than 100 meters deep and more than 1,000 meters in diameter. In the deep pit, Hyojin calmly pulled out the black stick that pierced into his right arm, then threw it aside and said, "I didn't expect your right eye to have such an ability." Ishashiki's eyes focused. You guessed the ability of my pupil technique? Pfft. Lightly spitting, Hyojin said, after watching it so many times, if I still couldn't guess it, I wouldn't have lived until now. Your right eye seems to have two abilities. One is to release stored objects through your sight, and the other is to shrink objects and yourself. Am I right? Ishashiki's face darkened. I really have to get rid of you. Obviously, Hyojin's guess was right. Ishashiki's right eyes me. I had two special pupil techniques. One was called Mahakala, which could shrink objects and store them in a different space where time was frozen. During the battle, the object could be taken out from the different space through his sight, and the moment it was taken out, the object would be restored to its original size. The second pupil technique was called Xianxia Takuna, which could shrink all non-living objects within Ishashiki's sight. It could also shrink himself by hundreds of times, entering a state of particles. The previous Ishashiki used Xianxia Takuna to shrink himself to the state of particles, and cleverly avoided Hyojin's golden will reincarnation explosion. The reason why Hyojin and Obsidian were inexplicably hit by the black stick was that he shrunk the black stick to the state of particles, avoiding the insight of Hyojin and Obsidian. However, when the black stick approached Hyojin and Obsidian in the state of particles, he removed Xianxia Takuna and instantly returned to the size of the black stick, creating the illusion that the black stick appeared out of thin air. At this time, the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets suddenly bloomed with a bright light, like a star, and then he said, as long as I slightly adjust the focus of the eye, your trick of shrinking objects will be useless. The strength of the Tenseigan was strong in frontal confrontation and insight. As long as Hyojin himself could adapt to the microscopic level of insight, even if Ishashiki's Xianxia Takuna could shrink objects by hundreds of times, it would still be difficult to escape his insight. In the end, the strength of the eye was still determined by the user. For example, Pusher's pair of blue Rinnegan eyes that could temporarily peek into the future. If it fell into the hands of Hyojin, it would be almost an unbeatable divine artifact, but in the hands of Pusher, it couldn't be used at all. Seeing that Hyojin not only analyzed his pupil technique, but even found a way to deal with it, Ishashiki's face became gloomy. At this time, Hyojin once again summoned the 9 truth-seeking balls, but this time, he did not gather the truth-seeking balls in his hand to use Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Instead, he pressed it on his chest. Whoosh, in an instant, a delicate and glowing ring of wind lingered around him. It was still a 4,000-word 2-in-1 chapter. At the end, Chiyue asked for monthly votes. Those who still have monthly votes, please support me. The glowing wind gently lingered around Hyojin's body. At first glance, it looked like a delicate and soft band of light, surrounding Hyojin. This is... Ishiki's face sank. Although on the surface, the breeze seemed soft and weak, as a kekei net, Ishiki naturally discovered the terrifying chakra fluctuations contained in the breeze. As if to confirm his guess, Ishiki's eyes narrowed, and he quietly released Mahakala again. Swish, in an instant, another huge black stone spear appeared out of thin air, stabbing towards Hyojin. However, this time, Hyojin did not dodge, and turned a blind eye to the black stone spear stabbing towards him. Accompanied by a loud boom, the moment when the black stone spear was about to pierce Hyojin, it touched the breeze around Hyojin, and was instantly crushed by the seemingly harmless breeze, turning into debris that drifted with the wind. What? Ishiki's expression suddenly changed. Because what was crushed by the breeze just now was not only the black stone spear he released with Mahakala, but also several black rods that he shrunk with Xiaoming Taguna. He originally planned to use the black stone spear to attract Hyojin's attention, and then use the same trick again, using Xiaoming Taguna to shrink the black rods, avoiding Hyojin's insight, and launch another sneak attack. But he never thought that the breeze around Hyojin could not only shield a huge target like the black stone spear, but also resist the surprise attack of Xiaoming Taguna. Is it surprising? In the deep pit, Hyojin took a step forward, slowly walking towards the opposite Ishiki. Ishiki frowned. Impossible, I have already investigated your Tenseigan pupil technique, there is no such pupil technique at all. Hey! Hyojin chuckled, a trace of mockery on his face. Ishiki may have investigated him, or perhaps he really found some information about him, about the Tenseigan, but Ishiki obviously does not know his true character. Unlike many people who only pursue strength, Hyojin's exploration of the unknown will not stop, even if he has achieved Kekkei net. Therefore, although he has a good understanding of his Tenseigan, he has never stopped exploring and developing it. It is precisely because of this that Kuroto developed the chakra attack characteristic of Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, so that Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, as one of the two major pupil techniques of the Tenseigan, has a terrifying destructive power that can kill people of the same rank. And if Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion is the highest manifestation of the Tenseigan against gravity, then the other pupil technique Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion is the highest manifestation of the Tenseigan against repulsion. Based on this, Hyojin developed a new Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. He put shackles on the original disorderly and violent repulsion of Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, sorted out the veins, and turned the storm that can overturn everything into a clear, delicate and gentle breeze. And this seemingly harmless breeze is actually a storm that returns to order, so even in the face of a terrifying attack, it can easily tear it apart. Today's Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion is no longer a means of attack, but an absolute defense unique to Hyojin, a tyrant body that ignores all attacks. Looking at Hyojin approaching himself, Ishiki's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously took a step back. Hyojin, your chakra has been contaminated by super strong acid, they are like maggots in the tarsal bone, even with our Kekkei net. It will take a lot of effort to completely remove them, and in battle, you won't have such an opportunity, so you will lose. Hyojin heard this and glanced at the mottled spots attached to his Tenseigan chakra coat. These mottled spots are the super acid that was previously mixed with the steam and contaminated his body, and as Ishiki said, this super strong acid that doesn't exist in the shinobi world is indeed unusual. Kuroto tried to remove it before but found that he couldn't remove it no matter how hard he tried. It seems that this super acid has the ability to restrain chakra. However, Hyojin, who didn't stop, quickly retracted his gaze. When I get rid of you, I will have time to deal with this. Whoosh, after saying that, Hyojin, who was slowly approaching, instantly launched an attack. His figure flashed, and suddenly appeared in front of Ishiki. Ishiki's face was gloomy, and he had to bite the bullet. Bang bang bang, in a flash, a series of muffled punches and kicks broke out in the huge pit. Even without the invincible golden sword of Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, Hyojin's offensive is still fierce, and the absolute defense of Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion allows him to not care about Ishiki's strange pupil technique, so he can focus on the offensive. So even though Ishiki's physical attainments are extremely high, far beyond Momoshiki, Pashiki, and others, in the face of Hyojin's fierce attack, he can only retreat. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ishiki, who was gradually suppressed by Hyojin, began to fly into a rage, the original calmness also replaced by malevolence and distortion. In the fierce battle, he tried Mahakala and Junior Hakuna many times, and even used Junior Hakuna to shrink himself a few times, wanting to catch Hyojin off guard, but it was either seen through by Hyojin's Tenseigan, or sent flying by the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion that lingered around Hyojin. There was no chance at all. Not long after, Hyojin's attacks became smoother and smoother, and finally broke through Ishiki's defense. A punch landed on Ishiki's face, and sent him flying. Rumble, with a loud bang, Ishiki, who was sent flying, plowed a long ravine on the ground, extending for thousands of meters before he could stop. Swoosh, as soon as Ishiki stopped, before he had time to get up, Hyojin fell in front of him, grabbed his collar and twisted him up. It's over. Cough cough. After a few violent coughs, Ishiki suddenly grinned and said, Hyojin, even if I can't kill you, you can't kill me either. After saying that, Ishiki disappeared directly. Hyojin thought that Ishiki had shrunk himself again, so he quickly activated the Tenseigan and carefully observed the surroundings, but he did not find any trace of Ishiki. At this moment, Ishiki suddenly appeared beside Pusher, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground in the distance. Hyojin immediately flew to the sky, looked into the distance, and thought to himself, this guy can't be thinking of swallowing Pusher, right? With the previous example of Momoshiki swallowing Kinshiki, it is not surprising that Hyojin and the Otsutsuki cannibalism. However, what Suijin didn't expect was that he transferred some chakra to Hyuga Urashiki, helping Hyuga Urashiki recover from some of his injuries, and then hurriedly urged, hurry to the shinobi world. Pusher, who had recovered a little, was surprised and said, "Go to the shinobi world?" Ishiki glanced at Hyojin in the sky and said, "I'll hold that guy here, you take the opportunity to go to the shinobi world to harvest chakra." Obviously, after discovering that he couldn't break Hyojin's silver will reincarnation explosion, Ishiki came up with an idea to fight a war of attrition, that is, he will use the Tenseigan to seal the space to hold Hyojin, and then let Pusher go to the shinobi world to harvest chakra. Pusher looked at Hyojin with a cruel smile on his face. "Don't worry, I will turn the shinobi world into hell." After saying that, without any hesitation, Pusher instantly activated Yomi Biraban and disappeared from the space. "You can't kill me, but I can destroy the shinobi world in front of you." Ishiki laughed loudly while staring at Hyojin with the Tenseigan, sealing the space in the area where Hyojin is located, so that Hyojin can't return to the shinobi world through space-time ninjutsu. Looking at the disappearing Pusher, Hyojin thought for a while. Ishiki continued to laugh. "I am invincible with the Tenseigan, you will soon understand this, and you can't go anywhere, you can only slowly exhaust chakra here, and then die in humiliation." Humph. With a disdainful snort, Hyojin's figure flickered and came to the side of Obsidian, who was nailed to the ground by Ishiki's black rod, and then with a wave of his hand, he removed all the black rods that nailed Obsidian to the ground. Panting heavily, Obsidian hurriedly said, "Kuroto, we must stop Pusher, otherwise, the shinobi world will be finished." In Obsidian's view, although Pusher is not as good as Hyojin, he is still a Kekkei net, and in the entire shinobi world, except for Hyojin, there should be no one who can be Pusher's opponent. Hyojin wasn't too nervous, he just ordered in a flat tone, "Hurry back to the shinobi world and inform my shadow guards to kill Yurashiki." "Can they do it?" After asking, Obsidian then said, "And Ishiki has sealed the space, I'm afraid I can't return to the shinobi world." The eye of the moon in between Hyojin's eyebrows suddenly brightened, and then, a space door tore the space barrier with difficulty, and slowly appeared in front of Obsidian. "This?" Obsidian was taken aback. Equally surprised was Ishiki not far away, he never thought that Hyojin could break through the space blockade of his Eye of the Cleansing. But soon he found that Hyojin did not break through the blockade by his own ability, but with the help of a certain chakra in the shinobi world, he cooperated with the outside to break the space barrier. At this time, Hyojin told Obsidian, "Go. You have to be careful." Knowing that the situation is urgent, Obsidian did not dare to delay, and quickly got into the space door and left this different space. Hyojin then waved his hand and removed the space door. After learning that cleansing can seal the space and make space-time ninjutsu ineffective, he still dared to break into the territory of Otsutsuki alone. Obviously he is not unprepared. Ishiki's cleansing can indeed seal the space door opened by Hyojin, but it can't seal the space door opened by Hyojin and the giant Tenseigan left in the shinobi world at the same time. In other words, the giant Tenseigan left in the shinobi world is a coordinate and receiver that belongs to Hyojin. As long as it is still there, Hyojin can ignore the blockade and return to the shinobi world from any different space. Of course, after returning to the shinobi world, Hyojin can no longer invade the Ishiki's space again. It is precisely because of this that Hyojin did not return to the shinobi world personally to kill Pusher, but asked Obsidian to inform his shadow guards to kill Pusher. He believes that the shadow guards trained by him will have no problem dealing with a seriously injured Pusher. After sending Obsidian away, Hyojin turned his attention to Ishiki. Ishiki's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Since Hyojin can send Obsidian away, it means that Hyojin can also leave at any time, which undoubtedly shows that his strategy of exhausting Hyojin to death is a complete joke. Sighing helplessly, Ishiki asked, "You are more difficult to deal with than I thought. You actually left Chakra's coordinates in the shinobi world, how did you do it?" Hyojin said coldly, "I don't have the habit of explaining things to the dead." Ishiki snorted and said, "Hyojin, I admit that I miscalculated this time. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me either, so let's stop here. As for Pusher, you can do whatever you want." Hyojin curled his lips, "If you want to kill me, you can kill me, and if you want to stop, you can stop. Do you think there's such a good thing in this world?" Ishiki restrained his previous savagery and madness, and smiled slightly, "I'm just stating a fact, you can't kill me." Swoosh, Hyojin didn't say any more nonsense, and instantly pounced on Ishiki, waving a highly condensed 80 God Void strike. However, just like before, in the face of Suijin's attack, Suijin once again disappeared inexplicably, and then appeared in another place hundreds of meters away, and said with a leisurely smile, "You can't kill me, this is your fate, ignorant person, why do you want to fight against fate?" Hyojin slightly narrowed his eyes. "Just now, you moved yourself into your pupil technique space?" "Very sharp." Smiling, Ishiki continued to say, "Since you've already guessed it, then you should know that no matter how you try, you can't kill me." Ishiki didn't deny that he had indeed hidden himself in the abyss space of his right eye. And because of the existence of the cleansing eye, Hyojin couldn't follow the traces of space to invade his abyss space, so his abyss space was absolutely safe, and this was also the reason why he was confident that Hyojin couldn't kill him. Whoosh, Hyojin didn't give up, and withdrew the silver will reincarnation explosion that lingered around his body, and once again turned all the truth-seeking balls into a dazzling golden sword, fiercely slashing towards Ishiki. However, as the golden light flashed, Hyojin's slash once again hit nothing but air. Once again, Ishiki appeared, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest, smiling leisurely. "It seems that you're even more stupid than I thought, isn't it good to calmly accept your fate? If you want to vent your anger, don't you still have Pusher? So, just give up, I can pretend that everything that happened before never happened. You can continue to live here, and I will leave the ninja world and return to my family." Hyojin raised the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand, and pointed at the opposite Ishiki. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" At this time, Ishiki raised his hand, took out a glass of red wine from the abyss space, and gently took a sip, then smiled and said, "I've been seen through, but so what? I can't kill you, but I can find a chance to slowly kill all your relatives and friends, and destroy the ninja world in front of you, and all you can do is watch it happen." Hyojin said coldly, "Shameless." Ishiki opened his arms, and said proudly, "Who asked you to not be able to kill me?" Whoosh, with a whistling sound, Hyojin's speed exploded to the extreme, and he waved the dazzling golden sword in his hand to stab at Ishiki. The corner of Ishiki's mouth twitched, and before Hyojin attacked, he once again hit into the abyss space. Then, with a flash of light, Ishiki reappeared, and instinctively wanted to ridicule Hyojin, but he was shocked to find that Hyojin was right in front of him, and the golden sword in Hyojin's hand had pierced into his chest. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Ishiki looked at Hyojin in surprise. "Why?" Hyojin smiled and said, "Did you think that my previous attack was because of incompetence and rage?" I was calculating the precise time that needed to be backtracked." With that said, Hyojin suddenly waved the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand, and cut off Ishiki's body, and as he waved the sword, he slightly raised his sleeve, revealing the Manjikyu Sharingan on his arm that was blooming with a strange light. 4,400 plus 2-in-1 chapters, seeking monthly votes, recommendation votes. Why, First Style's body was split into two by Hyojin's golden will reincarnation explosion, and there was still shock and confusion on his face. He didn't understand why he, who was supposed to be invincible, was slashed by Hyojin. Because according to his prediction, after hiding in the obscuro space, Hyojin would completely lose track of him, and it would be impossible to guess where he would appear again. Boom, at this moment, a violent explosion came from the broken part of First Style's body. Immediately afterward, Ten-Tails, who was sucked into First Style's body, roared and broke free, and suddenly appeared in front of Hyojin. Looking at the other Ten-Tails that came out of First Style's body, Hyojin was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly reacted, raised his hand, and aimed at the unfamiliar Ten-Tails that was obviously smaller than his Ten-Tails, and shouted, "Earthblow Heavenly Star." Rumble, in an instant, the earth shook, and countless gravel rose from the ground, flocking towards the unfamiliar Ten-Tails that had just escaped from First Style's body. Roar. First Style's Ten-Tails immediately roared, trying to resist Hyojin's Earthblow Heavenly Star, but its resistance was undoubtedly futile. It only struggled a few times before it was drowned by countless gravel, buried in the giant sphere, and slowly rose into the sky. After dealing with First Style's Ten-Tails, Hyojin immediately turned his attention to First Style again. Although he had sliced through Ishire's body and split him into two, for a life form like Kekiai Net that didn't rely on a body, this kind of injury was far from fatal. Therefore, when he shifted his attention back to Ishire, all that was left in front of him was Ishire's broken lower body. The upper body was nowhere to be seen. Trying to escape? After Hyojin snorted softly, he chopped the lower body left by First Style into powder with a sword, and then the Tenseigan in his eye sockets bloomed with a bright brilliance, and he looked around. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he locked onto E, who had already shrunk to the size of a particle and only had his upper body left. For a ninja at the level of Hyojin, once his Tenseigan gets used to it, the shrinking effect of Shikuna Saguna will be greatly reduced. Swish, with a sway of his body, Hyojin appeared right in front of Ishur. Then, he swung the golden sword in his hand. With his body cut in half and the loss of the Jubi's Ichishiki, he didn't dare to confront Kuroto at this moment and immediately hid in the dark sky. However, just like before, when he reappeared, Kuroto was already waiting in front of him and pierced his chest with a sword, lifting him up with only half of his body remaining. Cough cough. After violently coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, Ishur asked in confusion, "Why? How could you guess where I would appear?" Hyojin maintained the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand against the chakra attack on Ishur's body, while he curled his lips. "Let's look around first." Ishur, who was filled with panic and surprise, only then did he pay attention to his surroundings, and was shocked to find that it was not Hyojin who had tracked him, but he was still hiding in the position before he entered the obscuro space. How is this possible? Before I launched the pupil technique, I had already anchored the position where I appeared, and with the protection of Clear Eye, no one can interfere with my anchoring. Why didn't I change my position? After saying that, Ishur was stunned for a moment, and recalled what Hyojin had said just now. Only then did he suddenly realize, and immediately looked at Hyojin in a daze. There is no doubt that in the field of space, with the combination of me and Clear Eye, Ishur is indeed invincible. Because of the existence of the Eye of Cleansing, one stance's Mahakala space became an absolutely safe harbor. Even if one stance could not allow him to stay in the Mahakala space for a long period of time, he could still use the safe Mahakala space to shift his position at will and avoid the enemy's attacks. In the field of space alone, this set of combination can be said to be impeccable. This is also the reason why Ishur, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki were defeated in calm. However, Hyojin never takes the initiative to provoke a battle that he is not sure of winning. This time he dared to break into the Otsutsuki's territory to launch a surprise attack. He was fully prepared. First, he absorbed Jubi to strengthen his endurance, to ensure that he will not fall into a passive position because of the lack of chakra. Secondly, the giant Tenseigan he left in the shinobi world is the best space coordinate for him. As long as the giant Tenseigan is there, he has a way out. Even if he is defeated, he can still escape. Finally, in order to prevent being tricked by the Otsutsuki's strange tricks, he also borrowed Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan that contains House of Time and transplanted it to his arm. Once he falls into a trap or is injured by some kind of artifact, he can still reverse the situation by turning back time. And it is his comprehensive preparation that allowed him to finally turn the tide in the face of the almost invincible Ishur. It is true that Ishur is invincible in the field of space, but if he adds a timeline that can be manipulated, then the so-called invincibility of the Ishur is immediately full of flaws. Unlike in the hands of Shinichi, the House of Time in Hyojin's hands, in addition to affecting his own timeline, it can also slightly affect the time within a meter or two around him. Therefore, Hyojin only needs to seize the moment when Ishur hides in the Yakuza space and reverse the time in the area where Ishur hides in the Yakuza space by 1 second, and let Ishur return to the time before he hides in the Yakuza space. He can easily crack the invincible combination of Me Eye and Cleansing Eye. In other words, when Ishur sends away Urashiki, who can also slightly affect time and interfere with the House of Time, in the face of Hyojin's House of Time, he has no ability to resist. Looking at Ishur, who is staring at him in a daze, Hyojin said lightly, "In these thousands of years, you don't seem to reflect on yourself. It seems that your defeat to Kagaya was not accidental. If you had cooperated with Urashiki and Momoshiki earlier, I wouldn't have won so easily." Ishur recalled the information collected by the Shell organization for him, and then realized, "Is it the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Shinichi?" Hyojin smiled, "So you also know." Ishur's face was full of bitterness. In fact, the Shell organization has been collecting information about the ninja world for him, and the active Manjikyu Uchiha are the focus of the Shell organization's intelligence collection, so he knows about the Manjikyu Sharingan technique House of Time of Uchiha Shinichi. It's just that he feels that ninjas at the level of Uchiha Shinichi are not worth taking seriously at all, so he ignored this point. Swish, at this moment, taking advantage of the short moment when Ishur was stunned, Hyojin, who has been looking for an opportunity, decisively took off the Mi-eye in Ishur's right eye. Ah! Ishur screamed in pain and instinctively wanted to hide in the black sky space, but as the Mi-eye was taken off by Hyojin, his pupil technique couldn't be used at all. Suijin then took off the cleansing eye from the left eye of the Ichishiki, and without any nonsense, he pressed his palm on the forehead of the Ichishiki and used the sealing technique to temporarily seal the Ichishiki's body that only had half of its body left, and the Jubi and Tenseigan was missing. After dealing with all this, Hyojin put the Mi-eye and clean eye into the storage tank, and at the same time, he removed the Tenseigan chakra mode and cleaned up the super strong acid attached to his body. In the ninja world. Bang, with a low muffled sound, Pushur was punched by Naruto in the Sage mode, and his whole body flew out like a kite without a string, and slammed into a big tree. Swish swish swish, in the blink of an eye, the 5 members of Hyojin's shadow guards followed and landed around Pushur. Sasuke, with one hand on his waist, asked casually, "Hey, is this guy really Otsutsuki Otsutsuki?" Otsutsuki Samurai, who was on the side, nodded gently and said, "Look at him, he should be the Otsutsuki Otsutsuki that appeared at your wedding last time." Ziyuan asked warily, "Could it be just a shadow clone or something?" Xianglin echoed, "Yes, how could the Kekii net be so weak? It must be a scam. If it's a shadow clone, after being beaten by us like this, it should have been removed long ago." After muttering, Naruto asked Pushur, "Why are you so weak, what's your plot?" Pushur, who got up from the ground, looked angry and ashamed. "You damn monkeys, just insult me, Pushur, I want." Bang, without waiting for Pushur to finish speaking, Sasuke activated the heavenly hand and changed places with the air in front of Pushur. He flashed directly in front of Pushur and punched Pushur in the stomach. Pushur, who was hit again, spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He thought that without Hyojin, he could do whatever he wanted in the ninja world and harvest chakra at will. He did not expect that the few kids of Hyojin's shadow guards were so difficult to deal with, and there was still the residual chakra of Hyojin in his body, which was constantly eroding his chakra, making him extremely weak. Looking at the 5 shadow guards who were glaring at him, Pushur weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he put down Otsutsuki's dignity and decided to escape first to deal with his injuries. Thus, he immediately activated Yogi Hirasaka. Just as Pushur was about to step into the space door, Sasuke once again activated the heavenly hand and changed places with him. At the same time, Ziyuan, who had a tacit understanding, directly cast a sealing technique on the area where Sasuke was. When Pushur and Sasuke completed the exchange, the sluggish Pushur was immediately hit by the demon sealing coffin arranged by Ziyuan. Then, Xianglin shouted at Pushur, who was trapped by the demon sealing coffin, "Earthshatter Tensei." Rumble, with a huge roar, Pushur, who was trapped in the demon sealing coffin, did not even have a chance to struggle. He was buried by the gravel and turned into a huge sphere suspended in the air. Looking at the huge sphere suspended in the air, Naruto held the back of his head with his hands and said speechlessly, "This is too easy." Otsutsuki Samurai, who has the Tenseigan and the strongest insight, shook his head. "His chakra is very chaotic. I can even feel Master's chakra in his body, so I can almost conclude that he must have been hit hard by Master first, that's why he is so weak." Sasuke snorted coldly, "This kind of trash dares to challenge Naruto-sama, it's ridiculous." Ziyuan asked, "What should we do next?" Xianglin thought about it and said, "Before Master comes back, let's stay here. After all, the other party is a Kekii net. I don't know how long my Earthshatter Tensei can trap him." In the distance. After confirming that Pushur was sealed by the Earthshatter Tensei, Obsidian let out a long sigh of relief. No wonder Kuroto would make such an arrangement. It turns out that his shadow guards are already this strong. After sighing, Obsidian's figure shrank and disappeared in a twisted vortex. 2 days later. Inside the air fortress. Hyojin was analyzing a pile of bottles and cans in front of him through the instrument. Inside these bottles and jars was none other than the pair of eyes seized from Ichishiki, Momoshiki, and Urashiki. Among them were Ichishiki's rice eye, Nezen eye, Momoshiki's golden rinnegan, and Urashiki's golden rinnegan, as well as Urashiki's blue time rinnegan. After calibrating the instrument, Hyojin did not wait, but walked to a secret room on the side. This secret room was specially built by Hyojin, and the prisoners inside were Ichi and Pusher, who were defeated by Hyojin. At this time, they were imprisoned by Hyojin's sealing technique, and these sealing techniques were all connected to the giant Tenseigan, so even if Hyojin was not here, Ichi and Pusher would not be able to escape. Perceiving Hyojin's arrival, Pusher cursed, "You damn monkeys, our Otsutsuki family will not let you go. Just wait, one day our people will find this place and raze it to the ground." Ichi also said, "Hyojin, you don't understand what you are facing. Our Otsutsuki family is the ruler of the universe. Although you are strong, in the eyes of our Otsutsuki family, you are just a speck of dust." In the face of Pusher and Ichi's curses, Hyojin was unmoved. He directly came in front of Ichi and slowly raised his arm. Ichi was shocked. "You. What are you doing?" Hyojin did not explain. He directly reached into Ichi's body and took out Ichi's memory ball. Pusher exclaimed, "Damn it, he is reading your memory." Ichi looked embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. Kuroto silently browsed through Ashiki's memories, and then came to Urashi's side, and in the same way, took out Urashi's memory orb while Urashi was cursing. After a while, he said lightly, "So this is how you travel through the universe." After browsing through Ichi and Pusher's memory, Hyojin found that the way the Otsutsuki family traveled through the universe was very similar to the rainbow he triggered when he achieved Kekkei Net. They compressed themselves into a highly condensed chakra and projected it at a speed faster than light. After understanding the method, Kuroto ignored the curses of Ashiki and Urashiki and walked towards the laboratory while muttering in a low voice, "A new era has come, my journey is the sea of stars." After the ending, there are a few chapters that explain the ending of other characters. The soft morning sun had just passed through the night and sprinkled on the earth, and the Uchiha clan's land was lively. In the courtyard of the patriarch's mansion, Sasuke was pacing back and forth in the pavilion corridor. His proud face was full of tension and anxiety. Swish, after a while, Itachi, who was dressed neatly, pushed open the sliding door and walked out of his house. Sasuke quickly greeted him, "Brother, are you ready?" Itachi rubbed Sasuke's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm not worried." Sasuke turned his face to the side and said with great certainty, "Even Fudame-sama supports brother, so brother will definitely succeed this time." Itachi said indifferently, "Fudame-sama just recommended me, whether I can succeed or not depends on today's competition." Sasuke hesitated and whispered, "Brother, I can lend you my Rinnegan." "Silly boy." Itachi smiled and walked out. Sasuke hurriedly chased after Itachi. Although he is already 14 or 15 years old and has grown a lot taller, he still followed behind Itachi like a child. "Big brother, I was able to awaken the Rinnegan because you gave me the opportunity to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so even if you use my Rinnegan, no one will say anything." Itachi said, "You are really worried about me?" Sasuke shook his head again and again, "No." The two brothers chatted all the way to the front yard of the mansion, and at the gate, Uchiha Fuyue and Uchiha Makoto have been waiting there before dawn. "Itachi, are you confident?" Fuyue crossed his arms in front of his chest. Although his expression seemed calm, the touch of worry in his eyes revealed his true emotions at the moment. Makoto walked in front of Itachi, tidied up Itachi's clothes a little, and said gently, "Just try your best, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose." Sasuke pouted and said, "Mother, how can winning or losing not be important? This is Naruto's competition. As long as Big Brother wins, he can become the 6th generation of the village and become the first Naruto with the surname Uchiha." Fuyue nodded, "Sasuke is right, this time with the support of the 5th generation, we will definitely succeed." Looking at Fuyue and Sasuke, who were filled with even more fighting spirit than Itachi, Makoto shook her head helplessly. Itachi said, "Father, Mother, I will do my best." As soon as the family of 4 left the mansion, they discovered that the streets of the clan grounds were already filled with clansmen. Everyone was eagerly looking at Itachi. Unlike the last time when Fuyue was running for Naruto, almost all the Uchiha clansmen had fallen into a kind of sick madness, but this time, the Uchiha clansmen were much gentler. There was no fanaticism on their faces, and instead, it was replaced by ardent expectations. Once again, it was proven that as long as Naruto could control the situation, the Uchiha clansmen were still quite reasonable. When they arrived at the entrance of the clan grounds, Itachi found that Jishui and Shinichi were already waiting there. After looking at Itachi up and down, Shinichi said with a smile, "Yo, you look like you are in good condition." Jishui stepped forward and patted Itachi's shoulder, "Come on." Itachi was speechless. "Even the two of you are like this, I will be under a lot of pressure." At this time, the smile on Shinichi's face disappeared, and he moved closer to Itachi's ear. "This time, you must win." Seeing Shinichi being so serious, Itachi was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked in a low voice, "You won't bet, right? To support the family." Curling his lips, Shinichi glanced at Uchiha Izumi who was following behind Itachi, and said, "Anyway, it won't be long before you understand my current situation." Itachi lowered his voice, "How much did you bet?" Shinichi opened his palm, 50 million. Itachi was taken aback, "So much? Are you crazy?" Shinichi said with a bitter face, "So you must win today. If you lose, then I can only rent the Manjikyu Sharingan to the village laboratory to pay off the debt." Itachi was even more speechless. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Shinichi continued, "By the way, my Manjikyu Sharingan is quite good. The boss said it was good after using it. Why don't I lend it to you?" "Well, it's free." On the side, Jishui and Fuyue analyzed Itachi's opponent for Naruto this time. Now it has been confirmed, 3 generations nominated Kakashi-senpai, Tsunade-senpai nominated Kai-senpai, Jiraiya-senpai nominated Asuma-senpai, and together with Itachi who was nominated by Godai, these 4 are the final candidates for the 6th generation Naruto this time. Kakashi, Kai, Asuma. Muttering these names, Fuyue said, "Sure enough, it's them. It's similar to what I predicted before." Sasuke on the side listened carefully while secretly calculating the threat of the other candidates to his brother Itachi. Jishui said, "According to the rules of Godai, this time the selection will still be carried out by all the candidates through a competition and a vote of confidence. However, it's different from the last time. This time, the final winner will be decided through a competition, and then a vote of confidence will be carried out by all the jonins. Moreover, the jonins can only vote for or against. Once the votes for support exceed 60%, the winner will pass the vote of confidence and win the election." Fuyue's eyes suddenly flashed. "In that case, isn't the competition more important than the vote of confidence?" The last vote of confidence was a choice between 2 candidates, Hyojin and Fuyue. Because their final battle was not carried out due to the obstruction of 3 generations, Hyojin and Fuyue were equal at that time. This led to a lot of room for manipulation in the vote of confidence, and the jonins could vote according to their personal preferences. This time, the vote of confidence returned to the essence of a vote of confidence. It was just a trust evaluation of the final winner. The final winner has defeated other competitors through the competition and proved his strength, so as long as there is no stain on the winner, then the probability of passing the vote of confidence will be very high. Jishui nodded gently, "Well, the competition is the key to this election." Fuyue pondered for a moment and immediately frowned. Asuma is not a threat, but Kakashi and Kai are a big threat to Itachi, especially that Metke. It is said that he has also specially trained to fight against Sharingan before. He can judge the opponent's actions by observing the lower body. Without waiting for Jishui to answer, Sasuke interjected, "Kakashi-sensei should not be a match for brother, but Akai-sensei is indeed a strong opponent for brother." In the 4th Shinobi World War, the Yakuza who faced the 6th Path Obsidian directly left an indelible impression on everyone present at that time. The fact that the full power of the Hashiman Tonku formation can injure a sage has become the consensus of the shinobi world after that night. This also directly led to the end of the 4th Shinobi World War. Many talented children chose the Iron Fist style, which made me suddenly have a lot of blue beasts. Jishui said, "I heard that Asuma-sensei recently inherited 3 generations of Sumura demons, and received special training from 3 generations, so we can't underestimate him too much. In short, everything depends on today's matchup." Just as Uchiha walked to the venue together, the early morning street quickly became lively. The Naruto election has always been the highlight of the village. Not only the ninjas, but even the ordinary villagers rushed to the venue with their families. This made the main roads in the village quickly crowded with people, and the vicinity of the venue was even more lively. Children were laughing and playing, and adults were talking and laughing. Because it is related to the selection of Naruto, in addition to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the Kage of other villages also rushed to Mai in advance. Following the flow of people into the venue, 4 generations of Kazekage said to the 3 generations Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Leiying, and 4 generations of Mizukage, every time Mai's Naruto election is so lively, just selling the tickets to the venue is probably not a small income. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage had a bitter face and didn't say anything. Since the Rinnegan was lost in the hands of the Rock Village, the 3 generations of Tsuchikage couldn't raise their heads in front of the Kage, and the Akatsuki organization has recently disappeared, making it impossible for him to pursue them. 4 generations of Leiying didn't continue the conversation, directly changed the topic and asked, "Who do you think will become the 6th generation of Mai this time?" 4 generations of Kazekage smiled. "It's hard to say, the 4 candidates are not simple, even the least favored Asuma is the son of the 3 generations of Mai Naruto, Hatake Kakashi is the representative of Naruto, Itachi Uchiha is the fire demon of Amatsukami, as for Metke, he is also a monster, it is not surprising that one of them will become the 6th generation of Mai." 4 generations of Mizukage of Yagura said, "The chance of Asuma is not big. I think the candidate for the 6th generation of Naruto should be Itachi Uchiha, Hatake Kakashi, and Metke." 4 generations of Leiying nodded and said, "Well, I think so too." Just as the other Kages were discussing which of the 4 candidates would be elected, 3 generations of Tsukiha, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "Don't you think it's strange? That Naruto is doing well, why did he suddenly pass the position to the 6th generation?" On the main stand of the venue, Kakashi drooped his head and listlessly asked the same question as 3 generations of Tsukiha to Hyojin, "Kuroto, why did you suddenly announce the succession? At your age, even if you are Naruto for a few decades, it should be no problem, right?" Hyojin joked, "With Naruto's salary, you want to tie me down for decades? You are too naive." There is no doubt that after defeating and capturing Otsutsuki and Urashiki, Hyojin obtained a lot of the Otsutsuki clan's technology and experience of traveling in the universe. Although neither Urashiki nor Ashiki is the core scientific researcher of the Otsutsuki clan, and the high-end technology they have mastered is very limited, but for Hyojin, this information and technology is enough for him to seriously study for more than 10 years. Therefore, in order to be able to devote all his energy to research, the position of Naruto, which requires a lot of effort, is obviously of little value, so Hyojin has the idea of passing the position to Naruto. Anyway, with his current prestige in the shinobi world, it doesn't matter whether he is Naruto or not. His existence itself is more deterrent than Naruto. Moreover, if he continues to dominate the position of Naruto, it will be difficult for everyone to breathe, which is not conducive to the healthy competition in the shinobi world. Giving up this position early can not only let the capable people take it, but also let other ninja villages dare to compete with Mai. Only in this way, the ninjas of Mai, who have completely relaxed after the war, will be vigilant again. Glancing at the increasingly lively venue, Kakashi said helplessly, "The last election, I was in the hospital for a month or 2, and this time, I am here again. I don't know what will happen this time." Hyojin said, "Don't worry." Kakashi quickly looked at Hyojin, "Do you have any arrangements?" Hyojin shook his head, "Since it is an election, we must ensure fairness, so I have no arrangements. I told you not to worry, because I want to tell you that you will not die as long as I am here." Kakashi's face was full of black lines. On the other side, in the advisory elder seat, Xianxia came to the ear of the 3 generations Naruto and asked, "Are you sure this time?" The 3 generations Naruto sighed, "The hope is very slim." Kakashi and Kai are not very interested in running for the 6th generation. As for Asuma, at the mention of their son, the 3 generations sighed again. Asuma's talent is actually good, but he was a little rebellious when he was young. He left the village to be a guardian ninja for a period of time, and missed the best period of growth. Later, he was stimulated by Hyojin, Kakashi, Kai, and others, and became very diligent in cultivation. His strength also improved very quickly, but compared with Itachi, the popular candidate in this election, he is still obviously not good enough. Xianxia said, "The 5th generation is from a rich family. If the 6th generation is also from a rich family, then all our efforts over the years will be wasted. In Mai, only the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga families can be called rich families." Others, even the 3 generations Naruto's Flying Ape clan, cannot be called a rich family. The purpose of Naruto and his disciples is to suppress the rich families and let the small families and the common ninjas have more opportunities. This has been the purpose of Naruto and his disciples since the first generation advocated the will of fire. The 3 generations Naruto side, the times have changed. Kuroto did not directly appoint the 6th generation, but chose the 6th generation through the election, which is already giving face to us old guys. Xianxia faintly sighed, alas. In fact, they are very clear that with Hyojin's current prestige, if he forcibly appointed someone to succeed him as the 6th generation of the village, the whole village will not object. At this time, the Uchiha arrived at the venue, causing a burst of cheers in the stands. With the efforts of Itachi, Jishui, Shinichi, and other senior Uchiha, the gap between the Uchiha and the village is getting smaller and smaller, so this time when the Uchiha appeared, the villagers did not give them awe, but warm cheers. Then, Asuma also arrived at the venue surrounded by the Flying Ape clan, followed by Kai and Green. With the 4 candidates entering the venue, the drawing of lots began. There are 2 days left in July, do you still have monthly votes? The last July, please support with monthly votes, thank you. After drawing lots, the matchups of the 4 candidates for Naruto were announced on the spot. The first round will be Hitaki Kakashi against Metkei, and the second round will be Itachi Uchiha against Yuanfei Asuma. As the first round of the competition was about to begin, the atmosphere in the venue became more and more intense. Naruto, Ningxi, Shelly, Shikamaru, and other students also came to the stands together and discussed the upcoming Naruto competition. The first round is Kakashi-sensei against Akai-sensei, who do you think will win? Naruto was a little excited, this kind of excitement is his favorite. Shelly was also very excited, she clenched her fists, I believe in Akai-sensei. Ningxi crossed his arms over his chest and said calmly, although Akai-sensei is very strong, Kakashi-sensei has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and he also has a 3-tomo Sharingan, it is difficult to say who will win before the competition. Naruto looked at Shikamaru again and asked, Shikamaru, what do you think? Shikamaru smiled, in this kind of situation, Akai-sensei will definitely not use the final Hashimoto Tonku, he may not even use the 7th gate, so Kakashi-sensei should have the upper hand. Sai on the side said, no, Ziyuan was just called to the enchantment class, with her there, the enchantment of the venue can withstand Akai-sensei opening the 7th gate. Shikamaru's expression froze, huh? Shelly suddenly became excited, Sensei's youth can finally be shown to everyone. Ningxi's expression also became a lot more solemn, if the 7th gate is allowed to be opened, then this competition is worth looking forward to. Naruto laughed, yes, today's competition will be very exciting. The other side. Sakura and Ino were looking for Sasuke everywhere, while Hinata was listening to Tion and Yakumo's chatter and peeked at Naruto from time to time. Not long after, the 2 candidates for Naruto, who had completed their preparations, appeared on stage. As Kakashi and Guy entered the arena, the spectator stands erupted into cheers and shouts. Amidst the cheers of thousands of spectators, Guy laughed heartily and said, Kakashi, do you still remember the number of wins and losses we had in the past? After the listless Kakashi entered the arena, his entire person immediately became sharp. Including the match I won the night before yesterday, we have a total of 114 matches. I won 57 and lost 57. Another draw. With a smile, Guy said, my eternal rival, let us decide the winner on this stage today. Oh. Kakashi removed the blindfold that was covering his Sharingan. Whether it was Guy or Kakashi, participating in this Naruto election was appointed by the advisory group of elders. They themselves did not have a strong interest in electing Naruto. Compared to electing Naruto, they were more concerned about winning the competition. At this time, Hyojin on the rostrum stood up and announced, the first round of the competition begins now. Swoosh, swoosh, as soon as Hyojin's voice fell, the 2 old rivals in the arena launched their attacks at the same time, officially opening the curtain of the 6th generation Naruto election. Bang bang bang, in an instant, there was a burst of muffled punches and kicks in the arena. Kakashi and Guy were like ghosts, fighting back and forth in the arena, pulling out a series of afterimages that could not be seen through. In fact, these 2 people have long surpassed the level of elite Jonin and reached the level of Kage, and even among the Kage, they are considered to be above average. So even if it is the most ordinary physical technique confrontation, it is enough to make the audience in the venue gasp in excitement and exclaim, "In Itachi's lounge." Shinichi frowned and said, "It's really a bit troublesome to defeat these two guys. Fortunately, they are in the same group." Itachi nodded gently. "Well, Kakashi-senpai and Gai-senpai are both very good ninjas." Sasuke on the side did not show weakness. "We have Susanoo, there is nothing to worry about." Jishui shook his head. In the face of 8 inner gates, Susanoo is also difficult to achieve an absolute defense. "I heard that Kakashi-senpai has successfully opened the 7th gate shock gate not long ago." Sasuke was taken aback. "What?" Below the Kage level, Susanoo can almost be regarded as an absolute defense. But at the Kage level, there are many methods that can threaten Susanoo, and 8 inner gates is undoubtedly among them, and once the 7th gate shock gate is opened, even the complete Susanoo may not be able to resist it. Shinichi knocked on Sasuke's head. "Brat, do you think you are the only one who is working hard? Have you forgotten what the ninja school taught you? To deal with an opponent, you need to investigate carefully, not rely on the previous inherent impression." Sasuke curled his lips and muttered, "Even so, brother is still stronger than them." Whoosh! At this moment, there was a burst of whistling sound in the arena. Sasuke quickly looked over and found that Kakashi and Guy in the arena had opened 8 inner gates one after another. Their speed soared again, and the surging airflow rumbled over the venue like thunder. So fast. Even with the Rinnegan, Sasuke couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the stands, Jiraiya smiled and said, "Kakashi is really not simple, he can actually keep up with Guy's speed." Tsunade nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that in this election, we are not completely without a chance." Humph. Orochimaru on the side chuckled and snorted. Because Kuroto decisively dealt with the Otsutsuki, Orochimaru, Yakuza, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Orochimaru, who were imprisoned by the Otsutsuki and didn't have time to be executed, were fortunately rescued. After that, in consideration of the friendship between Orochimaru and his disciple, as well as Orochimaru's performance in the Fourth Shinobi World War, Kuroto pardoned Orochimaru's crime of defection with his identity as the 5th Hokage and incorporated the Sound Village that Orochimaru founded into Konoha. Hearing Orochimaru's disdainful snort, Tsunade glared at Orochimaru and said, "What, am I wrong?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "Among Uchiha's kaleidoscopes, Uchiha Obsidian is the most difficult to deal with, followed by Uchiha Obsidian and Itachi Uchiha. Compared to them, Uchiha Jishui, Uchiha Shinichi are inferior. How can Kakashi win?" Tsunade frowned and said unhappily, "Kakashi has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, 8 inner hidden gates and purple lightning, how can he not have a chance of winning?" Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet." Mute behind Tsunade was shocked and quickly said, "Tsunade-sama," but before Mute finished speaking, Tsunade said, "Okay, let's bet. I don't believe that Kakashi, who can open the 7th gate, Wonder Gate, will lose to Kaleidoscope's Uchiha again." As soon as Tsunade's voice fell, Jiraiya, Mute behind him, and Medicine Master Do, who was standing behind Orochimaru, all looked at her with a strange expression. Tsunade asked, "Why are you all looking at me?" Glancing at Kakashi, who was fighting fiercely in the field, Jiraiya laughed and said, "I think it's better to forget it. We are all advisory elders. It's not good to joke about Naruto's election. If the old man finds out, he will nag again." Mute quickly echoed, "Yes. Yes." Tsunade's face darkened, "Are you questioning my judgment?" Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade and said with a faint smile, "Jiraiya has taught 4 generations, and I have taught 5 generations. What about you?" Tsunade, who was poked in her sore spot, immediately rolled up her sleeves and said, "Orochimaru, do you want to fight?" Orochimaru did not care about Tsunade, who was waving her fists. Instead, he stared at the field and said, "Look, they are getting serious." Just as Orochimaru said, the speed of the 2 people fighting in the field was getting faster and faster. The waves of air swept to the stands, making the audience unable to open their eyes. As a result, a barrier was opened, completely isolating the field from the stands. As the barrier was officially opened, the 2 people who had finished warming up showed their true skills without reservation. "The 3rd gate, Life Gate, open." The fourth gate, Pain Gate, open. The fifth gate, Limit Gate, open. The sixth gate, View Gate, open. In just an instant, Guy has completely mastered Hashiman Tonku, and as the second ninja in the shinobi world to have experienced opening the Death Gate, he opened 3, 4, 5, and 6 gates in a row. In an instant, the chakra that was released was wrapped in a wave of chakra, wrapping his whole body, and the precious experience of opening the Gate of Death was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Even if he opened the 6th gate, which is close to the limit of Hashiman Tonku, his chakra still maintained a certain order. Kakashi on the opposite side didn't dare to be careless and also opened the 6th gate, View Gate. However, although Kakashi can also open the View Gate, compared with Guy, he is obviously not as skillful as Guy. Whether it is his own aura or the fluctuations of chakra, both seem chaotic and disorderly. There is no doubt that although he has mastered Hashiman Tonku, compared with Guy who has been immersed in Hashiman Tonku for 20 years, Kakashi's attainments in Hashiman Tonku are far inferior. At this time, Guy shouted, "Kakashi, be careful, I'm going to attack. Come on." Kakashi's figure sank down, and the airwaves around his body began to surge with arcs of lightning. It was clear that he was well aware of the disparity between him and Guy in the 8 inner hidden gates. Thus, after opening the Gate of View, he also activated the Thunder Escape Stimulation Law to further enhance the activity of his body. In an instant, the two flew out like cannonballs, and then fiercely collided with each other in mid-air. Rumble. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out in the venue. The sturdy venue shook, causing the audience in the stands to panic and scream in fear. Then there was a surge of chakra that spread to the surroundings and fiercely hit the barrier that isolated the infield from the stands. In the face of this fierce chakra, the barrier also shook, and a ripple appeared on the barrier wall. Oh no, the barrier can't hold on. No way. If it spreads to the stands, we are finished. Seeing this scene, the ninjas of the barrier class were all nervous. Ziyuan, who was in charge of the barrier class, waved her hand. "Don't worry, I am here." The leader of the barrier class said, "But the barrier is shaking so badly, it may collapse at any time." Ziyuan put her hands on her waist. "Hey, you are underestimating my barrier too much. This level is nothing at all. Just watch, even if they directly hit the barrier will still be able to withstand it." Unlike the ordinary audience who were panicking and the ward class who were nervous and uneasy, the students who had gathered together were cheering to their heart's content. Little Lee even shouted excitedly, "This is what youth is like." Naruto also shouted, and even Shikamaru, who had always been indifferent, opened his eyes and stared at the fierce battle in the field. Ningxi also activated the Byakugan, carefully observing the fierce battle between Kakashi and Guy, as if he did not want to miss any detail. At this time, he suddenly made a sound, and then immediately shook his head. Noticing Ningxi's strangeness, Naruto quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The other students also looked over. Because smoke and dust were everywhere, it was difficult for them to see the specific situation without the Byakugan, so they wanted to know the details of the dojo from Ningxi. Ningxi sighed, "Sensei Akai may lose." Xiaoli quickly asked, "Why?" "Because Kakashi-sensei has mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and he has arranged dozens of Flying Thunder God coordinates on the battlefield, and this is just a competition, so Akai-sensei will not open the Death Gate, so Kakashi-sensei is already in an invincible position." Ningxi explained. After listening to Ningxi's explanation, everyone immediately understood the reason. There is no doubt that even at the level of Kage level, space-time ninjutsu is an existence that cannot be solved. The reason why obsidian can stir up the wind and rain is because of the Manjikyu pupil jutsu. So in the case of not a life and death battle, as long as Kakashi is careful enough, it will be difficult for Guy to find an opportunity. And as Ningxi expected, after fighting for a period of time, both sides began to get tired, and with the decline of physical strength, speed, and other aspects also began to decline. This situation is undoubtedly more advantageous to Kakashi, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so in the end, Kakashi still found an opportunity to defeat Guy. Guy fell in the messy infield. While gasping for breath, he said, "It's really fun." Kakashi, who had fallen to the ground, was also panting heavily. Although he had won, he was also exhausted. Guy propped up his body at this time, and once again regained his vitality. "You won this game, but I will not admit defeat. Tomorrow I will challenge you again." Kakashi drooped his head, yes, yes, yes. In the lounge. For Kakashi's victory, the group of Uchiha is not surprised. After all, this is not a life and death battle. It is impossible for Guy to reappear in this kind of situation, so Kakashi's winning rate is higher than Guy's. At this time, Fuyue patted Itachi on the shoulder. Go, cheer for our Uchiha. There is only one day left in July. I hope that the end of July will have a better result, so please support the students who still have monthly tickets, please. In Asma's lounge. Red Bean ate a meatball and said with a smile, Asma, don't lose too badly. Asma immediately grumbled, don't have too little confidence in me. Red glanced at Asma and said calmly, don't be nervous. It's nothing strange even if you lose. After all, the opponent is the real Balrog from God's organization. No one will laugh at you. Hey, must you guys hit me like this? Asma was speechless. Gale hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Senior Asma, be careful of the opponent's illusion. Don't worry. I've already done the corresponding training under the old man's supervision. After a pause, Asma said confidently, therefore, I should still have a chance in this battle. Xianxia suddenly said, Itachi probably won't use the take-fist sword, right? Asma, who was full of confidence just a moment ago, instantly froze. He said worriedly, It can't be, right? Throwing the wooden skewer in her hand into the trash basket, Red Bean chewed on the meatball and said, don't worry. If the opponent were to use the divine weapon in such an occasion, it would be so embarrassing. That's true. Asma wiped the sweat on his forehead. Red Bean continued, however, the rules of the competition did not prohibit the use of divine weapons and spiritual beasts. Therefore, we can't rule out the possibility of the opponent using the take-fist sword. In short, be careful. Asma said with a bitter expression, the old man has really given me a difficult problem. After saying that, Asma mustered his courage and came before Red. Red, no matter what, I will try my best. If I win, will you agree to go out with me? Hearing Asma's straightforward confession, Red Bean, Gale, Xian, Xianjian, Ibishi, and the rest all winked at him. Red glanced at Asma and nodded. That's great. Asma clenched his fist, his face filled with ecstasy. Just then, a burst of cheers came from the stands outside. Everyone in the lounge looked towards the source of the cheers and saw that Asma's opponent, Itachi Uchiha, was already standing quietly in the middle of the field. It's my turn. Asma did not waste any more time. His figure flashed and he entered the venue. After Asma left, Red Bean and the others quickly gathered in front of Red and teased, Red, are you finally going to accept Asma's pursuit? Red shook her head and said calmly, how could he win against the flame demon? So this prerequisite doesn't exist. In the field. Seeing that Asma had appeared, Itachi greeted Asma, Senior Asma. Asma looked at Itachi solemnly. There are no seniors in today's competition. We are equal competitors. Yes. Itachi also nodded solemnly. At this time, Hyojin on the rostrum announced, the second match begins. Unlike the previous match, with Hyojin's announcement, the two people in the field quickly retreated, took the initiative to open a distance, and began to make hand seals, displaying dazzling ninjutsu. If the previous match was a display of physical skills, then this one was a performance of ninjutsu. There is no doubt that considering that close combat is more likely to be affected by Itachi's genjutsu, Asma's tactics are very clear, that is, using ninjutsu and Ape's wishful steel staff as the core, maintaining a medium and long distance, and then slowly looking for an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Coincidentally, this kind of medium and long distance combat is also Itachi's favorite, so the two sides showed a completely different fighting style from the first game, letting the audience see a contest between ninjutsu. In the stands, Shikamaru was surprised, so strong. Ningxi nodded again and again, yes, the release of no-seal ninjutsu, the mutual restraint between ninjutsu, and the judgment of timing, Asma-sensei and Headmaster are top-notch, almost impeccable. In the eyes of ordinary spectators, the field is a contest of ninjutsu such as fire release, wind release, earth release, and other ninjutsu. There are gorgeous flames, crows all over the sky, and the straightforward wishful steel staff. But in the eyes of ninjas, the choice of every ninjutsu, the method of casting, the timing of casting, and so on are enough to be studied in detail. On the other side, in the stands of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi asked, Richa, Natsuto, who do you think will win this match? Sitting next to Hayashi, Richa thought for a while and replied, the current situation on the field is still balanced, but there are not many methods that Asuma can use, and Itachi Uchiha still has many trump cards, so Itachi Uchiha has a higher chance of winning. Otsutsuki Samurai said calmly, well, I think so too. After all, Itachi Uchiha is a pupillary Kekai ninja, and he also has Manjikyu Sharingan. It is very difficult for an ordinary ninja to defeat him. Although his worldview was corrected by Hyojin, in Otsutsuki Samurai's mind, Kekai Genkai is nobler and stronger than other ninjas, and the concept that pupillary Kekai ninja is the best among all Kekai ninjas has long been deeply ingrained in his mind and cannot be changed. Yes, this time, the candidate for Rokudame-sama is likely to be Itachi Uchiha, Hayashi said while showing a look of regret. Richa comforted, brother, there is no suitable candidate to compete for the position of Rokudame-sama, there is no other way around it. There is no doubt that Hayashi is still brooding over the fact that the Hyuga clan is unable to compete for the position of Rokudame-sama Naruto, and as Richa said, the current Hyuga clan does not have the ability to compete for the position of Rokudame-sama. The older generation of Hayashi and Richa are both older than Hyojin, they are neither suitable nor have full confidence to win the election of Rokudame-sama, and in Hyojin's generation, there is no other talent in the clan except Hyojin. As for Ningxi's generation, they are only 14 or 15 years old, and they are not capable of competing for the position of Rokudame-sama. After sighing, Hayashi said, letting Itachi Uchiha become Rokudame-sama is Kage's idea, we have nothing to say. But Rokudame-sama, our Hyuga clan must not let him go easily. Richa, how is Ningxi? Richa also became serious. A test was done a few days ago. The concentration of Tenseigan chakra in Ningxi's body is indeed increasing, but there is no sign of Tenseigan evolution. Hayashi urged, hurry up. It can be expected that the competition for the position of Rokudame-sama will be more intense than the current competition for the position of Rokudame-sama, because at that time, Uzumaki Naruto, as the son of 4 generations, and Uchiha Sasuke can participate. And Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke are now close to the 6th path level. If Ningxi can't awaken the Tenseigan as soon as possible, then the chances of winning the competition for the position of Rokudame-sama will be very low. I know. Richa is actually more anxious than Hayashi. With Hyojin's prestige growing day by day, the Hyuga clan has also become the undisputed #1 clan in the shinobi world, and the Tenseigan is recognized as the strongest pupil technique in the shinobi world. Those powerful clans that could suppress the Hyuga clan in the past, such as the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Uzumaki clan, and so on, are now not comparable to the Hyuga clan with Hyojin as their leader. It is precisely because Hyojin won this huge reputation for the Hyuga clan with his own strength that Hayashi, Richa, and other Hyuga clansmen are both happy and anxious at the same time. Because the Hyuga clan has become the recognized #1 clan in the shinobi world, they must constantly prove themselves in order to enjoy the praise and envy of the world, and winning the position of Naruto is undoubtedly the best proof. At this time, Hayashi glanced at Tanato sitting beside him, and immediately sighed secretly, what a pity. If Tanato, who has awakened the Tenseigan, can be allowed to run for the position of Yondaime-sama, then the position of Yondaime-sama would be much more stable. However, although Tanato is a blood relative of the Hyuga clan, he is not from the Hyuga clan, after all, so he is not qualified to run for the position of Naruto. Thinking of this, Hayashi's expression suddenly changed, and he asked Tanato, what do you think of Hinata? Tanato was slightly startled, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. What do you mean? Hayashi said with a smile, I have now regarded you as a member of our Hyuga clan. In our Hyuga clan, intermarriage is very common, so you can try to get familiar with Hinata. Tanato, who was a little surprised, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Now that he is the only one left of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, not to mention reviving the clan, even if it is purely for the sake of reproduction, finding a Hyuga clansman of the same origin and race as his wife is undoubtedly the best choice for Tanato. Seeing Tanato nodding, Hayashi was very happy, and immediately turned to Richa on the side and said, Ningxi should also hurry up, Xianlin is a good choice, don't miss it. Richa immediately glanced at the figure standing behind Hyojin on the rostrum and replied, well, I will remind Ningxi. Because Nagato accidentally awakened the cleansing eye after transplanting the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan suddenly realized that the combination of the Hyuga bloodline and the Uzumaki bloodline will have an unexpected effect. And Nagato has completely died because of the one-style reincarnation, and now there are only 2 Uzumaki clansmen left in the village, Naruto and Xianglin. So as a Uzumaki clansman, Xianglin, who has a pair of Rinnegan, is naturally targeted by Hayashi. Hayashi continued, even if Itachi Uchiha is elected as the 6th generation, according to the current situation, he will only be Naruto for about 10 years at most. After 10 years, the competition for the 7th generation will begin, and at that time, Ningxi will be 24 or 25 years old, which is the golden age for the competition for the 7th generation. Whether we can regain the position of Naruto or not depends on him. Richa nodded heavily, I understand, we are now the number 1 family in the shinobi world, we can't afford to lose the position of Naruto twice in a row. This time, it can be said that Sage Hyojin deliberately gave up the position of Naruto, but if the Hyuga clan can't come up with a decent candidate for the 7th generation, then it will be a very serious blow to the reputation of the Hyuga clan. Just when Hayashi and Richa were planning the future of the Hyuga clan to compete for the position of Naruto, there was a new change in the field. Itachi didn't know if it was because of a moment of carelessness, but in the fierce battle, he was caught by the ape demon arm that stretched out from the golden staff in Asma's hand. Got it. Asma was overjoyed. In the face of this heaven-sent opportunity, he no longer cared about the previous strategy of maintaining long-range contact, and directly rushed towards Itachi. In the stands, Xuan Xiaochun's face lit up with joy, good opportunity. On the side, 3 generations frowned, the surprise attack of the ape demon just now was indeed just right, but for some reason, he always faintly felt that something was wrong. Seeing 3 generations frowning, Xuan Xiaochun said, what's wrong? Are you worried that the ape demon caught the shadow clone? Impossible, with the experience of the ape demon, how could it not distinguish the shadow clone? 3 generations still didn't say anything, of course, he knew that. The strength of the ape demon is far beyond that of an ordinary ninja, if the shadow clone was caught by it, then it would immediately disappear. In Itachi's lounge. Seeing his brother Itachi's neck being caught by the arm that stretched out from the golden staff, Sasuke was shocked and blurted out, brother, quickly use Susanoo. At this time, Jishui pressed one hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and Fuyue, who was next to him with his arms crossed, directly scolded, Sasuke, don't shout. Sasuke looked nervous, but brother, Shinichi suddenly asked, will you fall into this kind of trap? Sasuke quickly replied, how could I fall into this kind of trap? Yes. After a pause, Shinichi said, even you can't fall into it, do you think your brother will fall into it? Have you forgotten the last time you gestured to the air for a long time? Sasuke suddenly blushed and said anxiously, brother Shinichi, you promised me not to mention that matter. Shinichi smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he stared at the field like Fuyue and Jishui, because even he, who had the Manjikyu Sharingan, couldn't see whether Itachi, who was caught by the demonic ape, was a shadow clone or not. Just when the spectators were in doubt, Asma quickly rushed in front of Itachi and attacked with the double blades of the wind chakra in his hands. Ga. But just when the shining chakra blade in Asma's hand was about to hit Itachi, who was caught by the demonic ape, suddenly turned into a large flock of flying ninja crows. This. Asma, who missed, looked at the crow feathers flying all over the sky and froze on the spot. The demonic ape, who had transformed into the golden staff, shouted, be careful. However, the demonic ape's warning was still half a beat too late. Asma, who was instinctively looking for Itachi's real body, looked straight at Itachi who was flying in the air. So, without any struggle, Asma fell into Itachi's illusion. After dispelling the illusion, Asma asked Itachi in confusion, what was caught by the demonic ape just now was just a crow clone. Itachi smiled and shook his head, a crow clone can't confuse the demonic ape. What the demonic ape caught was indeed my real body. Then just now, the doubt on Asma's face became even more intense. Itachi explained, that was my newly developed delayed crow substitute technique. After calculating the time, I first activated the substitute psychic, and then deliberately exposed a flaw to be caught by the demonic ape. Asuma was speechless. What? If I didn't fall for it, wouldn't you have worked hard for nothing, and the risk of being caught by the demonic ape is not small. Itachi smiled and said, but senior, you fell for it. Asuma sighed, I lost. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes and gifts. Thank you everyone. The reason why Asuma was fooled is that he knows the gap between his strength and Itachi's, so when the slim chance of winning appeared, he couldn't hold back for a while. Itachi obviously understood Asuma's mentality, so he set up this trap and won the competition without using Manjikyu pupil technique. With Asuma admitting defeat on the spot, the second round of the competition is also over. After 2 rounds of competition among the 4 Naruto candidates, Guy and Asuma were eliminated one after another, leaving Kakashi and Itachi for the final battle for the 6th Naruto. Because the candidates need to rest, the final 3rd round of the competition is arranged in the afternoon. In Kakashi's lounge, a group of advisory elders, including 3 generations, are gathered together to discuss the competition in the afternoon. Xianxia frowned and said, Itachi Uchiha's strength seems to be stronger than we expected before. Jiraiya gently nodded, yes, I didn't expect that he didn't even use the Manjikyu Sharingan's Susanoo. Asuma sighed helplessly, I'm sorry, I was careless. 3 generations shook his head, no, you didn't lose this game because of carelessness, Itachi has obviously grasped your mentality. From the beginning, you were at a disadvantage in the game. Orochimaru, leaning against the corner with his arms crossed, said in a tone of an outsider, in the face of an opponent like Itachi who has almost no flaws, it is difficult for those who are not as strong as him to defeat him. And one-on-one with Manjikyu Uchiha, hey, is there anything more stupid than this? In the face of Manjikyu Uchiha, Orochimaru undoubtedly has the most right to speak. It can be said that every Uchiha who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan has been his target, but all he got in return was humiliation. No one is a match for him, even the youngest Sasuke is no exception. 3 generations was clearly aware of this as well. He said to Asuma, it's indeed a little difficult for you to participate in the election this time. Asuma was a little unwilling, I know my chances of winning aren't high, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even exhaust a little more of his chakra. Kakashi stepped forward and patted Asuma on the shoulder. Don't mind it too much. Tsunade asked, what should we do now? Hearing Tsunade's question, everyone looked at Kakashi. Kakashi said solemnly, I will try my best in the afternoon competition, but after all, the opponent is Itachi, I am not sure. Tsunade frowned, you can now open the Gate of Wonder, even if it's the Manjikyu Sharingan's Susanoo, you can instantly break it, coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique, your chances of winning are not small. In the face of Uchiha who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, the most difficult thing to deal with is the Genjutsu and the Susanoo, which has both offensive and defensive properties, and the Hashimoto Tonku is very obvious in this regard. Once the 7th Gate of Wonder is opened, the berserk chakra in the body can greatly offset the interference of the Genjutsu, and the huge destructive power after opening the Gate of Wonder is enough to destroy the defense of the Susanoo in a short time. It can be said that as long as the timing is right, it is normal for Kakashi to defeat Itachi. Kakashi shook his head, in theory, there is indeed such a chance, but with my chakra reserves, there is only one such opportunity, and it is a bit difficult for me to open the Gate of Wonder now. After opening it, my control over my body will plummet, so it is difficult to say whether I can grasp this fleeting opportunity or not. Xianxia suggested, how about we use the slug to transmit chakra to Kakashi like last time? Tsunade felt a little uncomfortable, is that okay? On the side, Orochimaru said disdainfully, if you want to compete in cheating, please calculate how many Manjikyu Sharingan Uchiha has first. As long as they are willing, they can give Itachi a full arm of Manjikyu Sharingan, plus a Magatama Rinnegan. Standing next to Orochimaru, Yakushido pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and added with a smile, there is also an artifact Yada no Kagami. This, Xianxia's expression froze. 3 generations also shook his head, no, this time is different from the last time. Itachi was personally nominated by Kagami. Apart from defeating him in a fair and square competition, there is no other way around it. On the other side, in Itachi's lounge, Fuyue said to Itachi with a smile, you did very well just now. Sasuke also came up and said, brother, as long as you defeat Sensei Kakashi in the afternoon, you will be Naruto. Shinichi was also very excited. Yes, as long as I defeat Kakashi, I will be rich. Looking at the excited expressions of his family and clansmen, Itachi was speechless. It is not so easy to defeat Kakashi. Sensei. Aren't you a little too early to be happy? Shinichi rubbed his chin. That's right, we also have to guard against them cheating. Sasuke was puzzled. Cheating? In the last Naruto election, Sasuke was still young, and his eyesight was limited, so he could not see through Tsunade's little trick of secretly transmitting chakra to Kakashi through the slug. However, Jishui, Shinichi, and the other kaleidoscopes were well aware of it. Fuyua's face darkened when he heard that. Although he won the battle with Kakashi, because of Tsunade's inconspicuous little trick, it made it very difficult for him to win, and he consumed a lot of kaleidoscope's power in vain. Jishui looked confident. This time, it won't. Shinichi and Fuyua nodded one after another. With Hyojin around, no matter how unwilling and dissatisfied Naruto's faction was, they would not dare to violate the rules set by Hyojin. Under Sasuke's puzzled gaze, Fuyua said, "Be careful of the 8 inner hidden gates. Your Susanoo is not the complete form. I'm afraid it will not be able to withstand the explosive power of the Gate of Wonder." Shinichi continued, "Your pupil technique is not a secret. They will definitely use a sealing technique to counter your Amaterasu." Jishui pondered for a moment, and also said, "Also be careful of Kakashi-sensei's Flying Thunder God technique. Your speed is not as fast as mine. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult for you to use the teleportation technique to counter the Flying Thunder God technique." Among all the Uchiha, only Jishui's teleportation technique could match the Flying Thunder God technique in close combat. The other Kaleidoscope Uchiha could not do this. Listening to Fuyua, Shinichi, Jishui, and the others' suggestions to Itachi, Sasuke became more and more panicked, and finally couldn't help but say to Itachi, "Brother, why don't we use my Rinnegan? My Amaterasu can counter Kakashi-sensei's Flying Thunder God technique." Because they were blood-related brothers, in theory, if Sasuke's Rinnegan was transplanted to Itachi, even if he did not have enough time to adapt, Itachi would be able to use at least half of its power. Facing Sasuke's expectant gaze, Itachi rubbed Sasuke's head and said to the crowd, "This election is a stage that Naruto-sama has specially built for us, Uchiha. I can only win the respect of Kakashi-sensei with my own ability, and only then can I maintain harmony in the village. Therefore, the process of winning the election is far more important than the result, and letting Uchiha fully integrate into the village is far more important than me taking the position of Naruto. Thank you everyone for your recommendation votes, monthly votes, and tips, thank you." In the midst of the intense preparation, it was already afternoon. After a noon repair, the venue that was in a mess because of the 2 matches in the morning had been completely restored. The audience also arrived one after another, and the whole venue was lively again. Not long after, the final 2 candidates for the 6th generation Naruto appeared one after another. In an instant, there was a burst of cheers in the venue. Glancing around at the cheering and excited villagers of Mai, for generations of Kazekage asked the other Kage around him, "Who do you think will be more beneficial for us to become the 6th generation Naruto?" 3 generations. Such a kid shook his head. "As long as that one is still there, no matter who sits in the position of Naruto, our days will not be good." 4 generations. Laying said, "That's right, but if I really have to choose, I still hope that Kakashi can become the 6th generation Mai." 4 generations of Kazekage echoed, "Yes, who would like to deal with Kaleidoscope Uchiha?" 3 generations. Tsukiji sighed, "I think the possibility of Uchiha taking the position is very high, so whether we like it or not, we may have to adapt to a Kaleidoscope Uchiha Naruto." On the other side of the stands, looking at Kakashi and Itachi who have already appeared on the stage, Shikamaru said, "The 6th generation Naruto will be chosen between the headmaster and Kakashi-sensei." Sakura was a little nervous and asked Naruto, "Can Kakashi-sensei win?" Naruto scratched his head, "I don't know." Sakura pursed her lips and asked Iyu, who was next to her, "What do you think?" Iyu said indifferently, "Orochimaru-sama once told me to avoid one-on-one with Uchiha as much as possible, and Sasuke's brother is a Kaleidoscope Uchiha, so I think Sasuke's brother has a better chance of winning." Shelly shook her head, "Although the headmaster is very strong, Kakashi-sensei is a strong person who can open the Gate of Wonder. I think Kakashi-sensei has a better chance of winning." Ding Ci, who was eating chips, asked Shikamaru, "Shikamaru, what do you think?" "It's hard to say. With one hand supporting his chin, Shikamaru said, Kakashi-sensei also had a kaleidoscope Sharingan, and now he also has a 3 Magatama Sharingan. It's not an exaggeration to say that Kakashi-sensei is half Uchiha-sensei, and with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which can turn the tide of a battle in an instant, and the Hashiman Tonku, which can break through the Susanoo, Kakashi-sensei's chance of winning should be, Sakura said, it should be very big. Shikamaru shook his head, no, it should be. Only the chance of winning? Sakura was stunned for a moment, and then asked, why? Not only Sakura, but other students also looked at Shikamaru, because according to Shikamaru's previous analysis, Kakashi should have a big chance of winning. Shikamaru shrugged, even we know Kakashi-sensei's trump card, but can you guess the principal's trump card? All the students shook their heads, because they recalled that most of their understanding of Itachi came from rumors, or Sasuke's bragging. Shikamaru said in a deep voice, the principal rarely makes a move, and every time he makes a move, the strength is just right, and he will not reveal too much information about himself. For example, in the battle against Asuma-sensei in the morning, the principal won without even using the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sai agreed, well, the principal always seems to be shrouded in a sense of mystery, this feeling is like, Ningxi, who had been silent on the side, suddenly said, like Naruto-sama. Yes. Sai nodded and said, that temperament is like Naruto-sama, always calm, and always has a trump card that the opponent does not know. Ningxi said plainly, the principal is Naruto-sama's subordinate, so it is normal for him to imitate the temperament of Naruto-sama. After all, Naruto-sama is the strongest standing at the peak of the ninja world. While talking, Hyojin on the rostrum stood up and announced, the competition begins. With Hyojin's announcement, the noisy venue quickly quieted down. Whether it was tourists from other countries, other villages, or Mai's ninjas and villagers, they all held their breath and focused on the field. Because this competition was directly related to the ownership of the 6th generation Naruto, in the field. Phew. After exhaling lightly, Kakashi said to Itachi, in this battle, I will open the shock gate. You have to be careful. Itachi nodded, I will do my best. As the breeze blew, a thin layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads. There was a sea of people, but the silent venue gave them a lot of pressure. Even if they were experienced ninjas, standing on such a stage, no matter how much experience they had, no matter how strong their will was, they could not be as calm as water. Swish, at this moment, Kakashi took the lead to attack. The first gate, open, open. The second gate, the third gate, the fourth gate, the fifth gate, the sixth gate, view gate, open. As he flew, Kakashi did not hold back at all. In just a few short breaths of time, he had opened the open, rest, life, shang, stop, and view gates. He was like a raging torrent as he rushed towards Itachi. Itachi's pupils shrank, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had guessed that Kakashi would choose the tactic of a quick battle, through the short outbreak of the 8 inner hidden gates to take the initiative in the battle, but he did not expect that Kakashi would be so decisive, even the most basic test was omitted. However, Itachi was still Itachi. As he flew back, he opened the Manjikyu Sharingan. At the same time as the red phantom of Susanoo was projected from his body, a black flame suddenly formed, blocking the path of Kakashi's front pouncing towards him. And with the appearance of the 2 Manjikyu pupil techniques Susanoo and Amaterasu at the same time, Kakashi's face turned cold, and he shouted without hesitation, the 7th gate, shock gate, open. Rumble. In an instant, after opening the 7th gate, Kakashi's body surged with a huge wave of air, and under this surging wave of air, the black flame of Amaterasu that could burn everything could not get close to Kakashi's body. Relying on the wave of air, Kakashi resisted the burning of the black flame of Amaterasu and fiercely attacked Itachi, who was under the protection of Susanoo, in the stands. 3 generations Naruto stood up from his seat when he saw this, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Since everyone knew that facing Manjikyu Uchiha, one-on-one was very disadvantageous, it was better to take advantage of the beginning of the battle. Both sides were in their original bodies, staring at the target, and quickly opening up the situation. This seemingly reckless tactic, in the face of the invincible Itachi, was the easiest tactic to succeed. Although it was a foreigner, it was better to ask for recommendation votes. Everyone had this, so please support it. The spectators in the stands obviously did not expect that this battle, which was about the ownership of the sixth Naruto, would enter an unprecedented climax as soon as it began. So, they all held their breaths for fear of missing this historic moment. Not to mention the ordinary spectators, even the kage of the various villages in the stands and the group of advisory elders led by the three generations had a solemn look on their faces at this moment as they stared at the field. In the field, Kakashi, who was in the midst of the attack, opened all the way from the first gate, Gate of Opening, to the seventh gate, Gate of Wonder. With the surging waves of air, he forced Itachi's black flame of Amaterasu to burn everything. Finally, it converged into a storm and fiercely attacked Itachi, who was under Susanoo. Although he had already activated Susanoo, Itachi still did not dare to be careless. Seeing that Amaterasu could not stop Kakashi at all, he immediately urged Susanoo to retract his arms and firmly protected the front. Rumble, the impact was completed in an instant. Many of the spectators in the stands did not even have time to keep up with it when a huge roar exploded in the field, even though the venue had been renovated and reinforced before the election of the sixth Naruto, even though in order to ensure the safety of the stands, the venue was surrounded by defensive barriers, even though the Earth Escape class had already begun to make hand seals in a hurry, and the earth walls were also rising from the ground, even though the spectators in the stands were already prepared to bear the impact from the moment they held their breath, even though there were already various kinds of protection. The shock wave caused by the impact still swept the entire venue in an instant. The shock wave that followed made the venue shake violently, shaking the spectators in the stands one by one. Some of them were even directly shaken out, and their heads were bleeding. Is it an earthquake? Someone help me, I'm bleeding, help me up, I'm spraining my waist. In an instant, the spectating area was in chaos, and it fell into chaos. The barrier class, the medical class, and even the secret surveillance class, all of them hurriedly moved. They were either reinforcing the barrier, repairing the stands, or treating the injured. They were extremely busy. On the consulting elder's stand, Xianxia ignored the commotion around him. He fixed his eyes on the field and asked anxiously, did Kakashi succeed? What followed the impact and shock was a sky full of dust, so even if the audience looked down from above, it was difficult for them to see the situation on the field clearly. Tsunade shook her head with a solemn expression. Itachi's chakra wave has not weakened. The three generations also frowned slightly. To them, even if they couldn't see the situation clearly, they could roughly predict the outcome based on chakra's strength. Jiraiya was shocked. How could this be? Can't he break Susanoo even after opening the Gate of Wonder? Asma, who was on the side, stared at the field that was constantly rolling with dust and said in surprise, could it be that Jishui lent the Yata no Kagami to Itachi? On the other side, Naruto asked Xianxia, who had activated the white eye, what's the result? The other students also looked at Xianxia. Under the influence of the constantly rolling dust and violent chakra, they couldn't judge the situation in the field at all. Xianxia shook his head. Just a little bit more. In Uchiha's lounge. That was close. Sasuke breathed a long sigh of relief. The samsara eye in his left eye socket, which was about to shrink into a ball, also stretched out. Although the smoke and dust could block the vision of ordinary people, it could not block the inside of his Magatama's reincarnation eye. Therefore, at the moment when the rumbling and shaking came, he had already confirmed that his brother Itachi had blocked the terrifying blow after Kakashi opened the Gate of Wonder. Unlike the noisy and chaotic stands, after the first round of impact, the field fell into a brief calm. Kakashi, who was knocked back, was gasping for breath while staring at the looming Susanoo in the smoke in front of him. Kacha, at this moment, there was a clear breaking sound coming from the opposite side. After hearing this breaking sound, Kakashi's expression was refreshed. He knew that although his blow just now failed to completely break Itachi's Susanoo, it had caused heavy damage to Itachi's Susanoo. If I put in a little more effort, I might be able to succeed. With a thought, Kakashi no longer hesitated and let the chakra, which had been silent for a moment, surge again. In an instant, the airwave generated by the outbreak of the 8 inner hidden gates gushed out from his body, just like the pupil technique Shinra Tensei of the Samsara Eye, dispersing the smoke and dust that covered the venue at once. Once again, the state after the opening of the Gate of Wonder erupted to the extreme, and Kakashi's eyes, which were in the midst of the airwave, became more and more serious. With his current physical state and mastery of the 8 inner hidden gates, withstanding 2 bursts of the Gate of Wonder was already his limit. So if he couldn't win with this blow, then the competition for the title of the 6th generation Naruto would be over. Therefore, this time when he exploded the state of the Gate of Wonder to the extreme, he still didn't stop, but used the huge amount of chakra after the outbreak of the Gate of Wonder to launch the purple thunder. ZZ. In just a few breaths of time, the surging airwaves were surrounded by a powerful purple electric current, illuminating the entire venue with a purple light and shadow. On the opposite side of Kakashi, Itachi covered his bleeding eye with one hand and supported himself on the ground with the other hand, gasping violently. There is no doubt that blocking the outbreak of Kakashi's Gate of Wonder just now was a very heavy burden for him. After all, his Susanoo was not really complete. Although he barely blocked it, the consumption of his pupil power was very serious. So much so that not only was the Susanoo covered with cracks, but even the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets began to shed tears of blood. In the stands, Asuma was pleasantly surprised. There is still a chance. The faces of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others were also filled with joy. Itachi's current state let them see a chance to win, even if Kakashi's state at the moment is not very good. Xuanxiao-chun blurted out, "Hizen, your tactics are really right." 3 generations did not deny it, smiled and nodded gently. I hope Kakashi can seize this opportunity. On the side, Orochimaru, who did not have much hope for Kakashi's victory, also narrowed his eyes at this moment, and thought to himself, Itachi Uchiha should not only be at this level. Although he felt that Itachi Uchiha would not be defeated so easily, Orochimaru had to admit that 3 generations Naruto's tactics were right. At least on the scene, Kakashi occupied the absolute initiative, and at this moment, he could not think of any way for Itachi to turn the tide without using the sword of 10 punches. On the other side, Obsidian, who was wearing a hood and hiding in the ordinary audience, looked extremely nervous at this moment. At this time, in the competition for the throne of the 6th generation Naruto, one was his lifelong friend, and the other represented his bloodline, representing the Uchiha clan, so he was very confused. He hoped that Kakashi could replace him to fulfill his childhood dream and become the Naruto of the village. He also hoped that Itachi could represent the Uchiha clan to win the position of Naruto, so that Uchiha could truly integrate into the big family of the village, and make up for the rift between Uchiha and the village caused by the Nine Tails rebellion. And it was this extremely confused mentality that made him unable to control the fluctuations of chakra in his body for a while. The head of the perception class, Yamanaka Koichi, who was maintaining order on the opposite grandstand, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the crowded grandstand in astonishment. The ninja of the perception class next to him asked, "Leader, what's wrong?" Kaichi Yamanaka glanced at the opposite stands with a serious expression and said, "I just felt the chakra of Uchiha Obsidian." "What?" All the ninjas in the perception class were taken aback by Kuroto's words. One of them wondered, "Leader, are you mistaken? Naruto-sama is now in the venue. How can Uchiha Obsidian dare to come here? Although I don't know why that guy dares to sneak in here, I'm sure that I'm not wrong, he is in the venue." After a pause, Kaichi Yamanaka ordered, "Quick, go and inform Naruto-sama." With Kaichi Yamanaka's warning, the perception class and the Umbu class in the venue immediately became busy, but not many people in the venue noticed this. Even the advisory elders in the village were no exception, because at this moment, the competition in the venue had reached the final stage, and Kakashi, who was ready to launch the attack that would decide the fate of the 6th Naruto at any time, boom, at this time, with a muffled sound, the ground under Kakashi's feet that had been repeatedly compacted by the earth release ninjutsu collapsed because it could not withstand the pressure of the airwaves. Purple Dragon. At this moment, Kakashi, who was wrapped in air waves and purple lightning, let out a roar and launched his final attack. Just like Guy's Day Tiger, Purple Dragon was a consummate skill that Kakashi customized after he opened the Wonder Gate and launched the purple lightning. Because this move was wrapped in airwaves and purple lightning, it could block almost all the incoming ninjutsu in the impact, like an unstoppable dragon, so Kakashi gave it the title Purple Dragon. So strong. Ziyuan, who was in charge of maintaining the barrier, was shocked, and immediately did not dare to be careless. She also erupted all the chakra in her body and poured it into the defensive barrier. Naruto, Xianxia, Sasuke, and others in the lounge were also shocked, because at this time, Kakashi had some of the style of the Night Kai in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Boom, in an instant, in the roar of the sonic boom, Kakashi, who launched the purple dragon, hit Itachi's cracked Susanoo. Crack, almost at the moment of collision, Itachi's Susanoo was broken. Oh no! In Itachi's lounge, not only Sasuke, but also Fuyue, Shinichi, and even Jishui, who had been calm, exclaimed. Obviously, Itachi's Susanoo, which had been damaged, could not stop Kakashi's purple dragon, and with the purple dragon almost swept the whole arena. Once the Susanoo was broken, Itachi had nowhere to hide. In the stands, Asuma, who heard the breaking sound, shouted, "Kakashi won!" And the three generations, who had always been calm, loosened his clenched fists, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. On the other side of the stands, whether it was the Obsidian who had noticed that the Umbu was searching the stands, or the Umbu who were searching the stands, they all focused their attention on the field at this moment. And just when everyone, even Kakashi, who had broken the Susanoo in the field, had thought that he was going to win, under the broken Susanoo, Itachi put his hands together and shouted, "Would release, tree world descend." Walala, in an instant, under the broken Susanoo, thick trees rose from the ground, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, suddenly filled the entire infield. Even Kakashi, who launched the purple dragon, was instantly submerged by this sea of trees. Would release. For a moment, the three generations of Tsuchikage looked surprised. This is Itachi Uchiha's trump card. For generations of Kazekage also froze for a moment. Uchiha used would release? What is this? For generations of Kazekage Laying said with a cold face, after so many years, there is finally Naruto who can use would release. In the grandstand of the consulting elders, looking at the lush sea of trees in front of them, the group of consulting elders were all stunned. Even Orochimaru couldn't hide the surprise on his face. In fact, it was not a secret that Balrog could use would release, and with the example of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian, it was not surprising that Uchiha could use would release. It's just that Itachi used would release, which represents the pinnacle of the Hokage clan's power, as a trump card in the battle for the 6th Hokage's throne, which is both unexpected and extremely impactful. Would release. After murmuring, Tsunade shook her head, "We lost." With the support of Kuroto, it is rare to see Uchiha who knows how to take care of our emotions. After a pause, Orochimaru shrugged. Kuroto was not wrong, Itachi is indeed suitable for Naruto's position. Jiraiya echoed, "Yes, I am convinced." After a moment of silence, three generations said, "Then let's do it." Xianxia nodded, "That's the only way." In Itachi's lounge, Jishui exclaimed, as expected of Itachi. At this moment, Jishui understood why Itachi worked so hard to practice would release. Obviously, when Hyojin chose Itachi to be the 6th generation, Itachi was already thinking about bridging the conflict between Uchiha and Naruto. And a Uchiha who relied on would release was undoubtedly the most acceptable Uchiha for Naruto. Shinichi stroked his chest, "It's good that you won, it's good that you won." At first, Fuyue's face was stiff, but then he seemed to understand something and immediately smiled with relief. "This kid is more suitable to be Naruto than me. The 5th generation is right." On the side, Mikoto and Kwanmei were crying tears of joy. Only Sasuke pouted, "Brother is too much. Our Uchiha has so many powerful eye techniques, why did he choose to use would release?" Thank you to all the students who have given gifts these days, thank you everyone. Thank you to all the students who have given gifts these days, thank you everyone. End of this chapter. When Kakashi was completely submerged in the ever-growing sea of trees, the result of this match was already obvious. Itachi's would release, although not as overbearing as the first one, still had the characteristics of absorbing chakra. Kakashi, who had opened the Gate of Wonder, could not fight for a long time. Adding on the fact that chakra was continuously absorbed by the wood release, Kakashi only lasted for less than 3 minutes before he was forced to admit defeat. Following Kakashi's surrender, the competition for the 6th generation Naruto came to an end. Kakashi, Asuma, Kai, and Itachi, these 4 Naruto candidates, after 3 battles, Itachi finally defeated all his opponents and stood out. On the stands, Shikamaru shook his head, "The principal's trump card is actually would release, what a surprise." Because the instructor Asma also participated in the competition for the 6th generation Naruto, Shikamaru had analyzed all the candidates in private and made all kinds of deductions. But Itachi's tactic of using wood release to defeat his opponents was far beyond his expectations. Xiaoli was slightly sad. I didn't expect Kai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei to lose. Naruto was still enthusiastic. This is a ninja battle. Not bad. Ningxi, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest, nodded and said, Kai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei are excellent, but the principal is undoubtedly stronger, and only the strong can become Naruto. Naruto clenched his fist. I've decided. The group of fellow students looked over at the same time. Feeling everyone's puzzled gaze, Naruto said confidently, I want to become the 7th generation Naruto. Ningxi glanced at Naruto. Is that so? Then you are my opponent. Hearing this, Tian hurriedly went over and asked curiously, Ningxi also wants to be the 7th Naruto? Ningxi looked at Hyojin on the main stand and said with respect, our Hyuga clan is the most powerful clan in the shinobi world, how can we miss the position of Naruto twice in a row? Hinata looked at Ningxi, then looked at Naruto. He didn't know who to support, so he was in a dilemma. Swish, just then, with a whooshing sound, a smug Sasuke appeared in the stands. Sakura walked over eagerly. Congratulations, Sasuke. Naruto said, I didn't expect brother to be so powerful here. Shikamaru also echoed, yes, this competition is too unexpected. Sasuke glanced at everyone, suppressed his joy, put one hand on his waist, and pretended to be indifferent and said, my brother's victory is completely reasonable, there is nothing unexpected. Shikamaru, who was choked, immediately reached out and hugged Naruto and Ningxi. Oh, they have just made up their minds to compete for the 7th generation Naruto. What? Sasuke frowned slightly and looked at Naruto and Ningxi. Naruto nodded generously. I want to defeat all the competitors in this venue like my brother and become the 7th generation Naruto of the village. Ningxi did not avoid Sasuke's gaze at all. The position of the 7th generation must belong to Hyuga. Looking at Naruto and Ningxi, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth. Humph, two guys who overestimate themselves. But this is also good. Without you, wouldn't it be very boring for me to become the 7th generation? In an instant, these three boys, who had been competing with each other since the beginning of the ninja school, began to compete again in order to compete for the position of the 7th generation Naruto. On the other side of the stands, Obsidian, whose face was hidden under the brim of his hat, slowly got up from his seat. Looking at Itachi, who had removed the wood release and was receiving the cheers of the audience in the stands, he smiled slightly and sighed in his heart. Our Uchiha finally has someone who becomes Naruto. Immediately, he felt a sense of loneliness. Unfortunately, it's not me. At this time, Obsidian's mood was a little complicated. He was happy that the Uchiha clansman had become Naruto, but he also felt regret that he could no longer realize his childhood dream in this life. Finally, he glanced at Kakashi, who had retreated to the side of the field and was panting. He whispered, idiot. Then he did not stay any longer. He walked alone through the cheering crowd in the stands and walked to the passage of the stands. Kaichi Yamanaka, who was looking for traces of Obsidian on the opposite stand, quickly noticed the lonely back of the cheering crowd walking alone to the passage of the stands. Is it him? After hesitating for a moment, Kaichi Yamanaka said to the walkie-talkie, attention all teams, the target is at the A8 entrance passage. Swish swish swish, after a while, several heavily armed Umbu teams rushed to the A8 entrance passage, but there was no one there. Standing in the passage, Kaichi Yamanaka was a little puzzled. Why would such a vicious guy take the risk to come and watch the election of the 6th Naruto? What does he want to do? At this time, an Umbu said, could it be that he just wants to confirm who will become the 6th? Kaichi Yamanaka shook his head. The news of the 6th will spread throughout the shinobi world in a month at most. There is no need for him to take the risk to sneak here. Forget it, let's inform Naruto-sama about this first. Yes. The Umbu nodded. The appearance of Obsidian did not cause any commotion. The audience in the venue was still cheering for Itachi's victory. After a long time, the cheers gradually subsided. Winning the competition was only the first step in the election for the 6th Naruto. The next step was the vote of confidence for the Jonin. In the last election of the 5th Naruto, Uchiha failed in the vote of confidence, so as the voting began, the atmosphere in the surrounding stands became tense again. In Itachi's lounge. Looking at the Jonin queuing up to vote, Mikoto looked at Fuyue with some worry and whispered, "There won't be any accidents this time, right?" "No." Fuyue answered firmly, but the tension on his face was no less than Mikoto's. Shinichi said, "Don't worry. Don't forget who nominated Itachi. The so-called vote of confidence is just a formality." Mikoto was still a little worried, but the Naruto faction, Shinichi smiled, "We are the Naruto faction. They should be called the Elder faction now." Jishue quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense." Shinichi waved his hand, I know. Not long after, the results of the vote of confidence came out. As Shinichi expected, Itachi easily passed the vote of confidence for the Jonin. On the rostrum, Hyojin took off the Naruto hat on his head and handed it to Itachi. He smiled and said, "Itachi, from this moment on, you are the 6th Naruto of the village." Itachi took the Naruto hat and said, "Senpai, I will work hard to become an excellent Naruto like you." Hyojin patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, "Go and accept everyone's congratulations and cheers. Today is your moment." Itachi said sincerely, "Thank you." Hyojin waved his hand casually, then left the rostrum with a smile. In fact, as long as Hyojin was willing, he could be Naruto for the rest of his life. But for him, the position of Naruto was not worth being obsessed with, and with his current prestige in the ninja world, whether he sat in the position of Naruto or not had no effect on him. Therefore, he gave up the position of Naruto before he was 30 years old. In addition to wanting to concentrate on research and not be distracted by worldly affairs, it was more for the good development of the village. If he kept occupying the position of Naruto, then the younger generation would never have a chance to stand out. Over time, the village would inevitably be gloomy. And if he gave up this dispensable position of Naruto and let the younger generation work hard to be Naruto, it could create a positive and competitive atmosphere in the village. Competition, constant competition, this is what Hyojin needs, and this is what Hyojin has been doing. When Hyojin returned to Naruto's exclusive lounge, Yu greeted him and joked, "Did you throw away the burden?" Hyojin took off Naruto's Haori and said, "Yes, I feel relaxed." Just then, a burst of earth-shattering cheers came from outside the lounge. Yu activated Byakugan and looked towards the source of the sound. She saw Itachi, who took Naruto's hat from Hyojin, put on Naruto's hat in front of everyone on the rostrum. Yu said, "The 6th Naruto, Naruto is born." Hyojin hugged Yu and said, "Before enjoying my retirement, I still have to do one small thing." Yu was a little curious, "What small thing?" "You will know soon." Hyojin smiled slightly, then opened Yomi Birasuk and walked in while holding Yu's hand. After crossing the space door, the two came to the power room of the air fortress. Looking at the dazzling giant Tenseigan in front of her, Yu became more curious, "Why did you suddenly bring me here?" Hyojin took out a red chakra pill and said, "Haven't you always been longing for the Tenseigan?" Yu looked curiously at the chakra pill in Hyojin's palm and asked, "What is this?" "It is the chakra pill I mentioned to you before," Hyojin explained. After capturing Otsutsuki Ichi style and Otsutsuki Ichi style, how to refine the harmless chakra pill is no longer a secret for Hyojin, so he refined Urastyle's fish basket and fishing rod into a pill that can be taken directly. Yu was surprised and happy. "Can I awaken the Tenseigan after eating it?" Hyojin gently nodded, "Well, not only awaken the Tenseigan, but it can also let you enter the 6th path realm and obtain eternal youth." Yu looked incredulous, "You mean it's a small thing?" Hyojin smiled, "Wife, you have to get used to it, this is just the beginning, there may be a lot of small things like this in the future." Yu swallowed the chakra pill and looked at Hyojin, "Although I don't know what the future will be like, I will always be with you, I won't let you be lonely." Hyojin also looked at Yu and said, "Thank you." The short story is over. The main text and the extras were all over, and the story of the Tenseigan finally came to an end here. When I finished writing the last chapter, I felt a little lost and a little reluctant. These 2 years of serialization was a very unforgettable experience for me. During the serialization, I learned a lot of skills and made a lot of mistakes in plot arrangement. I'm glad that I persevered, and I'm also very lucky to have everyone's company, everyone's tolerance and support. Now that I think about it, writing this Tenseigan was actually a bit of an accident. At that time I was just bored and wanted to write a book, but then I plunged into the supernatural. In the end, after writing a few thousand words, it felt awkward no matter how I looked at it. What the hell was he writing? So I thought of writing a familiar story first to warm up, and then this Tenseigan was created. Because it was a practice, I completely let myself go when I wrote it. As soon as I started writing, I opened the Tenseigan for the protagonist, and took a big step forward. I was already troubled before it was published. Because I didn't know how to write invincible novels, there were a lot of things that people complained about in the plot arrangement. I admit my guilt, I reflect. After realizing that I'm not good at writing invincible protagonists, I began to work on the interaction between the characters. That's how the Amatsukami organization was created. Then, I continued to let myself go, while farming obsidian. In my understanding, the point of Naruto's story is not how to become stronger or what ninjutsu to learn, but the interaction between the characters. This is also the reason why most of the protagonists in Naruto are in my village. At the beginning, I designed the protagonist to be a cautious, rational, and restrained character who takes the scientific research route. In order to implement the protagonist's character, I have been deliberately restraining myself during the progress of the plot, resulting in some cool points not being written, or not being written well enough. Now that I look back, it is still necessary to maintain the consistency of the protagonist's personality and behavior, but the specific handling can be more flexible. After all, acting cool was like the wind, always accompanying him was the right path. There are still many things worth summarizing and reflecting on, so I won't go into them one by one here. In short, the final conclusion is that I'm really bad. As for what to write next, I'm still thinking about it, but it should be uploaded in September, so I won't let everyone wait long. In the end, thank you everyone for your support. See you next time. Oh, intersection. Oh, since then, a mysterious divine weapon had appeared on the divine weapon ranking, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years. And this was only the beginning of everything. The new book has been uploaded. Please support me. The new book I Can Transform Divine Weapons has been uploaded from the perspective of Naruto's world through the eyes of reincarnation. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. End of chapter 1461. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.